Why not make both twins girlfriends? Volume 1. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Prologue. On a holiday afternoon, we decided to take Purakura photo booth pictures to commemorate our relationship at a game center in front of a train station. Sakuto-kun, which model do you prefer? Honestly, I don't really understand these things. Well, I'm not familiar either, but please leave it to me. Saying so, Chikage Usami shyly touched the right arm of Sakuto-kun, also known as Sakuto Takayashiki. Her skin was as white as snow, and her pale peach lips were as fresh as fruit. She tied her left side hair with a ribbon, and underneath it, her small ear looked cute. Maybe she is embarrassed to be seen from the side, as she doesn't show that side often. She always stands to the right of Sakuto, peeking out with her large, round eyes through the gaps in her bangs. Besides her neat and elegant beauty, she also has an outstanding figure. Compared to other girls around her, she was exuding a somewhat mature charm. That imbalance is what makes her attractive and always makes Sakuto's heart flutter. He never dreamed that he would date such a wonderful girl. What is it? Nothing. I just still can't believe it. Fufu, me neither. Chikage, who usually has a dignified expression and attitude at school that keeps people at a distance, is now blushing and smiling softly at Sakuto. Being like this makes me feel very happy. No, that's not what I mean. Whoa, what were you talking about? Saying so, Hikari Usami hugged Sakuto's left arm. We were talking about how I still can't believe it. About us being together? Hikari turned to him with an innocent smile. This lively brightness and the cheerful attitude of wholeheartedly expressing affection come from her pure heart. She seeks physical affection like a puppy yearning for its owner's love, and Sakuto always tries to restrain himself from indulging her too much. Just like Chikage, she also has an outstanding figure despite her innocent appearance, yet, she rubs her body against his and presses herself to him without realizing it, which is a problem in its own way. Always caught off guard, Sakuto's heart continues to race. He never imagined he would be dating such a wonderful girl, two of them. But this is not a dream. Taken by the arms by two picture-perfect beautiful girls, he's in a situation best described as having a flower in each hand. In other words, Sakuto Takayashiki has a girlfriend for the first time in his life, two at the same time. Before he could think, isn't this the best? Sakuto became restless, looking around anxiously to see if he was being noticed by acquaintances. He's genuinely happy to have girlfriends and wants to be openly happy and excited, but having two girlfriends naturally makes him concerned about what others might think about the three of them. Is this really okay? Dating two girls at the same time? Hey, Hi-chan, you shouldn't suddenly hug Sakuto-kun like that. Complacency is your greatest enemy, Sakuto-kun. I'd feel lonely if you only pay attention to Chi-chan. While saying this, Hikari smiles and tightly hugs Sakuto's left arm. Hikari, you're clinging too much. That's right, Hi-chan. Don't you know that you're making Sakuto-kun uncomfortable? After scolding Hikari, Chikage tightens her embrace on Sakuto's right arm. Look, over there, that looks interesting. Why don't we go with that model? Oh, the one that's popular now? Sounds good, Sakuto-kun. You want that one? Okay, the machine Hikari chose is called Photo Gray, which arranges 4 shots vertically like a 4-panel comic. It doesn't have the so-called 400 yen plastic surgery function to beautify faces. However, its simplicity seems to be precisely what makes it popular, giving off a stylish impression, as Sakuto learned from them. In the first shot, Sakuto is in the center, with Hikari and Chikage standing on either side and tightly holding his arms, and this scene is displayed on the front screen. Their image is displayed on the front screen. They have exactly the same face, but it's not because of any special effects of the machine. It's natural since they are twin sisters. However, even though they are twins, the two have different natures, and naturally, their expressions are different. The older sister, Hikari, has her usual smiling face, while the younger sister, Chikage, seems tense, her cheeks flushed red. The difference in their personalities, born 15 minutes apart, may be due to the environment they grew up with since then. In fact, they speak and think differently, and each possesses her own unique charm. Yet, what they are thinking at this moment is frighteningly the same. It was "I love Sakuto-kun." Sakuto-kun, I feel like you're leaning too much towards Hai-chan. Chikage, with a more sullen expression than before, pulled Sakuto's right arm a little tighter. No, it's because Hikari is pulling me. Lean more towards me. Don't be shy, I'll help you. Oh, okay. Reluctantly, Sakuto tries to lean towards her, but now his left arm is pulled tightly. Sakuto-kun, you're too close to Chie-chan. I want you to come closer to me. In contrast to Chikage, Hikari's expression is bright, with a mischievous tease in her attitude towards Sakuto. No, aren't I in the center right now? I want you to come closer to me. Like. Deliberately? Okay. Again reluctantly, Sakuto tries to lean towards her deliberately, but this time, Chikage doesn't allow it. Hey Hai-chan, we decided not to monopolize Sakuto-kun, right? Chi-chan, you do the same thing, don't you? As Chikage frowned, Hikari posed with a smile that seemed to scream confidence. Behind them, images of hedgehogs and weasels appeared instead of dragons and tigers. While the twins were having this exchange, Sakuto's face turned bright red. He was flustered, not knowing where to focus his attention. Even before entering the private room with the photogray booth, the twins were constantly clinging to him, hugging him tightly, and now the intensity of their clinging was increasing. They were fighting over him, and it seemed like a sibling quarrel was about to erupt. This was a serious situation. As their boyfriend, he knew he had to do something about it, yet, it was so soft. If he were to plot the situation on a graph, the twins' argument and the softness of their chests would be directly proportional, with a line stretching infinitely from the origin towards the upper right corner. That's when Sakuto thought to himself, this is bad. I'm going to lose my rationality. Just as his instincts were about to take over, his consciousness finally drifted away from this situation. Section. At first glance, Sakuto is a harmless high school student you could find anywhere. In other words, a so-called mob character. He passed the entrance exam for Arashiyama Academy High School and started attending in April this year. Until about a month and a half later, Sakuto was an unremarkable background guy, without any close friends, blending into the classroom like one of its fixtures. However, that was exactly what Sakuto, who adhered to the principle of the nail that sticks out gets hammered down, wanted. Thus, known only for having an unusual surname among his classmates, Sakuto was enjoying his smooth-sailing mob life, but then, by some twist of fate, he ended up dating these beautiful twin sisters at the same time. Section. Sakuto's consciousness returned. Seeing the two still arguing, Sakuto felt a sense of mission. What he should do here and now was not to regret the past but to resolve the problem occurring inside the photo booth, to stop the sisters' quarrel and establish his own position. All right, let's do this. First, Sakuto pulled his arms away from between the twins, freeing himself from their embrace. This allowed him to make a more calm and rational decision. Although he felt a bit reluctant, he told himself it couldn't be helped. Next, he intertwined the now empty arms of the twins, making the sisters link arms with each other. By doing so, he successfully made the two, who had just been quarreling, look like close twin sisters. Then, Sakuto stood behind them. He positioned his face between the two sisters' faces, just enough to be barely visible. And what a sight it was! Sakuto successfully created the impression of being just along for the ride with the friendly twin sisters. With that, everything was resolved. Sakuto let out a sigh of relief and smiled contentedly. See? Isn't this good? Okay, both of you, look towards the lens now. All that was left was to wait for the camera's shutter to automatically click. This is Apparently, this was wrong. For now. The camera shutter clicked right at the moment of their "this is wrong." Initially thought to be a retake, this photo ended up being interesting in its own right and was chosen as the first memorable shot of their commemorative photo of the beginning of their relationship. The remaining shots were Sakuto and Hikari's faces close together, Sakuto giving Chikage a princess carry. Eventually, all three cuddled together. These are three. Looking at the finished photo gray, Sakuto held his head in his hands. What would happen if such a thing were accidentally leaked? Is it really okay to have two girlfriends? It's problematic from society's point of view, so I have to keep it a secret. Sakuto glanced at the twin sisters. It turned out great. It's more angry happy love-eki-un rather than just plain emotions. I think Hai-chan looks cuter. How nice. I want to take another one. I'm jealous of Chi-chan's photo too. The Princess Carrie is definitely the dream. Looking at the twin sisters envying each other, Sakuto smiled. Well, whatever. Normally, being open and honest is the right thing. However, holding a secret that can't be shared with others might be surprisingly fun. And so, Sakuto, Hikari, Chikage, these three became a couple, but to understand how it came to this, we need to go back a little before Sakuto got involved with these twin sisters. It was the season of fresh greenery. The cherry blossoms had fallen, and it was an afternoon in the days when the new leaves were budding. It all started when the results of the midterm exams were posted in the hallway. Chapter 1, Chikage Usami is an honest student. It was May 25th, a Wednesday before the rainy season began. Just after the fourth period ended and lunch break started, the midterm test rankings were about to be posted on the hallway wall. These rankings were an old tradition at Harem Academy High School. Out of approximately 240 students in each grade, the names and total scores, excluding practical subjects, of the top 50 were posted after each regular and achievement test. It was sort of an event, with already about 30 students gathered around. At that moment, Sakuto was standing among the eagerly waiting crowd of students, looking extremely sleepy. Language arts after physical education is just too much, and with this crowd, he feels like he's going to suffocate. He wished they'd hurry up without making such a fuss. While yawning and waiting, Takebanafu Ayuko, who was standing in front of the ranking list, glared around. No photography. It's also forbidden to upload this to SNS or anything like that. Takebana wasn't in charge of Sakuto's class, but she was a teacher responsible for student guidance in the mathematics department. She was a beautiful but strict teacher, known for her dedication to her job. Among some students, there was a secret wish to be stepped on by her high heels. Though this is strictly a desire of some students. All right, let's open the ranking list. Finally, the ranking list was revealed. 50th place, 49th place, 48th place. Counting down to the first. Then, a murmur spread to the end of the hallway. As if called by that noise, students began to emerge from the classrooms, leading to a massive crowd. Takebana and other teachers repeated their earlier warning, but it was drowned out by the noise of the crowd. In the midst of the commotion, Sakuto let out a sigh of relief, almost like a yawn after having finished viewing the ranking list. 8th place. Well, at least it's within the top 10. For now, 8th place is good enough. Now that he knows the results, there's no need to linger. He quickly started heading towards the cafeteria when, "Takahashi-kun, can I have a moment?" a familiar female voice called out. As he knew her, Sakuto turned around without surprise. But he felt a chill run down his spine. Chikage Usami. In this Arashiyama Academy, she's somewhat of a celebrity. They came from different junior high schools, but they knew each other from attending the same cram school in their third year of junior high. Sakuto had thought she was a beautiful girl since then, and after entering high school, she had become even more polished, particularly standing out among the first-year students. She was probably the most beautiful girl in his grade. In addition of being the first in the grade, she was also the top-ranked entrant. He just confirmed earlier in the ranking list that she had also ranked first in this midterm test. Beauty and brains. Sakuto was not without interest in her, who excelled in both, although it's regrettable that they ended up in different classes. He also wanted to become friends as they are both external students. For some reason, Chikage Usami was glaring at him with sharp eyes. Did I do something wrong? I don't think I did anything to make her angry, Sakuto thought. She approached slowly, looking angry. A beautiful woman's anger can be quite intimidating. For now, Sakuto slightly smiled and raised his right hand a little. "Hello, Usami-san." "Hello. Don't hello me. Okay. Why are you so pouty? Pouty? I'm not pouting. She sounded pouty as she denied being pouty. So, if it's not pouty, then, what's wrong? What's wrong is my line. What's with that ranking list result? Usami said, placing her hands on her hips with an unhappy face. Perhaps she is dissatisfied with him being ranked 8th in the grade. What do you mean? I was ranked 8th. And you were first, right? Congratulations. Sakuto spoke calmly without breaking his smile, but Usami pouted again in anger. Don't say congratulations. Yes? Isn't it a good thing to be first? This is not about me. Usami looked at Sakuto with her eyes narrowed in frustration. Sakuto stared back at her, wondering what she wanted to say and why she was so angry. After a moment of silence, Usami let out a short sigh. Why? Her anger seemed to have faded, leaving a hint of disappointment in her voice. What do you mean? Usami tensed her expression, making her look more resolute. Why didn't you take it seriously? Caught off guard, Sakuto was bewildered. Take it seriously, you say? Your true ability. What are you talking about? If you wanted to, you could have ranked first. But why didn't you? Did you do it on purpose? Did you deliberately hold back? Usami's tone was accusing as she asked her questions. I don't really understand what you mean by holding back, Sakuto said, putting his hands in his pockets and giving a wry smile. Usami didn't pursue the matter further and just silently looked into Sakuto's eyes. Now it was Sakuto's turn to avert his gaze. No, I did try my best, but there were so many questions. I just ran out of time in the end. Ran out of time? Yeah. It felt like a baptism by fire at Harajuyama Academy. It's definitely different from junior high. Sakuto shrugged, but Usami looked at him with a skeptical gaze. He wondered if this was the moment to communicate more clearly with her. Oh right. What is it? The carriage set meal. What? The carriage set meal? Usami's expression suddenly deflated as if all her tension had drained away. Today's lunch at the school cafeteria is the daily special. It's really good. What does that have to do with anything? Would you like to go together with me? My treat. Sakuto said so with a smile. Then, Usami's face instantly turned bright red. She fidgeted and started stroking her side hair tied with a ribbon with their fingers. I have my lunchbox with me. I am interested in going to lunch with Takahashi-kun. But, you see, Sakuto felt something was off with her sudden change in behavior. Why is she acting so shy? Wasn't she angry just a moment ago? Well, you don't want to eat at the cafeteria? It's not that. I think having lunch together at the cafeteria is what a couple does. Sakuto hadn't thought about that perspective. He put his hand on his chin. I see. So I have to be a couple with Usami-san to invite her to the cafeteria. He muttered to himself, and for some reason, Usami started to panic. What does that mean? Like, that thing? That thing? So you're saying that you, Takahashi-kun, do you want to be a couple with me? Sakuto almost fell over. No. It's different. I just meant it's a hard condition or something like a high hurdle. Like, if we're not a couple, inviting you to the cafeteria is out of the question. After he responded calmly, she turned even redder and became angrier. That's what it means for a man and a woman to have lunch together. I see, so that's how it is. Sakuto had a hard time to fully understand her, but he could somewhat grasp what she was trying to say. If a man and woman were seen having lunch together, regardless of their actual relationship, they might appear as a couple to others. There's no need for her to worry about it though. Sakuto initially thought so but then reconsidered. It is true being alone together in the cafeteria would stand out, and there was the risk of being seen as a couple, especially with Chikage Usami. He didn't want to start any weird rumors, and as someone who lived by the saying the nail that sticks out gets hammered down, this wasn't what Sakuto desired. Perhaps he shouldn't have invited her after all. Usami-san, you don't want to be misunderstood by those around you? It's something like that. But it's also true in romance manga. There's often a pattern where a couple forms after being misunderstood by those around them. Then sorry for suddenly inviting you. But I mean, I'm not necessarily opposed to it either. Sorry? I see. Then, I'll invite you again later if there's another chance. Saying this, Sakuto turned his back on Usami. He might have been too hasty. Not just with Usami, but such matters should probably be approached step by step properly. Instead of inviting her to a meal all of a sudden, he should first develop a casual talking relationship. As Sakuto started to walk away with these thoughts, waiter Minukaya. Startled by Usami's scream, Sakuto turned round and exclaimed, "Ah!" For some reason, she was losing her balance and about to fall forward. He hurriedly caught her in his arms, and her left ear and cheek bumped softly against his chest. Phew, that was close. "Usami-san, are you okay?" "Yes, I'm fine." What happened? Well, someone pushed my back. Looking behind Usami, he saw the backs of students crowded around the ranking list. Someone must have accidentally bumped into her. But at that moment, Sakuto quickly grasped his situation. Unexpectedly, his left hand was on her waist and his right hand on her head, embracing her from the front. He felt Usami's body heat against his chest. The smooth, silky hair under his fingers carried a sweet, distinctly feminine scent, making his heart beat faster. Once he realized Usami could stand on her own, Sakuto immediately stepped back. "Well then, be careful next time." "Yes, I will be careful." Leaving a blushing Usami standing there, Sakuto quickly walked away. Usami-san, Picking at the breading of his carriage in the school cafeteria, Sakuto was thinking back to what had happened just before. Even though it was an accident, he had ended up embracing her. Did she find it unpleasant being held like that by a guy who wasn't her boyfriend or even a close friend? That was probably about Usami-san, right? Suddenly, Sakuto was startled by a girl's voice from behind him. "The person who got first place in last year's national standardized test for third-year junior high school students entered our school, right?" Well, she was the top-ranked entrant, and she also got first place in this term's test. It must be Usami-san, I guess. The conversation wasn't about the incident that had just occurred. Sakuto quietly sighed and listened in a bit more to the conversation behind him. An average of 97 points. Isn't that crazy? And she's an external student. I heard she came from a regular public junior high. Really? There were 4 girls sitting at the table behind him. From their conversation, they seemed to be first-year internal students. Arashiyama Academy is an integrated school from kindergarten to high school, with most students advancing in an escalator system. These students are referred to as internal students, and the opposite are external students like Usami and Sakuto, who joined at high school after passing the entrance exams. Approximately 80% of the students are internal, with external students making up about 20%. There's an invisible barrier between internal and external students. Even looking around this spacious cafeteria, anyone could see groups that appeared to be internal students and others that seemed to be external students, each sitting separately. Internal students have their pride, and external students have their own sense of dignity. These conflicting sentiments create a subtle barrier within the school. In such a situation, Chikage Usami's presence was particularly conspicuous. A top-ranked external student, first in the grade. What this implies is that the external students who suddenly appeared, like Usami, were actually more capable than the internal students who had been rigorously trained in their academic abilities up to this point. The fact that the top of about 240 new freshman students is an external student is not particularly favorable. Moreover, with her beautiful appearance, it wouldn't be surprising if rumors started just from her talking with a male student in the hallway. Even now, the internal students are gossiping about Usami. As expected, it doesn't seem like they are impressed, rather the opposite. Is she a genius? Must be nice to have such a good brain. Isn't IQ mostly inherited from parents? I think about 50% is genetic, right? Plus, she's super cute and has a great style. Isn't it unfair to be both smart and cute? Sakuto thought they were a bit off the mark. Regardless of her natural appearance, Usami's intelligence is the result of her own efforts. Sakuto, having attended the same cram school, knew this. In the 3rd year of junior high, she was always desperately studying at the cram school. She took her lessons more seriously than anyone, asked the teachers questions more eagerly, and was utterly devoted to her studies. He wondered why she was so obsessive in her study. Although others looked on with a bit of distance, Usami was always working hard. Her efforts paid off. She achieved the top entrance exam score, and she has continued to rank first in her grade. She truly embodies the saying, persistence pays off. That's why Sakuto had a good impression of Usami. He wanted to become friends with her and learn from her. Whether it was her audacity or strength, he wondered where that mentality came from. But after the recent incident, things had become more complicated. If her personality had been terrible, he might have given up easily. But she is personable, has expressive reactions, and can be charmingly cute. She's a wonderful person with no apparent flaws. That's why he wanted to get to know her better. Suddenly, her words from earlier echoed in Sakuto's mind. Why didn't you take it seriously? Her words were straightforward. It sounded like she was expressing disappointment to someone she regarded as a rival, wishing for him to try his hardest. On the contrary, he wondered if he could become friends with her if he did give it his all. Such a naive thought crossed his mind, but there was a reason he couldn't give it his all. The nail that sticks out gets hammered down. Those who have been hammered down and had their spirits broken know what it feels like. But, about that girl, she seems like she might have a hidden side, right? Yeah, I get that. Actually, there's this interesting rumor about her. Hearing the whispering and laughing voices, Sakuto quietly sighed. After all, it's the same everywhere. While sipping his cold hojicha tea, Sakuto decided to ignore the and move past it. But why did Usami-san approach me? They had only attended the same cram school and were both external students. Was it a sense of rivalry? While pondering this, Sakuto bit into his carriage. The savory smell and the juicy flavor of the meat spread in his mouth. Then, excuse me. He almost choked on his carriage. Turning to the side, he saw Usami standing there with a bright red face. Sakuto hurriedly washed down the carriage with his tea. Usami-san? I forgot to tell you something. Looking around in agitation, the girls who were gossiping behind him had fallen silent. They must have been surprised by the sudden situation. Forgot to tell me? Was it a continuation of the conversation about his true abilities? He thought. Sakuto braced himself a little. Earlier, thank you very much. Yes? For what? So, earlier, when I was about to fall, and you Chikage. Oh, that thing? No problem at all. Don't worry about it. Sakuto quickly interrupted Usami's words. If words like caught me slipped from her mouth, it might start many rumors. What a dangerous person. Did you come here just to say thanks for that? Yes. Well then, I'll be going now. With that, Usami hurriedly left the cafeteria. As Sakuto watched her retreating figure, he heard whispering voices behind him again. Feeling almost refreshed by not caring about the rumors, he said aloud on purpose, Usami-san is really a kind person. She's serious and hardworking. I want to learn from her. Somehow, he felt confident knowing her true character. At the same time, hope sprouted within him that he might become friends with her in the future. Chapter 2, Another Side of Chikage Usami. The situation suddenly changed 2 days after Sakuto talked with Usami on the afternoon of Friday, May 27. Since then, Sakuto had seen Usami from a distance a few times but had no opportunity to speak with her. Even though he wanted to find some common ground, he didn't want to approach her awkwardly and give the impression of having an ulterior motive. He wondered if that event was just a dream. As he walked towards the station and pondered this, he reached a large street lined with street trees. Yuki City's Sakuranomaki, where Arashiyama Academy is located, is an urban area with office buildings and commercial facilities. It's convenient, offers plenty of entertainment, and one can usually find anything they want. However, the morning and evening rush hours are extremely annoying. Most of the members of the Go Home Club, like Sakuto, finish their assignments after school before going home because they want to avoid this time of day. During such a hectic time, Sakuto hurries home. He's heading back to comics and games waiting for him at home, which is why he always looks sleepy. Since entering high school, he's been keeping this increase in staying up late a secret from his mother, who lives separately. Come to think of it, Mitsumi-san said she'd be late today. Currently, Sakuto is staying at the home of his mother's sister, his aunt Mitsumi Kaisazaki. He helps out with the household chores to some extent, but Mitsumi tells him, a student should act like a student. In other words, she believes a student's job is simply to study and play, and she refuses his help with chores when she's home. On the other hand, Mitsumi is always busy with her work. Even as a high-earning lawyer, she works long hours. She seemed to have almost given up on marriage, calling it a far-off dream. Given these circumstances, as someone staying at her house, he felt it was only natural to help out. It would be more uncomfortable to do nothing. He's not particularly good at cooking, but he decided to prepare dinner today. What should I make tonight? What ingredients do we have in the fridge? Lost in these thoughts, he reached near the station. Then, his eyes were drawn to a girl entering the arcade in front of the station. Is that Usami-san? No, but a sudden sense of unease made him stop in his tracks. Two women walking towards Sakuto noticed his beast-like eye movements and quickly moved aside, passing by with a look of fear. Just now. Surely, it must be Usami-san, right? He tried to recall his memory. The person he knew as Chikage Usami always wore her uniform according to the school rules, her left hair tied with a ribbon, and had a dignified attitude without any flashy appearance. However, the Chikage Usami he just saw was wearing her uniform sloppily, her tied-up hair let down, and although he couldn't tell from a distance whether she was wearing makeup or not, she had headphones around her neck. Moreover, she was entering an arcade, which is forbidden to stop by after school according to the school rules. Sakuto thought that he might have been mistaken. It's hard to imagine that Usami, who is serious and hardworking, would break the school rules to go to an arcade. It's hard to believe she has such a side to her, but he also doubted whether he would have mistaken her. Moreover, the uniform was definitely from Arashiyama Academy. But, about that girl, she seems like she might have a hidden side, right? Actually, there's this interesting rumor about her. Words spoken by a group of 4 girls in the school cafeteria flashed through his mind. Whether Usami has another side or not, it's none of his business, but if that was really her just now, should I check it out? Curiosity propelled Sakuto's feet forward. Section. Arashiyama Academy's school rules prohibit entering entertainment facilities like karaoke or game centers when going home from school. However, outside the school is beyond the scope of educational discretion. There is no law about it either. Still, no one breaks the school rules. This is because the students who enroll are generally serious by nature, and they know that if they are found by a patrolling teacher, it will lead to trouble. Therefore, they just adhere to the rules to avoid troublesome situations. That was the common understanding among students attending Arashiyama Academy. Breaking this unspoken agreement, Sakuto stepped into the arcade. It was already crowded with high school students from other schools. The high percentage of girls was probably because there were Purakura machines from the first floor to the basement. However, there was no sign of Arashiyama Academy's uniform among them. He wondered if she went to the basement. As he looked around restlessly, 2 high school girls with flashy hair approached him. One of them, a tall girl with wavy long hair interspersed with smoky gray highlights, stepped closer to him. She smelled of musk. Wow, that's rare. She looked at Sakuto's face as if appraising him. She did not seem to be mocking, rather, her expression suggested genuine interest. Sorry, it's just that I rarely see people from Arashiyama Academy around here. I see, he responded with a wry smile, then glanced briefly at the other girl. The girl with the wolf-cut hair who was with the smoky gray-haired girl had bright pink inner hair layers. Although she was on the shorter side, she was a cute girl with distinct facial features. We're second years. But what about you? I am a freshman. Why so formal all of a sudden? It's okay to speak casually. The smoky gray-haired girl said so in a friendly manner. Okay, I'll do that. Can we take a photo together for Insta? It's our first meeting. But first, your name? No, I'd rather not. My school is pretty strict about these things. He cuts her off with a wry smile before she can ask his name. It would be really troublesome if this got out. He wanted to avoid rumors about being seen at an arcade in his school uniform, especially with girls from another school. Then the smoky gray-haired girl pursed her lips. Then at least let's exchange Insta contacts. Sorry, I don't use Insta. Really? What about Lime? Before that, can I ask you something? I'm looking for someone. Have you seen a girl wearing an Arashiyama Academy uniform too? The girl with the pink inner hair raised her hand, saying, yes. That girl? I might know her. I haven't seen her today, but I do see her around sometimes. The one with headphones, right? Yeah. He wasn't sure if it was Usami, but a girl from Arashiyama Academy with headphones apparently came here from time to time. Do you know where she might be? She's probably on the second floor. She usually goes there. After getting that information, the smoky gray-haired girl spoke up with less interest. Is she, by any chance, your girlfriend? No, she's not. You seem pretty desperate, though. No, I don't think so, Sakuto said with a wry smile and turned away from them. Anyway, thanks. I'll go check the second floor. Wait. What about exchanging Lime contacts? Sorry, maybe another time. With that, Sakuto quickly headed to the second floor section. The second floor was lined with arcade games, like puzzle games, fighting games, and mahjong games. Unlike the first floor, the number of men increased significantly. He wondered if Usami was really here. Looking around, he saw a crowd gathered around a row of machines in the center. Damn it, I lost again. A man, who looked like a college student and wore a knit cap, stood up abruptly from his chair. The machine the person in the knit cap was playing was End of the Samurai 3, shortened to INS 3. He thought it was quite a cool taste. The Insum series is a fighting game set in Japan during the final days of the Tokugawa shogunate. The characters featured are primarily from the Shinsengumi, including historical figures like Sakamoto Ryoma, Okada Aizo, and other somewhat not well-known swordsmen. Possibly due to the influence of esports, its popularity seems to have reignited recently. It's possible to play online on home consoles, allowing players to compete with others around the world anytime. However, hardcore arcade fans still prefer to battle using the game machines. Sakuto, who once was deeply involved in INS 3, can understand the sentiment of these people. In fact, if he has time and is not wearing a uniform, he would even like to compete in a match. Pathetic. Losing like that. Shut up. Why don't you try playing then? The knit-cap guy retorted irritably. A long-haired man, presumably his friend, mockingly rolled up his sleeves and sat down, inserting a coin. All right. My turn next. It seems I was off the mark, Sakuto sighed. Just as he was about to turn back. At that moment, man, that JK using Koto Kai-un is amazing. Koto Kai-un is a female character named Nakazawa Koto in the Insum series. Popularly known by the nickname Koto Kai-un, she is well liked for her speed and tricky movements. She was a real female swordsman who fought in disguise as a man in the Ronin group known as the Shinsengumi. JK using Koto Kai-un. Don't tell me. He walked around to the opposite side of where the long-haired guy was. Then he saw spectators forming a semicircle, all focused intently on one spot. He quickly peeked through the gap. Indeed, there she was. The girl he had been searching for, skillfully manipulating the controller. Usami-san? As soon as Sakuto saw her profile, the words slipped out of his mouth. However, she didn't even glance at Sakuto. She was completely absorbed in the game, her hands moving silently, her eyes fixed on the screen without blinking. Then her lips moved slightly. My bad, but I'm in the middle of a match. Sorry. No, it's just that. If you want to play, go around to the other side. If you don't want to, please don't talk to me. He felt like he was being told not to disturb her. The onlookers around were also glaring at him, so Sakuto kept quiet. However, many questions about her began to arise in his mind. This casual attire, the way she handled the controller, and the familiarity of being a regular at the arcade. Even her way of speaking was different from usual. He had a lot to ask, but it looked like the game wouldn't end anytime soon. I see. If I want to talk, I have to play against her. Sakuto exhaled. All right. Can we have a little chat if I win the match? Is that a pickup line? No. I just have something I want to ask. Then, a flashy effect appeared on the screen. Usami's character, Nakazawa Koto was unleashing her ultimate move. Okay, sounds interesting. But only if you can beat me, okay? Her face was partially hidden by her side hair, but she seemed to be smiling. The long-haired guy before me lost quickly. And it was finally Sakuto's turn. Sitting in front of the machine, he inserted a coin and moved to the character selection screen. Judging from the diagram, he should choose Perry, which Nakazawa Koto was not good at, or Akata Tsuji, who has similarly tricky moves. However, he deliberately chose Kondo Isami, a slow-moving power type. TSK. This guy, what a newbie. You got it all wrong. Why choose a power type? A mocking voice came from behind. In Insum, the speed type's weakness is a balanced type with a good mix of speed and power. This means Kondo Isami is at a significant disadvantage against Usami's Nakazawa Koto, but he ignored it and focused on the game in front of him. The match began. Initially, Kondo Isami was thrown off by Nakazawa Koto's tricky movements. He managed to hold a solid defense, but as everyone expected, Koto had the upper hand. The decisive moment happened in an instant. Kondo Isami, cornered at the edge of the screen, stood guarding. For a moment, Nakazawa Koto crouched. Kondo tried to crouch to match her, but he was a few frames late. That was all it took. Wow. This feeling. Usami-san is really good. Sakuto resigned and let go of the controller. Once this hit lands, it's already too late. Nakazawa Koto's low kick connected, followed by a series of moves. Finally, her super special move second form, 100 Flowers Bloom, was activated, lifting Kondo Isami into the air with a flashy display. It was a textbook perfect combo sequence. There were no input errors, and it took away 60% of the health gauge. But as Kondo Isami began to fall to the ground, all right, here we go. Sakuto's eyes widened, and his hands quickly returned to the controller. He started inputting commands rapidly, and Kondo Isami, who was supposed to fall and lie down, suddenly bounced up and stood rapidly. What? The Kondo grasshopper! Someone shouted, and by then, Kondo Isami had already circled behind Nakazawa Koto. A strong punch led to a series of connected moves, with Koto being tossed into the air at the edge of the screen. Then, before Koto hit the ground, Kondo's strong tackle hit her again. Koto was thrown into the air while taking damage. Kondo's strong tackle, Koto floating, tackle, floating. There seemed to be no end to this cycle. A murmur rose from behind Sakuto. The Kondo grasshopper into tackle trap. Seriously? First time seeing this in actual combat. This guy is not an amateur? In fact, Sakuto had already set the stage. He was pretending to be cornered to the wall while avoiding his health gauge being completely depleted. In other words, he took the earlier combo on purpose, to lure his opponent and create an opening to catch them off guard. Then, there is what the experts call the Kondo grasshopper, also known as a recovery to avoid knockdowns. Kondo Isami is unique in that he can perform it even after being hit by a super special move. However, this move is sometimes seen as unfair or a bug, and it's already been patched out in the home console version. It's a technique unique to standalone arcade machines. Furthermore, Kondo Isami has this wall trap technique, commonly known as the tackle trap. Once caught in it, it's the end. Unless there's an operational mistake, the health gauge won't stop depleting until it hits 0. Sorry, but I have reasons why I need to win too. The screen displayed the words 1 point prominently. The first point was scored by Kondo Isami, controlled by Sakuto. When Sakuto also won the second point, cheers erupted from the audiences behind him. I lost. You're strong. Huh? I didn't think Kondo-san would beat me. Thank you. Usami approached Sakuto, who remained seated. Despite her loss, she had a cheerful smile and extended her right hand. Just as Sakuto was about to grasp it, "Hey, wanna play together?" Suddenly, a memory from his elementary school days surfaced, and he involuntarily withdrew his hand. What's wrong? Don't like handshakes. Ah, no. It's nothing. Sakuto gave a slight smile to the puzzled Usami. Usami blushed, retracting her extended hand. Then, she turned away slightly, fiddling with her bangs and peeking at Sakuto with side glances. Anyway, what did you want to ask me? He had been so focused on the game that he had completely forgotten about that. He wondered where to start, but first, there was something he had to confirm. You seem different from how you were at school. Is this the real Usami-san? Usami looked puzzled again. Oh, I see. Well, it's not really about being real or not. Real or not? What's with that way of speaking? As Sakuto looked at her skeptically, Usami started to panic. No, I misspoke. Anyway, dear sir, do you have any business with this me? Are you joking right now? No, I didn't mean it like that. Oh, okay, you're joking. Huh? Cough cough. Whoa. It's hard to adjust. Cough. How do I usually speak? Right. Cough cough. Usami muttered something to herself while clearing her throat. Her coughing made Sakuto start worrying about the arcade's air conditioning. The poor air quality here might be affecting her brain or her way of speaking, he thought. So, what did you want to ask me? She finally returned to her normal way of speaking. First of all, why the arcade? You seem quite used going to this place. Something like theory and practice. Maybe? What? Theory and practice, as a means of stress relief. Oh, so it's just for stress relief, then? Sakuto was quite taken aback. And those headphones? I haven't seen them before. These are the Canon 01V, the initial model of the Canon series. They're noise cancelling. Of course, but they're also designed not to hurt your ears. Sorry, I asked the question wrong. Not about the model or features, but do you usually carry them around? Well, sometimes, maybe. Reasonably often. Why the question mark? It's about yourself, right? Sakuto was dumbfounded by her responses, but Usami seemed to be enjoying the conversation with a smile. However, something was different. Not just her way of speaking. Your smile is cute. Oh, about that. Wait. What did you just say? Never mind. He blurted it out because he thought she was smiling more than usual, and it was cute. He even found himself wishing she would smile like this more often. I don't mind flattery, but being told so directly is really embarrassing. Sorry, forget I said it. So, you're quite serious about this stress relief, huh? Somehow? Well, did I put you off? No. I like people who are serious about what they do. Like ignoring Usami, who was turning red, Sakuto rested his chin on his hand, thinking about his next question. So, my next question is, suddenly, her face moved in close, right beside Sakuto's cheek. Hey, what are you? Look behind you, but do it quietly, she whispered softly into Sakuto's ear. Sakuto felt her breath and warmth on his skin and felt a jolt, but he turned around quietly. There was a familiar figure in a pantsuit, a stern-looking beauty. She was looking around restlessly. The student counselor, Takabana-sensei. That's too bad. It looks like our date ends here. As Usami spoke in a whisper, Sakuto turned back around. Her face was still there, very close to him. Her hair brushed against Sakuto's cheek, tickling him with its scent. It was the same scent from when he held her 2 days ago, but somehow, it felt slightly different. Usami then took Sakuto's right hand. She pulled it beside her face, pressing it gently against her hair. The hair tickled the back of his hand, causing Sakuto to turn red, both ticklish and embarrassed. Yeah. You're really nice. What are you doing? Marking. I thought I'd leave my scent on you. With that, Usami rubbed her cheek against Sakuto's right hand. His fingertips touched her small ear. Isn't my earlobe soft? Well, Usami deliberately made him touch it. When he pinched it lightly, it was indeed soft. Now you'll remember the feel, right? You can touch it anytime, okay? But what is this, exactly? It's a charm so you don't mistake me for someone else next time. Then, a goodbye hug. Wait. She hugged him tightly for a moment, then quickly stepped back. Smiling brightly, she lightly waved goodbye. Sakuto watched in a daze as Usami slowly headed toward the emergency staircase on the 2nd floor. He was a little confused, but his heart was pounding, and his body felt hot, as if on fire. That's when Sakuto thought, this feeling might just be, you're a student of Arashiyama Academy, right? Your name and class are Takabana-sensei, stemming from the fear of being caught. And then, he was caught. Twin Talk 1, who is each person's favorite. May 27th, in the Usami family kitchen, dressed in casual clothes with an apron, Chikage stirred the pot of miso soup on the stove while letting out a big sigh. I wish we could get along better. She remembered the day the rankings were posted in the hallway. Today's lunch at the school cafeteria is the daily special. It's really good. What does that have to do with anything? Would you like to go together with me? My treat. Chikage was full of regret. Why couldn't I just honestly say I wanted to go? Her stirring sped up. Maybe Takahashi-kun wanted to be friends with me? If I had just honestly gone to the cafeteria with him. But I might trouble him if people thought we were a couple. Chikage was somewhat aware of what others thought of her, at least to the extent of rumors. She knew she stood out for being top of her class, but that was something she could deal with internally. It wasn't a big enough issue to worry about, and she could just ignore it. However, it is a different story if those around her get involved. Thinking that being with her might trouble Sakuto made it difficult for her to deepen their relationship. On the other hand, Chikage was frustrated with herself for not being able to be honest. Still, if they were misunderstood as a couple by others, if Sakuto didn't particularly mind, then that would be a different matter. If we really became a couple, there'd be no problem, right? Such wild fantasies began to run rampant in her mind. And then, I see. So I have to be a couple with Usami-san to invite her to the cafeteria. Those words replayed in her mind, making her expect that he might feel the same. And finally, phew, that was close. Usami-san, are you okay? She was hugged. Even if it was an accident, that spontaneous action was overly divine, for Chikage. It was the first time she had been hugged by a man other than her father. Hearing the pounding of Sakuto's heart, she was greatly shaken. Even after Sakuto left, the after-effects were so strong that she stood frozen for a while. At that time, I was feeling excited. She closed her eyes, happily wriggling her body. Then, what have you been doing since a while ago? A voice came from over the kitchen counter. Hi-chan. Since when have you been there? Just now. I'm home. Chi-chan. Smiling over the counter was a face identical to Chikage's, the twin sister, Hikari, who was born 15 minutes before her. Welcome back, but where have you been? Just wandering around a bit. I see. Chikage noticed Hikari was in her uniform and resisted the urge to sigh. Hikari had been prone to skipping school since around the 4th grade of elementary school. This continued into high school, where she often left the house in her uniform but rarely made it to school. Hikari seemed to live a carefree life in a sense, but she had something troubling her. Knowing this, Chikage didn't feel like blaming her too much, but their situation was different from middle school. They were both high school students now. If you keep skipping like this, you'll repeat the year, you know? It's okay. I've been carefully calculating my absences. That's not what I'd call carefully. So, where did you go? Just to the library for a change of pace. You went to the arcade, didn't you? Without a moment's delay, Chikage replied, and Hikari made a startled face. How? Because we're twins. More than that, it's your usual behavior pattern. You've seemed hooked on games recently, so I took a guess. Hikari clapped her hands with a smile as if impressed. As expected of a twin, you always see right through me. It's not exactly a compliment coming from Hai-chan. Really? Chikage turned off the stove, exasperated. As the sister who was born 15 minutes later, Chikage had always cautioned Hikari not to skip school. She wanted her to at least get a high school diploma for whatever the future might hold. That was Chikage's current wish for her sister, who was born 15 minutes earlier. Normally, this would be a parent's concern. However, their parents believed Hikari should do whatever she wanted to do. Whether it's understanding or leniency, Chikage had given up on getting her parents to persuade her. Anyway, sometimes she admired her sister for that. She wondered if Hikari, unlike herself, might someday achieve something great unexpectedly. While plating the food, Chikage watched Hikari lounging in the living room. Hikari was lying on her back on a 3-seater sofa, hugging a large stuffed toy with a happy expression. Hai-chan, did something good happen? I don't really know if it's good, but it's something that makes my heart race. Hikari remembered something, flailed her legs, then looked at Chikage with a flushed face. Hey, Chie-chan, do you have any male friends you're close with? One person came to mind, but he wasn't a close male friend, but rather someone she wanted to get closer to. No, not really. I've talked to someone recently, though. What's his name? Takayashiki-kun. Sakuto Takayashiki-kun. When Hikari heard his name, she began to happily stroke her own left cheek for some reason. Chapter 3. The nail that sticks out too much does not get hammered down. It was late at night after visiting the arcade. In his room, Sakuto was writing a letter by the light of his stand lamp. Greetings in the early summer. Suddenly, his hand stopped. He meticulously folded the stationery and placed it at the edge of the desk. Maybe this is too formal. It seems too distant. Then, he took out a new sheet of paper and started rewriting the letter from the beginning. It's been a while. How have you been? I've started living with my aunt on my mother's side. And there, his hand stopped again. He gently placed the folded papers in the trash can, leaned back lazily against the back of the chair, and gazed vaguely at the dark ceiling. There's not much to write about. The only recent events are— Oh, that's right. What suddenly came to mind were two expressions of Chikage Usami. Her embarrassed and somewhat aloof face at school, her innocent smile at the arcade. He mindlessly turned off the stand lamp, then on again, then off again, repeatedly switching it on and off without any real purpose, pondering about Usami. Is she just pretending to be an honor student at school? Is her true nature was the one that revealed at the arcade? Or maybe it's true that she's just releasing the stress that she builds up at school at the arcade. It wasn't impossible, but it still felt off. It was as if he was mistaking her for someone else. However, that shouldn't be the case. Sakuto quietly closed his eyes. In the darkness, the two faces blurred together, and their outlines became indistinct. Section. Monday, May 30th, the start of a new week. Between the third and fourth periods, as Sakuto was heading to the art room, he saw Usami in her gym clothes down the corridor. She seemed to have just finished her physical education class and was wiping the sweat off her cheeks with a towel, walking lazily toward his direction. With last week's arcade incident in mind, Sakuto observed Usami carefully. Her arms and legs, extending from her short-sleeved shirt and shorts, were perfectly proportioned to her body. The color and pattern of her pink underwear faintly showed through her white gym shirt. Her chest, pushing up from beneath, bounced with every step she took. Her stunning proportions were enough to make passing boys turn their heads. I knew she was beautiful, but I didn't expect to this extent. Suddenly, their eyes met. Usami's face turned red, and she covered the lower part of her face with the towel she was holding, shifting her eyes to the side. Perhaps she was embarrassed to be seen in her gym clothes. Feeling awkward, Sakuto also looked away. Just as they were about to pass each other, both turned away and simultaneously stopped, standing side by side. About the other day. It was Sakuto who spoke first, muttering quietly as if only talking to himself. I haven't told Takabana-sensei. I'll keep your secret. What are you talking about? You know that? No, never mind. It's nothing. What is it? Now you've made me curious. Please tell me what it's about. Suddenly, they were facing each other. Her expression seemed more composed compared to last week. He wondered if it was because it was in contrast to the lively smile she had shown him at the arcade. Please don't stare at me like that. Sorry. They both looked away, but then Sakuto caught a glimpse of Usami's left ear. He suddenly remembered the charm she had taught him before. Hey, there's something I want to check. Is that okay? What would that be? As he reached out towards Usami's left ear, she looked puzzled. What are you doing? Before he could touch her earlobe, Usami stepped back. What? I thought you said I could touch it anytime. No, it's not okay. That's something you do only after becoming a couple. But you let me touch you the other day, even though we weren't a couple then. Like that hug. That was an accident. Saying so, Usami turned her back in anger. An accident? Then what was that aggressiveness at the arcade about? As Sakuto stood perplexed, Usami glared back at him with flushed cheeks. If we become a couple, then touching might be. Well, I'll consider it. But if we're not, please don't touch me casually. Then Sakuto realized and nodded in understanding. They were in a hallway with people passing by. Engaging in couple-like behavior in such a place would certainly lead to unnecessary rumors. He realized Usami had spoken harshly as a precaution. How thoughtful she was. Sorry, I was wrong. Did you understand? If we're a couple, it's okay. But only if we're a couple. Usami deliberately emphasized the word couple. It seemed she was determined to signal to everyone around that they were not a couple. Sakuto thought that she was someone who meticulously maintained her character both inside and outside the school. I see, I understand. Then I won't ever touch you again. Yes? No. You're right. It's strange to touch each other if we're not a couple, and I'm sorry about earlier. Well then, I'm going first. I said it's okay if we're a couple. Are you listening? Hey, Takahashi-kun. Reflecting on his own shallowness, Sakuto headed to the art room section. The problem occurred during lunch break. As Sakuto was walking back to the classroom from the cafeteria, he noticed a crowd near the classroom of the first-year group. Despite the crowd, it was oddly quiet, and there was a tense atmosphere. Some were whispering to each other. What they all were looking at was down the hallway. Sakuto was somehow curious, so he joined the crowd to see what was happening. There, Usami and the student guidance teacher, Fuyuko Takebana, were facing each other. However, the atmosphere was tense and prickly, and the unease spread to the surrounding area. It seemed this was not just a casual conversation between a beautiful girl and a beautiful teacher. What's wrong with the ponytail? Usami unhappily spoke while pointing to her own head. In response, Takebana, embodying the role of a student guidance teacher, faced her with a firm attitude. Ponytails are against the school rules. Fix it immediately. But the school rules state that long hair should be tied or braided so as not to interfere with classes. There's no explicit ban on ponytails, is there? Usami countered logically. Sakuto thought it was impressive that she remembered the exact wording of the school rules. It seemed plausible for someone like Usami. That's a matter of interpretation. Besides, flashy hairstyles are prohibited is clearly stated. In other words, if a teacher deems it flashy, then it's flashy. Takebana was adamant. Sakuto wondered if she also remembered the school rules that well. Being in student guidance, it seemed likely, based on a teacher's view. That seems rather subjective only to Takebana-sensei, doesn't it? You're quite a talker. However, I cannot accept it. Essentially, in front of this crowd, they had started arguing their principles and were now in a situation where neither could back down easily. At any rate, Sakuto wanted to know more about how this started. He approached a pair of girls nearby. Excuse me. What's going on there? After class, Takebana-sensei started criticizing Usami-san's hairstyle. Yeah. And then Usami-san started arguing that ponytails aren't banned. Should I say she's rebelling? It does seem like an unreasonable reason, so maybe she's trying to argue her way out of it. Sakuto brought his hand to his mouth. So, that's the current situation. Confronting directly like this isn't the wisest choice. I knew she was strong-willed, but the question was how this standoff between the two would be resolved. For now, Sakuto had no intention of getting involved in the issue between Usami and Takebana. If Usami simply complied with the guidance, it should be over. That should be the end of it. Sakuto, intending to ignore what was happening and walk away, suddenly stopped when he heard whispers. Usami-san is being Usami-san. I don't know, she could just fix her hair and it would be over. Is she trying to look cool by standing up to Takebana? Maybe she thinks her ponytail is cute. Hearing these murmurs, his feet came to a halt. There's nothing good about drawing attention to yourself. Why does she have to stand out like this? It doesn't matter whether it's right or wrong. But then, suddenly, her voice echoed in Sakuto's ears. Why didn't you take it seriously? Her voice, those words, pierced sharply and deeply into Sakuto's heart. He thought it was strange. It seems that understanding isn't just a matter of the mind. Recalling those exchanged words with her, now those words took on a different meaning. Now he understood. Back then, she said those words with the courage to be disliked. Now he understood. She wasn't trying to argue for the sake of arguing. She was desperately standing up against what she saw as something unreasonable. Then, in Sakuto's mind, seriousness transformed into courage. Why didn't you have the courage? Eventually, Sakuto loosened his tie and headed towards Usami and Takabana. Then, he approached them calmly and said, "Takabana-sensei, thank you for your guidance the other day." He bowed neatly, surprising both Usami and Takabana with his sudden intervention. "What's this?" "You're Sakuto Takayashiki from class 1 to 3. No, don't you see? I'm in the middle of giving guidance right now." Takabana frowned as she spoke. Sorry. I just happened to see sensei," and even though he was being glared at, Sakuto returned a slight smile. Then, Takabana noticed something about Sakuto's chest. "Takayashiki, your tie is quite off." "Yes?" Sorry, I'll fix it right away." While pretending to adjust his tie, Sakuto caught a glimpse of Usami from the corner of his eye. She looked surprised yet also bewildered. "I have to resolve this situation. I just have no choice but to act." Sakuto had a plan in mind, having suddenly intruded during a guidance session. "Sorry, actually, I can't tie my tie myself." He played the role of a hopeless and clueless boy who was unable to read the room. He made sure to appear as foolish and comical as possible without adding fuel to the fire. "My goodness, how do you usually manage your tie?" "I live with my aunt, and she ties it for me." In reality, it was only because Mitsumi wanted to play house and he had indulged her in some role-playing a few times. But this was a convenient story for the moment. Whether the first phase of his plan had succeeded or not, Takabana looked completely dismayed. Now, Sakuto moved on to the second phase of his plan. "Living with your aunt?" "I see. What about your parents?" "There are some circumstances, so I live separately from my mother. My father is well, you don't need to say it." "Well, it can't be helped." Sakuto offered a smile as if to say, "This is the moment. I'm okay." "Really? Having a teacher like Takabana-sensei who is enthusiastic, loving, and kind-hearted towards students nearby really helps me." After showing one's own weakness to the person you want to negotiate with, the next step is to acknowledge their good points. This strategy makes it easier to convey your own requests and harder for the other party to refuse. This was a simple negotiation technique taught to Sakuto by Mitsumi, a skilled lawyer, to be used with older individuals. He had never thought he'd actually use it, but he did exactly that right now, and it seemed to be very effective. Takabana's expression softened as if she was touched by Sakuto's words. "I see. Well, I'm in the middle of giving guidance, but let me fix your tie for now." "Please do." Takabana stepped in front of Sakuto and gently pulled his tie towards her. Kindness had appeared in her eyes, perhaps revealing that she was a teacher easily moved by emotion. "All right, let's do this." She smoothly untied the tie. Takabana's hands moved skillfully as if she was used to doing this to her boyfriend. Sakuto's plan now was to leave the scene with Usami after this. He would suggest to Takabana that they should settle things peacefully, and then hopefully, Usami would agree to fix her ponytail if he sincerely asked her. Unfortunately, there was one major miscalculation here. Sakuto's plan now was to leave the scene with Usami after this. He would suggest to Takabana that they should settle things peacefully, and then hopefully, Usami would agree to fix her ponytail if he sincerely asked her. Unfortunately, there was one major miscalculation here. Wait a minute. An abrupt stop. Surprised, Sakuto looked over to see Usami. Her face flushed red and her eyes glaring sharply. "Takabana-sensei, what are you doing to Takayashiki-kun?" "I was just trying to fix his tie." "That's unfair." "No, I mean, only married or cohabiting couples should do that. Or only to men who have romantic feelings for you." "Is that so?" Sakuto was stunned. So that was how it was, and even now, she was still bringing up the couple theory. He wondered if she would soon say that a kiss would mean they were engaged. "What are you talking about? I was only trying to fix Takayashiki's tie." Sakuto hoped that was indeed the case. "Usami, according to your logic, it would mean I have feelings for Takayashiki? Is that wrong?" "No, of course not." And with that, the situation somehow became even more chaotic. Moreover, Sakuto couldn't move because Takabana was pulling his tie. This was a tricky situation, as Sakuto was stunned. "I'll do it instead." Before he could ask why, Usami also started pulling on his tie. "No, I should do it. It's my responsibility. It's student guidance, after all. No, I should do it, since we go to the same cram school and we're classmates." They started bringing up irrelevant reasons. The situation is getting completely out of control. Furthermore, Sakuto's neck was getting squeezed tighter every time the two argued. They seemed oblivious to this fact. Things were getting dire, for him. Stop, both of you, let go. Finally realizing what they were doing, the two let go after seeing Sakuto's face had turned pale. For now, he was glad that he at least managed to stop their argument. However, Sakuto learned that sticking your nose into others' business could literally end up choking you. After school that day, Sakuto received a very polite apology from Takabana in the staff room. He assured her it was okay and left the room. As he reached the entrance, Usami was there, holding her bag in both hands, leaning against the wall with a downcast face as if she was being scolded. "Usami-san?" Takahashi-kun. Seeing Sakuto's face, Usami shrank even smaller. She must be reflecting on the incident from lunchtime. Her hair, which had been in a ponytail, was back to its usual style, tied to the left. This somehow felt more comfortable for him. About what happened during lunch break. "I'm really sorry." "Oh, it's okay. It was my fault for suddenly intruding the two of you." "But, did you wait here just for me?" "Yes." Sakuto was unsure how to respond to the remorseful state, but he managed to give her a smile for the time being. "Why did you confront Takabana-sensei?" "Because it didn't make sense. There's no strict regulation on how to tie hair in the school rules, so I wanted to clarify the reason for the guidance. It didn't seem like something someone who stops by the arcade after school would say." He thought that she must have her own principles and rules, and she would obediently follow them as long as they made sense. Still, there must have been a smarter way to handle it. Like saying you'd fix it or just complying without arguing. Arguing like that in such a place only makes you stand out, right? "I see, so that's how it is." Usami seemed to understand something. "What do you mean?" "The midterm test results. You didn't want to stand out because you have reasons, so you deliberately didn't do your best. Is that it?" Sakuto was flustered and fell silent. Seeing his face, Usami looked apologetic again. "I'm sorry, I'm being too blunt again. You don't like this kind of thing, do you?" "It's a little different." He shook his head, but Sakuto's feelings were complicated. Being interested and being interfered with are different things. For now, he didn't want her to probe too deeply. He also didn't quite understand why she wanted to know so much about him. However, this was a good opportunity. He had been curious about something for a while and decided to ask her now. "What do you think about standing out, Usami-san? You know, since your grades are always at the top, and being an external student makes you stand out even more, right? In fact, it seems that there are rumors about you." He had chosen his words carefully but regretted it. It sounded like he was saying the rumors were bad. Moreover, it's awkward to admit that it's about himself. Then Usami gave a faint smile. "For me, I think standing out isn't necessarily bad, but sometimes it's scary. You know, I do worry about how people perceive me." Sakuto's smile abruptly faded. "Then why not try not to stand out from the beginning? No matter how hard you try, the nail that sticks out gets hammered down." His words, tinged with resignation, slipped out. "I don't think I can do that." "Why?" "I just hate to lose." Maybe it's also because I once heard that the nail that sticks out too much does not get hammered down. That choice means a hard way to live in society. Even if one sticks out too much, there will always be those who try to hammer them down. There probably is no end to it. Despite this awareness and her fear, Usami is deliberately choosing to move forward, describing it as hate to lose. But is that really the only reason? He thought it didn't seem to be the sole secret to her strength. You have quite a difficult personality trait, huh?" "Yes. But, this is who I am," Usami said mockingly to herself. "I've always been clumsy and not very cute." "Really, it's hopeless, isn't it?" "No, that's not true." "Usami-san, Is your determination to work hard just because of your competitive nature? Well, that's part of my inherent personality, but... She said this and started stroking the ribbon tied in her hair. Right now, there is someone who really needs to see my efforts. Just as Sakuto was about to ask who, he found himself unable to look away from her. It was as if he was being drawn deep into her eyes. He hurriedly turned his whole body away from her. Feeling as if he was the focus of Usami's intense gaze, Sakuto felt embarrassed by such delusion. He scolded himself for interpreting things too conveniently. Hey, about before. Never mind. What's wrong? When Takabana was fixing his tie, why did Usami offer to take her place? According to Usami's theory, the act of tying a man's tie is reserved for couples. Yet, why did she? He hesitated to put it into words. It might be interpreting things too conveniently, but if she's someone who sticks to her principles, then there could be a reason behind her actions. As Sakuto fumbled for words, Usami spoke up. Anyway, why did you intervene earlier? Oh, that was just somehow. Usami looked disappointed as she lowered her gaze. Somehow? I couldn't leave Usami-san alone. His voice trailed off, but Sakuto spoke without pretense. He tried to be honest, but wondered if he had repulsed her away. He thought that maybe showing courage is not the wisest thing to do sometimes. As he looked at her anxiously, her ears turned bright red. About what I just said. Thank you. For now, I have something to do, so I'll go first. She quickly changed her shoes and hurried home. Perhaps she was put off after all. Sakuto felt a bit dejected at that thought. However, he decided not to be ashamed of taking a step to honestly express his true feelings. Even if it was a big mistake now, he chose to believe it was a significant step towards something better next time. Chapter 4, Trying to Unravel. Well, after yesterday, what can I do for you today? It was after school on a Tuesday, the 31st, at the end of May, when the rainy season was about to begin. Sakuto and Takabana sat facing each other across a low table in the corner of the staff room in a simple space partitioned off as a consultation area. Voices of teachers could be heard over the partition. Even though it was his second time here, Sakuto was not quite used to such a place. He wanted to wrap things up quickly and leave. Once again, I'm sorry about yesterday. As you can see, Takabana bowed her head politely. It wasn't something to dwell on, and Sakuto, who had intentionally interfered with her guidance, also felt awkward. He wanted to put an end to this matter. Takabana-sensei, please raise your head. I'm not concerned about yesterday's matter anymore. I almost put you in this morning's newspaper. I thought it wouldn't end with just this. It's fine. If I were to appear in the morning newspaper, Sensei would be there with me. Their positions were different, but he thought at least it was good that it didn't happen. Is today about continuing the apology? No. There's something I want to ask you. Takabana crossed her legs. Actually, it's about Chikage Usami. Well, I don't know how to say it. What is it? Are you close with her? For a moment, Sakuto wondered in what sense she was asking but calmly shook his head. No, we just started talking recently. I see. Recently? Takabana hesitated, uncharacteristically hesitant to speak her mind. It felt frustrating not knowing what she wanted to ask, but Sakuto waited in silence for her next words. Then Takabana spoke in a slightly reluctant tone. What do you think about Chikage Usami? Like, in a romantic way? Who asked you about that? No, I mean, given the way you said it. No, that's not it. Sorry. My phrasing was bad. Takabana sank into her chair and put a hand to her forehead. It's about character assessment. Character assessment? Takabana crossed her arms and recrossed her legs while saying yes. Well, she's the top student, first in her grade. Seems like an amazing person. Anything else? She's diligent and hardworking. Well, it seems she argues when things don't make sense to her. I've heard she's competitive too. And then, suddenly, Sakuto remembered Usami smiling at the arcade. But, well, that's about it, I guess, he said, evasively. On the day Sakuto was caught by Takabana, he never mentioned her name until the end. He told her he came alone and had no friends. It wasn't exactly a lie, but somehow he felt more guilty. Perhaps it's because Sakuto has started to recognize Takebana not as a bad person but as someone who is simply dedicated to her work. He had promised Usami to keep what happened at the arcade a secret too, so he couldn't mention that. So, what did you really want to ask? The hidden side of Chikage Usami. Hearing this, Sakuto thought he had inadvertently gotten himself involved in something troublesome. Well, actually, there are such rumors. Haven't you heard from any friends? I don't have friends. I see. Sorry. I see. The damn pair filled the consultation space. Unable to bear the sudden silence, Sakuto spoke first. If you don't mind, can I ask what kind of rumors you heard? For example, wearing her uniform loosely and wandering around the station, eating a hamburger while wearing headphones, seen entering an arcade. Sakuto felt a sudden fear, as too many things seemed to fit the description. In fact, most of it was true. Those rumors cannot be completely dismissed. Then there's walking around with a doll in tow, or answering the phone with "I'm right behind you." Things like that. Sensei, the last two sound like urban legends mixed in. I don't want to believe the last two either. It's up to you. You don't have to believe in such things. I guess rumors are just rumors. Ridiculous. I see. Is that why you came to the arcade that day? You noticed? I went to check if the rumors were true, and then I found you there. I'm really sorry about that. Takebana smiled wryly. It's okay. It's over now, but still, I'm curious about Chikage Usami. Yesterday's situation was actually to observe her while criticizing the ponytail. So that was the reason for the seemingly unreasonable situation. Sakuto felt sorry for interfering with Takebana but also awkward due to the arcade incident. I see. So, how was it? Takebana frowned. She's quite the smooth talker. Is it a case of dislike of one's own kind? Sakuto thought with dismay that a day might come when a giant boomerang would return to hit her. Well, anyway, if the rumors were true, I'd have to guide her as part of my job. Sorry for taking your valuable time. No, that's fine. But, I have a question for Takebana-sensei as well. What is it? Why is Takebana-sensei so dedicated to student guidance? What do you mean? It's good to be dedicated. But don't you worry about being disliked by students for being too strict? He simply wanted to ask that. Earlier, he summed it up as dislike of one's own kind, but Takebana is similar to Usami. She has a kind of conviction, a refusal to bend her principles or beliefs. Even if it's part of her job, he wondered where the mentality to guide without fearing being disliked comes from. He wanted to hear it from Takebana herself. Because it's my job. Do you mean because you get paid for it? That's part of it, but that's not the only reason. After saying that, Takebana smiled lightly and didn't answer him any further. Leaving the school, Sakuto headed straight to the arcade in front of the station. His purpose wasn't to play games but to meet Usami, hoping to convince her to stop frequenting the arcade. Even if that was impossible, he thought he should at least tell her about the strange rumors circulating and how they might be causing her trouble. He searched from the first to the second floor but couldn't find Usami. Just as he reached the entrance, boo! Suddenly, a loud voice came from right behind him. Turning around, there was Usami, dressed casually just like the other day. Hey, did I surprise you? No, did I startle you? Well, a little. In fact, Sakuto had been aware of someone approaching from behind him. Rather, it's natural to be on guard when someone stands right behind you. So, what did you want to do? As he asked her in dismay, Usami giggled with a teehee. I wanted to surprise you. Actually, I spotted Takahashi-kun earlier and hid. Ah, I see. But it didn't work, did it? Takahashi-kun, you really don't get flustered, do you? It's not like that. I was a little surprised. Usami put her right index finger to her lips and looked up. Kind but also able to feign kindness. Seemingly indecisive but actually the type to control others. Control? What do you mean? Usami smiled and started explaining with her index finger raised. Because, just now, you only made a surprised face reflexively, right? You weren't really surprised, but you pretended to be, thinking it would be rude not to show a reaction to the person who tried to surprise you. Am I wrong? Sakuto felt a chill. She was smart, and her intuition was very sharp, he thought. But the situation was slightly different. Sakuto's reaction is not about being polite, it's about him choosing the most appropriate or expected response as a normal person would in that situation. He had learned it as a technique for what constitutes a normal response. Effectively, it was pretending to be surprised as she said, "You're not wrong, but not exactly correct either. You make it sound so difficult." Usami said this with a hint of dejection but soon smiled again. "I mean, isn't that kind of thing tiring? Tiring? Adapting to others and being considerate in communication. I think the concept of being equal to everyone is difficult. Ideal, but very challenging. I think Takahashi-kun is an earnest person, but I find having such relationships constraining and not really my thing." He felt a chill again. This time, it felt like a sharp blade was carved into his heart. She was using a lot of words between the lines, but he understood what she was trying to say. Rather, her words were not general opinions or her own views but something directed solely at Sakuto alone. She was frighteningly sharp. He wondered how much she could see him. These weren't the kind of psychologically suggestive words that a fortune teller might use, applicable to anyone. They were words that seemed to have seen through Sakuto's past to his present. Could she also see his future? Thinking this, what lay behind her smile suddenly became terrifying. "Usami-san, you're thinking about difficult things, aren't you?" "I don't see it that way." "Why is that?" "People aren't like mirrors facing each other. For me, they're more like jigsaw puzzles, with some degree of misalignments. And maybe it's fun because of the effort to try to fit those misalignments together." Usami puffed up her cheeks, seemingly unamused. "I feel like I've been lectured." "You're like a school teacher. It's just an exchange of opinions." "Takahashi-kun, are you a realist? And you, surprisingly, are a romanticist?" At that, both burst out laughing simultaneously. Then, Usami took Sakuto's right hand with a smile. His hand was guided to her left cheek. Feeling his warmth, she smiled happily. "I like this hand. Jigsaw puzzles. It's like this, right? This hand feels like it was always meant to fit here." Sakuto felt his heart jump inside. This was somewhat not good. I had decided that I would never touch you again." Had she forgotten their previous interaction about the time in the school corridor when he almost touched her left ear like this? But Usami tightened her grip on his hand. She didn't seem likely to let go. "That's sad." Her expression changed from one of coquetry to one of sadness. Sakuto felt as if his heart was being gripped tightly. "You don't have to be afraid." "What?" "It's scary not to understand, right? Change and confrontation are painful, aren't they? Loneliness, fear, suffering, they're all overwhelming, but if we touch each other like this, it will ease the pain." He felt on the verge of being frightened. It's as if he's being seen through and through, as if he's being told that it's okay to expose what's inside his heart. Really, how much can she see? No, it's not just that. Those words just now, they seem to be directed somewhat at Usami herself. Maybe she feels lonely, scared, and suffers. Perhaps she's trying to alleviate her pain through the warmth of physical contact with others. Like a small bird seeking a perch, she seems to be searching for a place of solace. Then, Usami suddenly brightened up. "Okay, that's enough of the heavy talk. Let's go." "Yes?" "Where to?" "To the arcade again. I'm out for revenge this time." Wait a minute." Sakuto finally remembered the reason he came here. "What's wrong? Aren't you coming?" "There's something I want to tell Usami-san first." I see. The rumors about me." They moved to a bench in the waiting area inside the station, where Sakuto and Usami sat side by side. "I wonder, did I cause any trouble?" "Yes." "To whom?" Usami shook her head with a wry smile. Sakuto, noticing her sudden drop in mood, spoke with consideration. "Well, it's troublesome when weird rumors circulate at school, right? Especially in Usami-san's case, since you stand out. Is that because of my good grades?" "It's not just that. It's also your." It feels awkward to tell her directly that her appearance is also the reason she stands out. Seeing her looking puzzled, Sakuto gives a wry smile. "Considering the incident with Takabana-sensei yesterday, it's probably better to avoid the arcade for a while. But that's the only place with an INS-3 machine." Usami looked up at the ceiling, seemingly in deep thought. No. There are others. Where is that? Wow, you're really eager. She doesn't seem to have learned her lesson. Sakuto smiles bitterly, a little disappointed. For now, it's better to stop hanging around this area. All right. I shouldn't cause trouble for others. Sigh. Usami said reluctantly, but she didn't specify whom she might trouble. He thought she was referring to her family or parents. Sakuto glanced at her feet while thinking this. Her legs were swinging, somewhat childlike and restless. Despite this, she occasionally shows sharpness, instantly becoming more adult-like. This contrasts with the face she shows at school, leaving him feeling somewhat mystified. Oh, that's right. Remembering something he wanted to ask previously at the arcade but didn't, Sakuto decided to ask it now. Usami-san, are you playing the role of an honest student at school? Usami looked up at the ceiling again. It seems to be her habit when she's thinking. Well, I am actually an honest student, but... She called herself an honest student, but there was no arrogance or sarcasm in her voice. It sounded objective, almost as if she was talking about someone else. Hey, which one do you prefer, Takahashi-kun? Yes? School me or this one? Now it was Sakuto's turn to ponder, but after thinking it through, he realized there was no need to separate them. I think both are good. What? Isn't that just being greedy? Why not? Because the question now is, which type do you prefer? Type. You can't just spring that question on me like a sudden game of rock paper scissors. Sakuto felt embarrassed and struggled to respond to her question. I mean, both are attractive in their own way, I guess. So in the end, both, huh? However, you, or rather, the you that I meet outside, I can't take my eyes off you. Why? It's like you're a bit of a danger. Well, that's part of it. And I can't just leave you alone. Do you do that kind of thing, like what you did to me with other guys? The acts of letting others touch her cheeks or ears, which he referred to as marking, or hugging, are not particularly good. If it were with someone else, it could lead to a major problem. It's okay. I only show and allow that side of me to people that I like. So, it means she likes me. Being told that made him feel somewhat embarrassed. Or do I seem that easygoing to you? Do I look easy to get? I don't think so. You have your serious side too, so I wouldn't say that. As he answered seriously, Usami chuckled. People do become more relaxed and easygoing with someone they like, right? Is that so? Want to try it? No, I'll pass. He politely declined, and she chuckled again. It seemed to be a joke. Well, if you're a guy, maybe you'd prefer the school me? Kind of like a tsundere. He couldn't help but smile wryly at that. It depends on the person, doesn't it? Well, if we're talking about this version of Usami-san. Yes, I want to hear it. I want to hear. Don't rush me. I'm choosing my words carefully right now. You don't have to worry about that. Still, choosing the right words is important. He blurted it out too directly last time and messed up. He needs to avoid making the same mistake. After a bit of thought, he organized his words and began speaking. It's like being given a difficult problem suddenly. Eh? What do you mean? That doesn't sound very positive. No. I mean it in a good way. Solving a problem and finding the answer can be enjoyable. The process of solving it, the time spent thinking deeply. Maybe that's the feeling? This side of Usami-san has that kind of mysterious allure. Usami smiled brightly but blushed. It was more of a testing smile than a joke. So, Takahashi-kun wants to know more about me? Well, to sum it up, maybe something like that. Usami took his hand and gently placed it on her cheek. She closed her eyes, feeling the warmth of his hand and rubbing it against her cheek. Then, try to unravel me. Yes? I think you can do it. Takahashi-kun. Unravel all of me, even the deepest, unseen parts of my heart. She spoke in a relaxed tone and finally guided his hand to her left ear. It was her so-called charm to ensure no misunderstanding. After that, Usami showed her usual bright smile. Now, should we head home for today? Section. After seeing Usami off at the station, Sakuto looked at his right hand. The warmth and the feel of her cheeks still lingered. Maybe this was the effect of her marking, he thought. Twin talk to the person each other likes. I'm home. When Hikari returned home, Chikage came rushing to the entrance dressed in an apron. "Hey, Hi-chan. You went to the arcade again, didn't you?" Chikage glared at Hikari and standing imposingly with a ladle in hand. "Just needed a change of scenery. A change of scenery." "Huh? Hi-chan? What is it? You seem down. Are you okay?" Chikage spoke with concern, but Hikari didn't have the energy to smile and pretend everything was fine. It wasn't so much feeling down as it was a dazed sensation. She had been thinking about her encounter with Sakuto at the station all the way home. It was a new sensation for Hikari, and she hadn't realized she appeared so downcast that Chikage would worry. "I don't really understand, but yeah. Well, I guess I'm okay." "Really?" "Yeah. Anyway, Chi-chan, I'm sorry about everything until now." Suddenly apologized to. Chikage became even more worried. It didn't seem like a joke. Hikari genuinely seemed remorseful. Sensing the mood getting heavier, Chikage hurriedly put on a smile. "Eh? What for? I can think of too many things, so I'm not sure which one." "Ha ha ha. Various things. Especially about going to the arcade." "I see, you're feeling sorry about that." "Yeah. Today I heard that a strange rumor was spreading around school, and I really felt sorry." "A strange rumor?" The two moved to the living room and sat on the sofa to talk in depth. After hearing everything from Hikari, Chikage gently smiled. "I see. So the fact that Hi-chan was going to the arcade had become a rumor about me?" "Yeah, sorry." "No. It turns out it wasn't my rumor after all, so I'm not worried about it." "I don't really care about rumors anyway." Seeing Hikari this downcast was rare, so Chikage spoke carefully. "Really? So, can I go to the arcade again from tomorrow?" "What did you say?" "Sorry, I really regret it." Hikari shrank under Chikage's glare, knowing that she's truly frightening when angry. "So, where did you hear that rumor?" "About that, I've recently become close with a boy." "Eh? Really?" "Yeah. We've only met like twice, but he's the one who told me." As she said this, Hikari's cheeks reddened. "Probably. This close boy is someone important to Hikari." Chikage, who is not usually proactive in her own love life, does not dislike these kinds of love stories. Especially since Hikari, who never used to pay attention to boys, probably likes this person. As her sister, Chikage is quite curious. Who could have captivated her sister like this? "Hey, what's he like?" Maybe someone who understands heartache." "What?" "Someone who makes me feel safe when I'm with him." Because he understands heartache, they can empathize and feel secure with each other. That's why Hikari wants to be with him more, to connect more. It's not about understanding each other intellectually but about wanting to connect heart to heart. "How about you, Chi-chan?" "Huh? Me?" Caught off guard, Chikage's face turned bright red. "He was someone you met at grammar school, right?" "Since you changed your course of study to follow him, it seems like there might be some progress soon, doesn't it?" "Yeah, there was some progress, maybe." "Really? Like what?" "Like what?" Hugged. Although it was an accident." What else?" "What else?" He protected me and said he couldn't leave me alone. But this was after she nearly strangled him with his necktie." "Why are you speaking using questions?" Because sometimes facts and truth are different." "Please understand." Yeah, I kind of get it. Ha. It seems things aren't going quite as planned." Plus, Hikari realized that Chikage must have made some major mistake. "I need to try harder too." "Hi-chan is cute, so you'll be fine." "Chi-chan is cuter, so you're the one that will be fine. Come on." With that, Hikari playfully nudged Chikage. Stop it." Chikage tried to escape from the tickling, but she soon found herself smiling. Her sister is overly affectionate even after becoming a high school student, but Chikage doesn't dislike it. Then, Hikari suddenly stopped her hand. Right? What's wrong?" "The person I currently like, he's probably popular. And that means?" "That means he's a wonderful person. There must be other girls who would fall for him like I did. So I need to get even closer to him." Chikage laughs in disbelief as she watches Hikari's flustered face. "That's important, I think, but how will you get closer?" 5 times the usual skinship. "Stop it. You'll totally scare him away." "Is that so?" Chikage feels it's silly to be seriously worried about this, but she sees some logic in Hikari's point. Previously, She had set a rule for Sakuto that they could only touch if they became a couple. That strategy might have been a mistake. Being too reserved might make her less appealing. Chie-chan, you need to get your crush quickly, or someone else will take him away. Oh, okay. I'll try going for double the usual effort. And so, the twins, still unaware they both have feelings for the same person, ended their conversation. Chapter 5, An Unexpected Invitation. On the morning of Wednesday, June 1st, Sakuto overslept a little. His head nodded off on the train, still feeling drowsy. It felt as if half of his body was still buried in a hazy dream. Tried to unravel it. After returning home, a big aftermath hit late at night. Lying in bed with his eyes closed, he felt restless. His eyes were wide awake, his throat parched. He drank water in the kitchen, then lay down in bed again. He blamed the discomfort on the futon and pushed it to the foot of the bed, but then it was too cold to sleep. Thus, as the hours passed, 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock, and as it began to brighten outside the window, Sakuto finally fell asleep. Then he only managed to sleep for about 2 hours. His aunt Mitsumi was surprised by his pale complexion. Worried, she suggested he skip school if he felt unwell, but Sakuto refused, saying he was fine. At that moment, he felt a little awkward, probably because he couldn't explain the reason for his lack of sleep, unnecessarily worrying her. Suddenly, Sakuto looked out of the train window. The morning sun was intensely pouring through the gap in the lowered sunshade, occasionally blocked by buildings and utility poles. It brought moments of darkness with its deep shadows. The intervals of light and shadow quickened, crossing each other multiple times. Was the train moving? Or was the scenery moving? Such an illusion struck him. The only thing he knew for sure was that light and shadow coexisted in this world at the same time. As he was about to change his shoes at the entrance and head to the classroom, Sakuto suddenly stopped. Usami was standing in the same place as the day of the tie incident after school. Holding her bag with both hands, she leaned against the wall, looking determined yet anxious, a different expression from the sullen one when being scolded. Usami-san? Takahashi-kun. When he called out, Usami looked at Sakuto's face with surprise, but she quickly averted her gaze. After what happened yesterday, Sakuto also felt somewhat awkward. Are you, perhaps, not getting enough sleep? You look a little pale. Ahaha. Yeah, a bit sleep deprived. Usami-san, you're all red, aren't you? What? Am I? Usami said awkwardly, covering her cheeks with her hands. Do you need something from me? Well. Her cheeks turned even redder, and her eyes darted around restlessly. She seemed to be battling embarrassment. Feeling a bit impatient but waiting, Sakuto let Usami gather her thoughts. Could you come to the courtyard after school today? At Usami's bashful gesture and demeanor, Sakuto's heart fluttered for a moment. You know, I have something to talk to you about after school today, Sakuto. Suddenly, memories from junior high school flashed in his mind, and it felt like his heart hit the brakes. What's wrong? Nothing. After school? Got it. Usami looked at Sakuto's face, worried. You look even paler than before. No. I'm fine. I'll see you later in the courtyard after school. Sakuto said just that and hurried off to the classroom, leaving a puzzled Usami behind. He wanted to believe this time it was different. However, it seems the past is always with him. During lunch break, Sakuto was absent-mindedly thinking about this morning while having lunch in the cafeteria. Maybe because of the lack of sleep, he didn't have much appetite. On a day like this, it's unfortunate that today's daily special lunch is the student's favorite chicken nanban set. Normally, he would have enjoyed it, but he was too preoccupied with the thoughts of Usami. And then, there was the girl he had resolved not to meet again, the one he had put the brakes on his heart for. And that's when a shadow fell over him. Is it okay if I sit here? Before Sakuto could give permission, Takebana from student guidance was already sitting across his table. Sakuto quickly checked the reactions of those around him. It seemed less conspicuous than he thought. Are you worried about the surroundings? No. Well, it's just that it's my first time having a meal with sensei, so I'm a bit surprised. Seeing Sakuto's reaction, Takebana chuckled. I think it's okay not to mind, but I guess boys your age are conscious of it. You knew that and still sat down her? Yes. I wanted to see your reaction. Looking at Takabana's tray, it was a grilled fish set. Perhaps she was conscious of her diet on a regular basis. More importantly, Sakuto was concerned about why she was involved with himself like this. Is it about Usami-san's matter from yesterday? If it's about Usami-san. No. It's not about Usami. I wanted to talk about you today. About me? What is it? Why did you hold back in the recent midterm exams? Taken aback by the blunt question, Sakuto was surprised. Hold back? Yes. Why did you intentionally get a low score? This assumption in her tone must come from some kind of certainty. That's why she came to check his reaction. Sakuto braced himself while trying to appear calm. Why do you think so? I compared your midterm exam answer sheets with those of others. The rumor that copies are kept for analysis of correct answer rates and to prevent cheating seemed to be true. Putting that aside, the fact that his answers were compared is problematic. He might have been found out. In all subjects, only the last 3 questions were left blank. Consistently 3 questions. And the rest were all correct. Is that why you think I held back? More like a calculation. Each question is worth 1 to 3 points, and since there are no 4-point questions, scoring below 90 is impossible. So, your scores range from 97 to 91 points. Even if that's the case, why aim for the 90s? It's not like scoring below 80 would. Scores reflect 90% of your grade. In our school, scoring in the 90s and submitting assignments diligently means a grade of 9 or 10 out of 10, or 5 out of 5. Oh, by the way, at this rate, you're perfectly qualified as a full scholarship student based on academic merit. Rest assured. Sakuto was taken aback by Takabana's sharpness. But this was different from Usami. Takabana was purely logical. Rather than stimulating the senses, she spoke in a way that felt like being slowly strangled with a silk thread. Quite troublesome. Takabana didn't seem to be someone swayed by superficial results like rankings or scores. By the way, the marking done by each subject teacher isn't shared among all the teachers in detail, like where and how mistakes were made. The only ones who really know the results are the students who get their answer sheets back. I see, you smartly exploited this loophole in our system, didn't you? There's a loophole that can hardly be called a loophole in the process after the test results are scored. The teacher in charge of tallying the scores only receives the points marked by each subject teacher. The exchange of answer sheets is directly between the subject teacher who marked it and the student. The answer sheets are not shared among the teachers after scoring. There's simply no need for it. He thought no teacher would bother comparing a student's answer sheets across all subjects. However, he mentioned a loophole that can hardly be called a loophole because there's no benefit for a student in lowering their score. While there are students obsessed with raising their scores, there are basically none who intentionally lower them. That's why Sakuto was even more anxious. Takabana had realized something about him, albeit still conjectural at this stage. Intentionally not answering the last 3 questions in all subjects. In other words, you held back. Why would I do that? There's no benefit for me, right? It's because of the ranking list! Exclamation mark. You don't want to score high and be exposed in front of everyone. The attention from others fades from the top rank down. So being around 8th place was just right. Am I wrong? Takabana spoke like a true detective, unraveling the case and gradually approaching the truth. It was somewhat discomforting. I just ran out of time. From the student who scored first in the nation in 9th grade? Had she researched that much, even though she wasn't his homeroom teacher? It's frightening to think she might have dug up his junior high school history. The content in junior high school is different from high school. Even if, hypothetically, what sensei says is true, would that be considered cheating? Takabana's expression darkened. No, it's not cheating. It's not right, though. That sounds like the same thing. What I meant by not right was not pointed at you. Never mind. Oh, I'm running out of time. Takabana didn't pursue the matter further and silently continued eating. However, a certain vegetable was being pushed to the side of her plate, along with fish bones. It was the carrot included in the side dish of simmered hijiki seaweed. Takayashiki, you like carrots, right? Here, Take it. Don't be shy. I won't eat it. And don't assume what I like, please. Is that so? She hummed softly in front of the carrots. Takabana-sensei, are we done talking? Can I ask just one more thing? What is it? Takabana gave up on the carrots and put down her chopsticks. You were 20 minutes late on the day of the entrance exam, weren't you? Yes. Well, you entered during the first period of the Japanese language exam. The reason was the delay of the train due to heavy snow and an accident, right? Is that correct? It is, for the most part. Sakuto recalled that day's events with a wry smile. I was just grateful to be allowed to take the exam at the last minute. It was a case that deserved consideration. But, are you really glad you chose to attend this school? What do you mean? Just as I said. Really? Didn't you have any other high school you wanted to attend? Moving away from your parents to live with your aunt. I'm curious why you were so determined to come here. It was a more fundamental question than before. He thought this was probably what Akabane most wanted to ask. Sakuto let out another wry smile. Well, the cafeteria food is the best, and you should eat your carrots, you know? I know, but I just can't stand them. It made him wonder how much this carrot-disliking person knew. Her knowledge seemed to be a mix of fragmented information and conjecture. The timeline was scattered, and characters were missing. With just this, it probably didn't make much sense. Yet, maybe in Takabana's mind, a whole story had formed. Comedy and tragedy. It's a story that could go either way, depending on the writer. Section. Under a clear sky that everyone wished would continue until July, Sakuto finished his preparations to go home and headed to the school courtyard. A pleasant breeze was still blowing. It was the perfect day for a meeting up after school. He almost thought Usami had intentionally chosen a day like this. In the courtyard, there were about 6 benches, and Usami was sitting on one of them. With nervous anticipation, Sakuto took a deep breath and approached her. Usami-san, sorry to keep you waiting. Takahashi-kun. No, I just came here a few minutes ago. Please, sit next to me. Invited to sit, Sakuto sat down next to Usami. It was somewhat awkward to be side by side, but perhaps it was better than facing each other. Thank you for coming. Sure. So, what did you want to talk about? Yes. Usami seemed to need a moment to prepare herself, still blushing and looking down. Maybe it was because they were in the school courtyard. The atmosphere was completely different from yesterday at the arcade and the station. Perhaps it was her hesitation to speak while maintaining her honor student image, or simply, it was just hard to start. As he waited while thinking about these things, she finally spoke up. Takahashi-kun. Yes? Are you free this Saturday, Takahashi-kun? Oh, I guess I'm free. Then. Would you like to go out with me? Your Japanese sounds a bit off. Well, never mind that. Realizing what she was implying, his heartbeat quickened even more. You mean, you want us to go out together? It's definitely not a date. Usami turned bright red and flustered. Yeah, I didn't say it's a date. But why? That's because, well, there are things that are hard to talk about at school, and since we've gotten to know each other, I thought it would be nice to become friends. Seeing someone more flustered than himself somehow made him feel calm. Looking at her, he found it rather endearing. Yeah, sure. Let's go out. What? Really? Yeah. But are you sure, Usami-san? Yes? About what? Usami's happy face suddenly turned puzzled. You know, if we go out together, people might think it's a date and get the wrong idea. I thought you didn't want that. I don't mind. You don't mind? Usami looked around like a small animal peeking out of a hole, cautious of her surroundings. Takahashi-kun, are you okay with it? Even if people misunderstand and think we're a couple. Her voice trailed off, but he listened to the end and replied, yeah. Well, to be honest, I don't really like rumors or standing out. I see. No, I mean, not like that. Seeing Usami's disappointment, he hurried to correct himself. Lately, thanks to Usami-san, I've started to think that what matters is how I feel about things. How I feel about things. Remember what you said before? About being afraid of what people think of you. Sakuto clasped his hands as if praying. I thought that sometimes you have to have the courage to face things. I don't really like rumors or standing out. But, A nail that sticks out doesn't always get hammered down. You taught me that it's okay not to be afraid." While saying this, Sakuto smiled warmly. Usami's cheeks turned crimson, and she gazed back at Sakuto directly. At that moment, her expression seemed even more beautiful. He really thinks Usami is beautiful. Being rumored about with such a beautiful person might be interesting in its own way. If she's not bothered by it, then going out together should be fine. Going out with her, talking a lot, getting to know each other better, even if they're not a couple, even if people misunderstand them as one. He wants to take that step forward and know more about her. He's not sure if he can do it. But I want to unravel her. I also want to go out with Usami-san because I want to know more about you. So, he decided to follow my heart. You? What's wrong? It's nothing. Usami, covering her mouth, turned so red it seemed steam might come out of her head. Her eyes moist as if she might cry any moment. Sakuto felt somewhat embarrassed too. He hadn't expected her to be so happy. But now he hoped this would lead to a more natural and conversational relationship. It might be difficult for a while, though. Afterward, they exchanged phone numbers and Lime IDs. Chikage appeared on a friend's screen, and a cute cat stamp with "Nice to meet you" was pasted on the chat screen. "So, I'll contact you later about the time and place? Okay. Oh, by the way." "Yes?" Sakuto, feeling a bit shy, shoved his hand with the phone into his pocket. "Do you want to walk to the station together?" Why yes. They walked together to the station. About a 10-minute walk, but Sakuto hardly remembered what they talked about. He felt they might have talked about school, their junior school tutoring days, but honestly, he was so nervous that he hardly took any of it in. Walking side by side, making small talk, occasionally stopping, then walking again, just these simple things, yet being together made the world seem so different. The streets during the bothersome rush hour that usually was just a nuisance seemed lively and colorful today. Chapter 6. What was revealed. The day to go out with Usami was approaching. It was Friday, June 3rd. After school that day, Sakuto finished his day duty and school and headed home later than usual. He hadn't met Usami in person since then, but their Lime conversations continued. He opened the chat screen while waiting at the stoplight. After scrolling 3 or 4 times upward with his thumb, he quickly reached the "Nice to meet you" cat stamp on 6/1, Thursday. He thought it was an easy date to remember. The conversations up to today mostly revolved around each other's hobbies and favorite things, interspersed with greetings like good night and good morning. It seems Usami likes cooking. She packs her lunch on weekdays and even prepares dinner for her family. It is a painful reminder for Sakuto, who feels he should also actively help out his busy aunt. Also, she occasionally goes to the movie theater. While not a hardcore movie fan, Sakuto wants to watch the movies she recommends. It would be fun to have something in common to talk about. Apart from that, the messages were rather plain, and replies were often delayed. Optimistically, it meant she carefully pondered each word and phrase. Her serious and meticulous nature seemed to show through in these messages. Sakuto also tried not to burden Usami, avoiding sending long, drawn-out messages. He thought something like this was just the right balance for both of them. After all, they were meeting in person tomorrow, and it would be a shame to diminish the anticipation. That's right. Sakuto realized he was enjoying this. These Lime conversations, learning about Usami, imagining her, and looking forward to going out with her tomorrow. He was lost in such thoughts when the signal turned green. He closed the chat screen, stuffed his smartphone into his pocket, and hurriedly crossed the pedestrian crossing as the signal began to flash. As he resumed walking towards the station, what vaguely came to mind was Usami's bright smile at the arcade. Speaking of which, he had completely forgotten about it. From what he saw at the arcade, Usami seemed like quite a gamer, but strangely, they only talked about smartphone games on Lime, and she doesn't play them that often, not even mentioning Ansem. Sakuto had completely forgotten to bring that up, but still, saying she doesn't play much. Usami-san is humble, Sakuto thought, considering she had once fiercely competed with hardcore Ansem fans. She must be really concerned about the loss last time. He wanted to play against her again someday. While thinking about this, Sakuto reached the area in front of the station and suddenly stopped. "Is that Usami-san?" He saw Usami with two men in front of the arcade. One wore a knit cap, and the other had long hair. They were the guys he had seen before inside the arcade. Although he was too far to hear their voices, the man in the knit cap seemed concerned about the arcade. The long-haired man, looking bored and fiddling with his phone, had his feet pointed towards the arcade, seemingly eager to go there. It looked more like Usami was being challenged to a match rather than being hit on, and she seemed troubled and annoyed by their persistence. Just when she's changed her mind, they shouldn't be inviting her. Due to the rumors, Usami had reasons not to go to the arcade for the time being. With so many people around, it might start another strange rumor if someone from school saw this. While thinking this, Sakuto headed towards the trio section. "Like I said, it's not me." "Who is Koto-kyan?" "You've got the wrong person. Just cut it out and come inside. Let's have a match with us, Koto-kyan." "Look, if you keep insisting, I'll really call that guy Usami." Chikage became frustrated and retorted, to which the man in the knit cap snorted through his nose. "That guy? You mean that boyfriend from the other day?" "Boyfriend? Whose boyfriend?" Chikage furrowed her brows. "I mean, weren't you all friendly at the arcade before, right?" "Oh, well, I guess." "But seriously, that guy was too much. Even I'd fall for someone that strong." "Who are you talking about?" "I'm not dating anyone yet," Chikage firmly denied, and then thought of Sakuto. They weren't dating, but she was going out with him tomorrow. Her saying not yet was due to her expectation for the future, something like pride. Then, the comparatively calm long-haired man tilted his head and spoke up. "Hey, I think we've got the wrong person." The knit-capped man took a moment to calmly look at Chikage. "What? Is that so?" "No. I thought it was her though. She says she's not the person, and, like, the vibe, the way she dresses and talks. Doesn't she seem too serious like this?" "Well, true. His girlfriend was more cheerful. I guess we've got the wrong person." Chikage realized that they had mistaken her for the girlfriend of this guy they were talking about. It was a case of the wrong person from the beginning, and it was becoming annoying for her. While thinking this, she touched the ribbon tying her hair on the left as usual, but then her fingers grasped at her. "What are?" "Wait a minute." Her ribbon had disappeared at some point. She was sure it was there when she left school, but now only the hair tie she usually wore under the ribbon was left on her hair. "So that's why they mistook me for someone else?" "No. More importantly." Chikage was completely flustered. That ribbon was very important to her. "If you've realized that you've mistaken me for someone else, then I'll be..." Just as she was about to hastily return to school to search for her ribbon. "His name was Takayashiki, right?" "I think so." Hearing the name that came out of the knit-capped man's mouth, Chikage's feet stopped. She involuntarily turned towards them, saying, "What?" "Yeah, something like that. It was an unusual name." "Huh?" "Sorry. Can I ask you something?" The two men were taken aback by Chikage's assertive tone. "What kind of person is this Takayashiki?" The man in the knit cap opened his mouth awkwardly. "Well, I think he goes to the same school as you, judging from the uniform. And, he looks sleepy and thin. Does he often come to this arcade?" No. I think I've seen him around twice." "Right?" Yeah." The long-haired man opened his mouth awkwardly when he was suddenly asked something like that. He seemed really close with his girlfriend. "But that's not you, right?" Lost for words, her expression gradually became blank. Hikari's words suddenly echoed in her ears. "Chie-chan, you need to get your crush quickly, or someone else will take him away." She was aware that women who are passive don't attract much attention. She thought she had tried to move forward in her own way. Despite that, she felt as if she was frozen in place in the midst of a long rain and unable to move right now. As her body and heart grew colder, she couldn't stop shaking. "Sorry for the misunderstanding. Then, we'll be going now." The two men were about to leave with awkward smiles, but suddenly, tears unexpectedly started streaming down Chikage's face. What's this?" Chikage, momentarily confused about what was happening to her, was bewildered. Then, seeing her own tears falling, she finally realized she was crying, as the emotions she had been holding back overflowed from within her. Chikage broke down crying before she could even understand what she was feeling. Wait, what? What happened? Why are you crying? The two uncomfortable men started to look around, and then there, Usami-san. Chikage saw Sakuto. Usami-san, what's wrong? Are you okay? No. This is, kind of. You see this. Ignoring the flustered men, Sakuto rushed to Chikage. Usami. She began crying even more, making it seem unlikely that he could get any information from her. Sakuto silently glared at the men. Then the men exchanged awkward glances. We didn't mean to. Okay? Yeah. Sakuto stepped in front of Usami, shielding her with his back. But it's true that she was bothered. Please stop inviting her to the arcade. Sakuto's tone was stronger than usual. Sorry. We really didn't mean it like that. Then, we'll be going now. The two men entered the arcade. Then Sakuto scratched the back of his neck in frustration. I should calm Usami-san down first before asking her about it. As Sakuto looked towards Usami, Usami-san, are you okay? Suddenly, something leapt into Sakuto's chest and squeezed his back. Sakuto's eyes widened in surprise. Usami's head was just right under his chin. Ah, Usami-san. What happened? He was startled by her sudden leap into his chest. He was confused of how to handle the situation. The street was crowded, but there was no room to worry about the surroundings. It's okay now. Those guys are gone. I'm sorry. I should have come earlier. As Sakuto said this, Usami rubbed her forehead against his chest, shaking her head from side to side. Then, she murmured something softly into his chest. Yes? What did you say? When Sakuto asked again, I've liked Takahashi-kun since junior high school. Sakuto was shocked. However, their interactions up until today came flooding back to him. Although he hadn't expected this, deep down, he was aware of her affectionate gazes and gestures towards him, but he was not completely sure. On the other hand, there was so much he didn't understand. The Usami he saw at school and the Usami he saw at the arcade were different. He felt tossed around. She seemed to like him, but there was something uncomfortable about it, so he had avoided thinking about it until he understood these differences more clearly. He hadn't expected a sudden confession like this. And why was she so sad? Even though she said she liked him, why did it sound so sorrowful? It was as if, I've liked Sakuto for a long time. It was just like that time. Again, he had caused sadness because of him. Just like in the third year of junior high school. With that thought, whether it was anger, sadness, frustration, or all of them, he couldn't tell, but a surge of emotions welled up from deep within his chest. When he tried to step back, Chikage's arms tightened around him even more. I've always wanted to talk to you, but I was too embarrassed, lacked confidence, and couldn't muster the courage. I see. He felt the weight of her emotions, knowing she had cared for him since their junior high school days. Was she blaming him and wishing he had realized sooner? No, Usami was clearly blaming herself. She berated herself for not acting sooner and seemed to forgive Sakuto for not noticing her feelings. Without any resentment or scorn towards Sakuto, she only blamed herself. Her kindness made it all the more painful. I'm sorry for not realizing your feelings, Usami-san. It's okay. It's my fault that I'm not cute. No, that's not true. I hate myself. What? Usami-san? Usami ran off towards the station. Sakuto, who had been staring blankly at her retreating figure, snapped back to reality. The phrase "too late" flashed through his mind. Should he let her go like this? He felt that if he let her go, he might never properly meet her again. Everything up until now, and what was to come. At this moment, he feared all his relationship with her might be lost. Sakuto looked down at his feet. Usami's ribbon, which she usually wore in her hair, lay there. As he picked up the ribbon and gazed at it, Sakuto, I'm sorry. He felt a voice within him urging him to follow her. His hand tightened around the ribbon, and a resolute look appeared in Sakuto's eyes. I can't let her go like this. Sakuto pocketed the ribbon and chased after Usami's retreating figure. Following Usami's back, Sakuto dashed into the Yukisugura station. The station was crowded with people returning home in the rush hour. He couldn't spot Usami anywhere. He looked around, wondering if she might still be nearby, But as time passed, Usami could have already boarded a train. Which gate? Yukisugura Station has 3 lines, the east-west line and the north-south line that divide the city into a cross, and the subway runs to the northwest and southeast. Sakuto never saw Usami on the north-south line, which he usually uses. So, her destination would be limited to the east-west line or the subway. Sakuto closed his eyes for a moment. He pulled out a memory from the 3rd year of junior high school from his memory box, although it was a box filled with memories he didn't want to recall. It was necessary. The scene of the cram school classroom. Not a fragmentary picture but a moving image. He rewound the image like a videotape. Winter, close to the entrance exams, among students in different school uniforms, Usami was there. Sitting at a rather inconspicuous seat in the middle by the classroom wall, she quietly wrote with her pen. Just like now, her uniform was neatly worn, but she used to wear glasses. Focusing on her uniform, the school badge with West on it was visible. Sakuto opened his eyes. West Junior High. So, the east-west line. Sakuto quickly headed towards the gate of the east-west line. Then, just before the east-west line gate, he saw a uniform from Marujuyama Academy. There she is. With an intense look, as if he were cornering someone, Sakuto navigated through the crowd that stood in his way. He moved aside, apologized, moved aside again, and continued moving towards her. He was gripped by a sense of urgency. He couldn't let her go like this. The past couldn't be changed. But there was still time to change the present now. There was still time, he thought. Finally, he caught up to her. Sakuto's heart raced even more fiercely. Usami-san. Ah, Takahashi-kun. What's G? Before she could finish speaking, Sakuto embraced her from the front. Passers-by stared at them curiously as they flowed through the ticket gates, but he no longer cared about the surroundings. He had made up his mind. He tightened his arms around her, determined not to let her escape, just as she had done earlier. WHWH what? What is it? What's going on? I'm sorry. There's so much I don't understand, but there's one thing I need to confirm. Eh? What is it? Is it true that you like me? Exclamation mark. She was surprised in his arms but eventually relaxed as if resigning herself. It's embarrassing, but, yes, I like you. Thank you. Then I'll make up my mind too. Make up your mind? What do you mean? Sakuto gently released his embrace. Takahashi-kun. He looked directly into Usami's eyes, and she looked back at him with tearful eyes, blushing with an upward gaze, but he didn't look away this time. Eventually, Usami understood Sakuto's intentions. She quietly closed her eyes and offered her lips. Sakuto, responding to her invitation, leaned in closer. Slowly, their lips met. It was sweet and soft, and her slight heat transmitted through the kiss. After one touch, they kissed again, twice, thrice, continuing without parting. He didn't care about the surroundings anymore. To have met someone who truly likes him like this. There she is. Hi cha. What? Takahashi-kun. Sakuto turned with a huh? Towards the direction of the voice. There stood Usami. Huh? But he had just embraced and kissed Usami. And there she was, standing and looking surprised. Huh? Confused, Sakuto looked at the person in his arms. MMNH. Oh no, my legs are giving out. The one with a blissful expression, weak in the knees, was also Usami. Wait, what? Takahashi-kun. What? Just now, with Hai-chan. You. What? Hai-chan. Is that Chi-chan? Chi-chan. I just kissed Takahashi-kun. Usami giggled happily. The person I like is Takahashi-kun. Wait, Chi-chan? Why do you look like it's the end of the world? Hai-chan and Chi-chan, I see. The names are different. I see now. Finally understanding the situation, Sakuto's face gradually turned pale. No, it was more like ashen. He felt like he was barely alive. You two, could it be, we're twins? Twins, okay? Chi-chan, aka Chikage Usami, turned bright red in anger. Her sister Hikari, also known as Hai-chan, turned just as red but with a beaming smile. Both were certainly red-faced, but Sakuto, who was ashen, let out a dry laugh. Ahaha. I see. So that's what it was. He finally understood the source of the slight discomfort he had been feeling this whole time. But it might be too late. This was a very, very, very bad situation. Chapter 7. Both twins at once. 20 minutes after their first kiss in life, the three of them arrived at a restaurant called Western-style Dining Cannon. This place had been around for about 3 years, and Sakuto occasionally visited it with his aunt Mitsumi. Originally, the owner of this restaurant worked in the film industry, so the stylish lighting and accessories decorating the interior seemed to be items used in some movies. Of course, it's not just about the charming decor. The food and desserts are delicious and well reputed, and there's no shortage of repeat customers. Even though it was a weekday today, it was almost full. In a corner of this pleasant restaurant, Sakuto was completely pale. Hikari, one of the twins and the elder sister, seemed quite cheerful and was all smiles. On the other hand, the younger sister, Chikage, was quite upset. Whenever their eyes met, she glared fiercely, so Sakuto tried his best not to look in her direction. Well then, let me introduce myself again. I'm Hikari Usami. Okay, Chie-chan, your turn. I'm Chikage Usami. Nice to meet you. Sakuto groaned. I'm Sakuto Takayashiki. Really, I don't know what to say. I'm sorry for the misunderstanding with both of you. As Sakuto bowed deeply, Hikari cheerfully told him to lift his head. We knew from the start that Takayashiki-kun was misunderstanding things. What? Then why didn't you tell me? Was it an experiment to see if you'd realize? Like those things on YouTube? The twin switch prank. Hikari laughed like a child whose mischief had been discovered. But unfortunately, things had gone beyond the scope of a mere prank at this point. How did you find the taste of a kiss with Hai-chan? Stop it. As Sakuto desperately covered his ears as if to escape reality, Chikage let out a sigh of exasperation. Hai-chan, you too. How could you pretend to be me? Nah haha. I was wondering when he'd notice. Sorry. Hikari was laughing, but upon seeing Chikage's angry face, she quickly realized it was no laughing matter. Actually, it's really not funny. And the one who least finds this amusing is Sakuto. Sigh. So, the prank means you don't really like Takayashiki-kun, right? No, I do like him. What? Sakuto and Chikage were both surprised. Yes? Because I've liked him from the start. Maybe it was love at first sight? That's just a momentary confusion. Hai-chan, wake up. But, you know, after touching and confirming a lot, I realized, I really do like this person. So, I was about to reveal the joke, but then suddenly he hugged me and kissed me. Hikari reminisced happily, dreamily holding her cheeks. In contrast, each time Chikage heard the words touching, hugging, and kissing, she turned her gaze sharply towards Sakuto. Her eyes were wide open with a "Hey, is that so? Hey, look." Scary. Sakuto groaned again. Then, he began to sort out the facts in his mind. The first to confess was the younger sister, Chikage. The one he decided to kiss was the elder sister, Hikari. He had gone through a confession and a kiss, but not with the same person. I see. I don't get it. It was entirely his fault for not realizing it. But this situation was too serious to be dismissed as just a prank or joke. He wondered if there were any YouTube videos on how to deal with such a situation. But, about what happens next? What do you want to do, Takayashiki-kun? Since you kissed me, does that mean you're going to date me? Unable to hold back, Chikage interjected. Wait a minute, I was the first to confess. I should have the right to date him. What do you mean by right? But, originally, Takayashiki-kun confessed to Hai-chan because he mistook her for me, right? The confession, the hug, the kiss, they were all supposed to be for me. But, at the arcade, he said I was cute, and that he liked me, right? Suddenly, Chikage's eyes widened as she stared at Sakuto. Scary, scary. No, that's not it. It's true that I said your smile was cute, but when I said I like you, I meant I like people who are earnest in everything they do. While Sakuto was explaining this, Hikari was smiling and grinning. It seemed like she intentionally took his words out of context for her convenience. But, I've already gone ahead and done various things, kind of like a fait accompli. Why you haven't given your body yet? Have you? Then Hikari looked puzzled. What? Yes? I thought I said touching earlier. What? No way. So, you mean you already? Awawa. Just kidding. We haven't done anything like that yet. Not yet. Hey Hai-chan. What are you making me say? It was Chi-chan who let her imagination run wild with naughty thoughts, right? Hikari laughed at her as Chikage turned bright red and started to get angry. Sakuto internally groaned. Ugh. What am I even listening to? No. What should I do in this situation? A simple web search won't suffice. His mind was increasingly getting muddled. So, Takahashi-kun, who do you want to date? If it's me. Hikari then looked up at him mischievously, pushing her cleavage together. I'll work 5 times harder than usual. Work 5 times harder? What do you mean? That means, Takahashi can do whatever he wants. Chikage blurted out, her face turning bright red. Sakuto nervously looked around the restaurant. People of all ages, both men and women, were directing various kinds of gazes at him. Eyes of jealousy, eyes of hatred, eyes that seemed to say this beast. A mix of negative auras created a heavy, oppressive atmosphere. Both of you, let's stop. We're causing trouble for the restaurant. Then decide, won't you? Yes. Please decide. This is trouble. There's something he must convey first. This might be a bit strange to say, but the twins tilted their heads in unison, puzzled. I like both of you. And with that, Sakuto confessed to both twins at once. I like both of you. And with that, Sakuto confessed to both twins at once. Naturally, the two were They were surprised. He expected this reaction, but it was the truth and the conclusion, so it couldn't be helped. Trying to maintain his composure, Sakuto decided to convey his feelings to each twin individually. First, about Chikage-san. I heard that you've liked me since junior high school, but actually, I've been somehow conscious of you since then. Is that so? Sakuto nodded shyly. We knew each other from the same cram school, and I admired you for being serious and a hard worker. I always wanted to get along with you. I had something like admiration, and I respect you. Also, I think you're beautiful and cute. Wait, Takahashi-kun, stop, my heart is going to. And, after actually talking to you, I thought you were an interesting person and I wanted to get to know you better. That's why I was really happy when you confessed to me. Happy? To think you thought of me that way. Chikage turned so red she looked like steam might burst from her head, bowing deeply. As for Hikari-san, oh, just Hikari is fine. Okay. Then Hikari. About Hikari, it's not just fun being with you, but there's a depth to it. I think you're someone who can understands my feelings. Even though it's been a short time, everything about you left a strong impression on me. Hikari was nodding and smiling as she listened. So, I mean, after talking to Hikari, I found myself drawn to you. You give me energy, and you've changed me. You seem carefree but are actually serious. And I think you probably think about a lot of things. That's why I want to know more about you. I'm happy. I'm glad I fell in love with Takahashi-kun, and the kiss was wonderful too. Sakuto once again addresses both of them. So, the fact remains that I've come to like both of you, but the most important thing is, I didn't fall for both of you just because you're twins or a set. I like Chikage-san and Hikari each for who they are. The twins silently look at each other, then back at Sakuto. But, then, we have to decide about the future, right? Yes. It can't be helped that I've fallen for both of you. Sakuto nodded seriously. Then, the twins' expectant eyes were fixed on Sakuto. At this point, there seems to be only one path for Sakuto. So I've decided I won't date either of you. Sorry. The twins are shocked as Sakuto bows his head. Why, did I, say something wrong? Why would it end up like that? You said you liked us, right? That's right. You're using so I've decided wrong. You should at least choose one of us. But, you see, Sakuto scratches the back of his neck, looking troubled. This is the conclusion I've come to after thinking about both of you. What do you mean? Well, I could choose one of you. But then, what about the other one? No way. Impossible. The twins glared at each other fiercely. See? This is what I mean. It's one thing if it were a stranger, but you're twins. A family living together after that would be difficult, wouldn't it? The two sisters understood Sakuto's thoughts and looked down awkwardly. So, I thought, even if it's not as lovers, maybe we could at least be friends. He had thought about it calmly, and this was a compromise to keep the relationship at that level. Of course, there would be some lingering feelings, but Sakuto thought that time would eventually resolve them. But, I've already confessed. We even kissed. Wait, hold on. What? Now that I think about it, I haven't been kissed yet. I also haven't had a proper confession. Have I? The atmosphere started to turn ominous. Or rather, the conversation was going back to square one. Sensing the unpleasant mood, Sakuto slightly backed off. The kiss was supposed to be mine first. I confessed to him. And I've liked him since junior high school. But I'm the Oni-chan, right? It doesn't matter. It's only a 15-minute difference. Also, when he hugged me tightly at the station. Fufu. I can't help but grin when I remember that. Mudja. As the sisters started what seemed like a fight, Sakuto held his head in his hands. Exasperated. Simultaneously, he concluded that he absolutely couldn't choose one over the other. Give me those lips. What are you going to do? If I kiss Hai-chan, it'll be like I kissed Takahashi-kun, right? That's not how it works. What's that indirect kiss? Wait, stop. Don't overwrite it. Sakuto briefly thought that asking the person in front of him directly would be better, but that was obviously against morality. That was a terrible thought. No. This situation was already the worst. Sakuto held his head in his hands again, but then, got it. How about this, Takahashi-kun? At that moment, Hikari came up with a strange idea and turned to Sakuto. It might just be an excuse to avoid kissing Chikage, but he decided to hear her out. Why not make both twins your girlfriends? That's certainly an option, but it's not a feasible one. At this suggestion, both Sakuto and Chikage were taken aback, but Hikari politely bowed. So, thank you for ultimately choosing both of us. Please take care of Chie-chan and me from now on. Wait a minute, Hikari. It's too early to make a final decision. Sakuto put his right palm forward in a stopping gesture. Now that we're his girlfriend, should we call Sakuto-kun darling? Why did you end with darling? No, I mean, wouldn't Chikage be against it? Right? When Sakuto sought agreement, Chikage groaned as if restraining herself. I also feel, well, maybe not if it were any other girl. No. But since it's Hai-chan, because it's Hai-chan-uk. But it's more no than yes. Of course it's definitely more no than yes. You can't compromise just because she's your sister. Don't hesitate. You're not that kind of girl. If darling says so. Did you say darling? It was total chaos. Chikage seemed ready to enter a three-person relationship. Rather, neither seemed willing to back down. What to do in this situation? He wondered. More importantly, was Chikage really okay with this? Hopefully, she wasn't broken by the absurdity of the situation. Wait, stop. This is moving too fast to keep up. Can you give me a moment to sort this out? Sakuto's mind was spinning but in the opposite direction than usual. I see, I don't get it. No. Of course it wouldn't make sense. Not by any standard of common sense. I think Hikari's proposal is very attractive. But I think it's problematic from a common sense standpoint. Don't you think so, Chikage-san? Call me honey. I won't call you that. For now. Are you okay, Chikage-san? Worried that she might have been overwhelmed by the absurdity of the situation, Sakuto cautiously observed Chikage, who seemed to have regained her composure. But, if Takahashi-kun ends up with two girlfriends, and we both end up sharing the same boyfriend, isn't that kind of problematic from a common sense perspective? That's right. Good point, Chikage-san. Sakuto clenched his fist in agreement. But I mean, what's the use of bringing common sense to this absurd situation? Don't you think so? No, that's not right. What are you saying, Hikari? Don't confuse Chikage-san. Don't me. Adding two nonsenses together still results in nonsense. Then maybe we should try multiplying it or squaring it. How would you do that? Teach me that calculation. No matter what, this line must not be crossed. Does Chie-chan worry about what others think? Can you give up on Sakuto-kun because of that? Of course I can't. I don't want to. Hikari smiles brightly. Then, let's decide democratically by majority vote. What did you say? Those in favor of the three of us dating, raise your hand. Hikari raises her hand, followed slowly by Chikage. 2 against 1. It's decided. No 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 no. I can't just be swayed like this. If the unreasonable prevails, reason retreats. There should be at least one person continuing to oppose. That's just tyranny of the majority. It's democracy, right? The minority opinion should be considered. In this case, that's me. I just want us to reach a clear agreement and create a bright, happy future. What about my will? Then Hikari traced her lips with her little finger, and a dreamy look appeared on her face. Sakuto-kun's kiss was wonderful. I want to do it again. Chie-chan wants to do it too, right? Why yes. I want to. And I also want to be hugged tightly! Exclamation mark. At this moment, Sakuto's resolve completely wavered. He even thought to himself that he was really weak. No. But still, if you think about it from a common sense perspective, it's fine if no one finds out, right? No. It's not just about that. That could become a problem too, but from my perspective, it's about dating both of you at the same time. Wouldn't it be bad if there were any differences? What's that? That's easy. Hikari raised her index finger confidently. All Sakuto-kun has to do is love both of us equally. Am I a god? Only a god can love people equally. Is that the so-called divine response? Not at all. It's worse than being insincere. Sakuto racked his brain, but Hikari was quick to retort, moving at twice his speed. He desperately wanted to stop this flow of conversation. The back and forth continued, but finally, Hikari showed a troubled expression. I think it's a nice idea though. Well, true, as Takahashi-kun says, it's insincere. And with that, Chikage also seemed to return to her usual demeanor. Relieved that they were back to square one, Sakuto relaxed a bit. If we're sincere with each other, isn't that okay? Of course, if we're both sincere, I don't see a problem. The problem isn't us. It's the situation. People around us would think it's strange, right? Inagawa-san? No, I'm not saying it like that. But Junji-san would be creeped out, wouldn't he? So, Chie-chan, what you're worried about isn't our relationship, but what other people think. Well, yeah, something like that. Hearing this, Hikari seemed to have another idea. Considering the flow of the conversation so far, it doesn't seem promising. But he decided to hear it out. Hey, Chie-chan. Hypothetically, if we were dating Sakuto-kun and someone asked if you have a boyfriend, what would you say? I would say, I have one, I guess. I don't want to lie. Then she turned to ask Sakuto. Hey, Sakuto-kun. Hypothetically, if you were dating us and someone asked if you have a girlfriend, what would you say? I'd say I have one, but do you think someone would ask how many girlfriends you have? Sakuto was struck by the thought. No, they wouldn't. Normally, people don't ask about the number of girlfriends. Right. So, here's the thing. Most people, like Chie-chan said, assume a one-on-one relationship, so they won't ask about the number. Even if the three of us were walking together, people wouldn't think we were dating. They'd probably just think you're close friends with twins, right? Sakuto nodded in understanding. But, so you mean it won't be discovered by others? But what if someone asks me what kind of girl I'm dating? What should I say in my case? The thing is, you don't say anything. In other words, keep it a secret. What? No, but that's... Wondering if his point was not getting across, Sakuto tried again to explain what common sense and sincerity meant. However, Hikari, looking at the astonished faces of both Sakuto and Chikage, spoke up. There are two types of lies, broadly speaking lies and unspoken lies. How are they different? A lie is an act that can hurt someone. There are kind lies, but they still affect others, outsiders. For example, if you're in a relationship but tell others you're single, that's a lie. And it could lead to anger or sadness if discovered later, right? Sakuto and Chikage quickly agreed on this point. Hi-chan, what about the other kind, unspoken lies? Simply put, it's like a secret. It's internal, not external. Something you carry within yourself. It means it doesn't affect others, I guess. Sakuto then interjected, but wouldn't keeping secrets hurt someone? That's a matter of context. Whether it's good or bad, we're just three people in a relationship. Is that, in itself, a bad thing? Bad? No. It's not bad. I think Hikari's argument had more than enough persuasive power. Keeping a bad thing secret can certainly cause trouble for others. However, keeping a good thing, or something neutral, secret doesn't trouble anyone. Moreover, it is not wrong for a man and a woman to be in a relationship. Multiple relationships may bring moral questions like two-timing or infidelity. However, it's ultimately others who deem it a problem. If the parties involved consent and are satisfied, it's not for others to interfere. The secret is shared within the group, and if anyone feels guilty about keeping it, it's only themselves. And it doesn't seem like something to feel guilty about. Sakuto and Chikage's argument about being insincere had already been refuted, and there's no need to publicly announce that they're in a relationship. If asked, responding with "it's a secret" or "I don't want to say" is fine. What's important is the relationship between the parties involved. Even if the three of them are dating, it's essential to ensure that they're not being dishonest with each other. In other words, it's about maintaining a balanced relationship. The concept of equality is the most challenging part, but it's enough to do their best to face each other sincerely. Therefore, from Sakuto's perspective, it might be considered two-timing, but not cheating. After all, the term two-timing itself is not an issue if there's agreement and understanding between these two. That's why, I see, it depends on me. Sakuto let out a wry smile. That's right. It's about whether Sakuto-kun can love both me and Chie-chan equally. The rest is up to whether Sakuto-kun and Chie-chan agree. And then this discussion can be settled. Chikage, feeling as if her argument had been refuted, wore a resigned expression. Chikage-san, you're amazing in a way, but your Ani-san is something else. Hai-chan is a genius. What do you mean in a way? No, nothing, but are you okay with this? Chikage-san, I might end up being the worst boyfriend. Chikage nodded firmly. If you're the worst right now, you can only improve from now on. I don't think you're the worst at all. If I can date Takahashi-kun, I'd feel the best. Hearing her say that so strongly was somewhat embarrassing for him. Then he turned to Hikari. She was happily making a peace sign, and thus, the twin sisters asked Sakuto again. So, Takahashi-kun, will you love both me and Chie-chan, the twins, together? Sakuto took a deep breath. I'm not sure if I can do it, but let's give it a try. And so, with agreement and understanding among the three of them, the fact that the three of us are dating will be kept a secret. This rule was thus established. After leaving the Western-style dining canon, it had turned completely dark outside. The three of them were walking to the station with Sakuto in the middle. I'm so hungry. As Hikari rubbed her stomach while walking, Chikage giggled. Mom's making dinner for us today. Yeah, I'll try to make it home. Hungry? Sakuto chuckled as he looked at Hikari, then felt a tug on his other arm. Takahashi-kun. What is it? Please call me Chikage. Then call me Sakuto. Then, Sakuto-kun. Sakuto-kun. Chikage suddenly blushed and giggled amusingly. I never thought we would end up dating as three. It's different from what I imagined, but I'm also looking forward to it. I'm surprised too. Right. Sakuto took out Chikage's ribbon from his pocket. Here, you dropped this. I found it in front of the arcade. Oh, thank God. It's a very important ribbon to me. Thank you. Chikage took the ribbon and held it tenderly to her cheek. Then, Hikari suddenly stepped in front of them. With a smile, she hugged both of them from the front. I love both Sakuto-kun and Chie-chan. What's gotten into you all of a sudden? What's wrong, Hai-chan? No reason. Maybe a happiness hug. Hikari innocently embraced them. It was hard to believe she was the same person who had been logically explaining the idea of the three dating just moments before. Right. Hikari whispered something into Sakuto and Chikage's ears. No, that's a little embarrassing. Do we really have to say it? Like a declaration of determination? Feeling embarrassed, Sakuto and Chikage looked at each other but resigned themselves to not being able to resist Hikari. We hereby swear to the heavens. We are, although born on different days. Wait, Hai-chan and I were born on the same day. Just keep going. Right. So, together, the three of us, forever and ever, wish to be happily in love. Something like that? What they were made to do by the roadside. It was embarrassingly overwhelming, but perhaps this was their oath of the peach garden. In the romance of the Three Kingdoms, Liu, Guan Yu, and Zhang Fe swore to remain loyal to each other until death in a peach garden. The three of them looked up at the night sky, hoping that their words would come true, that the three of them could be together forever. They wished upon the thousands of stars peeking through the gaps between the buildings. Twin Talk 3. Before the date, together. After returning from Western-style dining canon that night, Hikari and Chikage decided to hold a strategy meeting in Chikage's room about what to do tomorrow. The reason was that, as planned, Chikage and Sakuto had decided to go on a date tomorrow. So, why do I have to do a princess carry for Chi-chan? Well, practice so I don't make a weird face when I'm princess carried. I can't imagine that situation happening to you. But this is more like practice for Sakuto-kun. No, you're heavy. Heavy? Really? Should I start dieting now? It's too late for tomorrow. This is more of a problem with my muscle mass. Oops. And with that, Hikari could no longer hold on and dropped Chikage onto the bed. Bouncing on the bed, Chikage frantically held her cheeks, panicking. What if Sakuto-kun thinks I'm heavy? Well, I don't think that's a problem. You're more likely to be called heavy in terms of personality. No, I mean physically. I think that part should be fine. Hikari, tired, sat on the bed. Hey, Hai-chan. What about tomorrow's date? Is it really okay for me to go alone? What about you, Hai-chan? I'm fine. I have the day after tomorrow. So, to Sakuto-kun, I'll do this and that. Fufu. Hikari blushed and grinned. What are you planning to do? Tell me more about it in detail. And with that, Chikage sat upright on the bed, blushing red. That's a secret. But, the fact that we even kissed means, you're not planning to go further than that, are you? Don't leave me behind. Then, Chi-chan, you'll have to do your best on tomorrow's date too, you know? Saying this, Hikari stroked Chikage's head. To Hikari, Chikage was really a cute little sister. She didn't intend to give up on Sakuto, but as an older sister, she couldn't just enjoy the good times by herself. So, she gave a little push. The feeling of wanting the not-so-confident Chikage to do her best might be a bit twisted. She was aware of that. However, Hikari strangely didn't feel jealous towards Chikage. While loving Sakuto, she realized that she also loved Chikage. But when it comes to it, I'm still scared. Really? Sakuto-kun is a generous person, and I think it's okay to make some mistakes. Don't you think it's better not to be too perfectionistic? Maybe. But still. Hikari thought this might be a time for an older sister to step in. She couldn't just leave her troubled sister alone, and at the same time, she couldn't send out her unconfident sister to trouble Sakuto on their date tomorrow. As a sister, and as a girlfriend, all right. Leave it to me. Saying this, Hikari hurried to her room and then hurried back. She seemed to be holding some small device in her hand. Hai-chan, what's that? Hee. If you use this without Sakuto-kun noticing, everything will be fine. What do you mean without him noticing? Let's give it a try. Insert it. Hikari approached Chikage with a smile. Wait, Hai-chan? Suddenly, Chikage found herself pushed down onto the bed, with Hikari's face close in front of her. She was straddled and completely mounted. Chikage stared intently at Hikari's face. Despite having the same face, why did her sister seem more beautiful? Was it because she possessed something Chikage didn't? She thought perhaps it was because she had more experience. Chi-chan, can I borrow your right ear? Well. Hikari's fingertips touched her right ear, making Chikage let out an involuntary strange sound. Her ears were sensitive. She was not even good at having wind blown into them. Yet Hikari started playing with her earlobe. Are you joking? Nope, just checking. I was thinking my ears are softer. What does that matter? It's a charm so you don't mistake me for someone else. Well, Shall we try it then? A mischievous chuckle echoed close to Chikage's ear. Huh? Wait, just a minute. I haven't used it recently, but I think it won't hurt. Eh? Wait. You. She closed her eyes in fear, but after feeling something odd in her right ear, Chikage slowly opened her eyes. Eh? What's this? She hesitantly touched it. She guessed from the hardness and shape that it was an earphone inserted in her right ear. It's the ear yudong I used to use. I have headphones now, so I wasn't using it, but I'll give it to Chi-chan. But I already have one. Well, accept this as a kind gesture from your older sister. Chikage removed the earphones. They were indeed the same wireless Bluetooth earphones that she owned. So, what are you planning to do with these earphones? Hee. Isn't it obvious? Hikari fluttered her smartphone. That's what you meant? Chikage finally understood, but suddenly felt embarrassed. Anyway, Hi-chan, you're always so complicated. Always? Why? Hikari, whether naturally or otherwise, was unbeatable when it came to doing such seductive things without any ulterior motives. Chikage wondered if Sakuto had been charmed by this too. As Chikage, this thought was somewhat unsatisfying. No, if she really tried, she should have the potential to match her sister. They were twins. After all, probably, certainly, Chikage was determined to try even harder, encouraged by the thought that her sister was willing to help. Chapter 8. Chikage's first date. The next day, Saturday, June 4th, it was a clear, sunny morning before the rainy season began. At 9:45 a.m., 15 minutes before the meeting time, Sakuto arrived at the Alice-chan statue in front of Yukisigura Station. It wasn't a busy time, so he quickly spotted the person he was looking for. But, once he found her, it was Chikage? Hello, Sakuto-kun. Hello. Their awkward greetings were partly due to the shyness of their first date. Another reason was, Sakuto couldn't help but notice Chikage's outfit for today. First, his eyes were drawn to the quite daring miniskirt. Her shoulders were exposed, and her chest area was somewhat open. It wasn't that she didn't suit the outfit, but it just didn't seem to match her character. Was she always fond of wearing such clothes? No, Chikage herself seemed quite embarrassed too. About today's outfit. I tried to be bold. I see. Bold, huh? But this is really embarrassing. As Chikage's voice trailed off in embarrassment, Sakuto tried not to look at her as much as possible, putting aside his thought of asking why she wore it if she felt embarrassed. Then, why did you wear it if you find it embarrassing? Sakuto-kun, I thought you might like this style. I don't dislike it. But I don't want you to wear something you find uncomfortable. I shouldn't have borrowed it from Hi-chan. If it was Hikari, she would definitely wear something like this, but somehow, that felt odd for Sakuto. They were twins, similar in face and body shape. Yet why did it feel strange when it came to their clothing? Yet, Chikage fidgeting uncomfortably had a certain destructive charm. After all, her style was outstanding, and her attitude to show it off without reservation was, in a way, commendable. He wants to praise her for trying so hard, but he doesn't really want other men to see her like this. The eyes of the men passing by have been glued on her since a while ago. Chikage is such an attractive girl, so that it was natural. Next time, you can dress a bit more modestly, okay? If I do that, I'll lose to Hi-chan. Hi-chan wears even more revealing clothes. If you keep competing with that logic, it'll lead to something irreversible, you know? If that happens, I don't think I can walk beside you with confidence. Imagining such an irreversible situation, Chikage's face turned bright red. That's true. Bandages, plasters, that would be impossible. He wondered what kind of outfit she was imagining. Was that even considered clothing in the first place? Sakuto also turned red imagining it for a moment, but he regained his composure and smiled at her. Still, I'm happy that you tried hard for me. Thank you. Please wait a moment. Chikage stepped away from Sakuto and put her hand to her right ear. Okay, let's get moving. Let's walk arm in arm. Hikari's voice came from the earphone that Chikage was secretly wearing. What? I refuse. Hearing about walking arm in arm, Chikage reacted in surprise. It's sudden, but because It'll touch. Are you talking about your breasts? It's okay, just do it. Ah, Roger. Sakuto, unaware of the secret communication between the twins, picked up on Chikage's words and was puzzled. I refuse? What does Roger mean? Is she talking to herself? Eventually, Chikage took a deep breath and returned to Sakuto. Sakuto-kun. Yes? What's wrong? You, can I link arms with you? Well, it's okay, I mean, yes, please. Sakuto thought for a moment and his eyes almost wandered to Chikage's chest, but he managed to restrain himself. Then, Chikage Usami, let's go. With that, Chikage took Sakuto's right arm. Ideally, the left arm would have been more comfortable position-wise for her, but this was a strategy to keep the earphone in her right ear hidden. Incidentally, the inner thoughts of the two at this moment were, it's going to touch him. If it doesn't touch, there's nothing to worry about. And so, the battle began. Section 1. An hour later, Sakuto and Chikage were screaming. They were at Yuki Cannon World, the largest amusement park in the area. It's near the sea, so the view from high places is great, and at night, there's a parade and fireworks are launched from the sea. It's a popular spot for families and dates. The roller coaster they were on was designed with the concept of falling from the sky to the sea, making it recommended for thrill seekers. After enjoying the thrill and exhilaration, the two decided to take a short break on a bench in the square before moving to the next attraction. Chikage then took the drink Sakuto bought for her to soothe her dry throat. I feel revived. Thank you. You screamed a lot. Yes, I did. Please wait a moment. Chikage then put her hand to her right ear and suddenly turned bright red, saying, What? Roger. Again with the Roger, Sakuto thought suspiciously. Sakuto-kun. Yes? What is it? That. The drink. I'm interested in the taste of your drink. What? Oh. Want to swap? Why yes. After swapping drinks, Chikage looked at the straw, turned bright red, and said to herself, then Chikage Usami, let's go. She closed her eyes tightly and put her mouth on the straw. By the way, is it necessary to have such a dramatic line every time, like being launched from a catapult? While somewhat amazed, Sakuto also looked at the straw of the drink he exchanged with Chikage. I see, that's what it is. Thinking that worrying about it would be a loss, Sakuto also took a sip. By the way, why did we come to the amusement park today? I mean, it does feel like a typical date thing to do. Suddenly, Chikage chuckled. Actually, it's a strategy. Strategy? Normally, I probably seem to have a harsh or cold personality. My attitude and the way I speak are quite blunt, and I'm aware of that. I think I'm just not good at expressing my true self. Sakuto thought that maybe Chikage was a girl who lacked confidence. She has many things to be proud of, he thought. Like her academic achievements or her appearance. The fact that these don't translate into self-esteem might be because she feels inferior about something. Maybe it's about Hikari. While thinking she might feel inferior to Hikari, Sakuto continues to listen to Chikage's words. But the real me likes places like this, loves cute things, and is interested in fashion. I wanted you to know that side of me. I see. Thank you for telling me. The amusement park must make it easier for her to show her true self. Indeed, today's Chikage has shown various expressions. Her expressions are so bright and soft that he can't help but admire her. Such an innocent side of her is rarely seen at school, making it quite precious for him. It'd be nice if you were normally like this. That's a bit. Chikage turned towards Sakuto and smiled shyly. I can only show this side of me to my family, friends, people I trust. It's too embarrassing otherwise. Hearing this made it somewhat embarrassing for him. He also wonders if he was also considered someone she could trust. What about the formal language? You seem to talk normally with Hikari, but you can talk casually with me too, you know? If that's what Sakuto-kun wants, I can change that part of myself. No worries. It's okay for now. Chikage's formal language doesn't give the impression of keeping a distance but rather a softer impression. It's comfortable to listen to and, in a way, a part of her charm. If she's not forcing herself, there's no need to change it. He won't insist too much. But it'd be nice if she could talk to me like she does with Hikari someday. By the way, I've been wondering, why did you start liking me? Chikage suddenly looked embarrassed. At the cram school I was attending before you, right, Sakuto-kun? Yeah, I started from the summer course. I didn't really notice you at first. Sorry if that's rude. No, that's fine. So, why? It was towards the end of the summer course section. I'm not good at math. It takes me time to think and come up with answers, so during exams, I run out of time before I can solve the more advanced application questions in the latter half. That day, I stayed back in the classroom after cram school classes ended. I was struggling with an unsolvable past question. It was about author centers and spatial geometry. Just when I needed help with math, the math teacher was absent, and even when I asked the science teacher, I couldn't quite grasp it. I tried to solve it alone, determined to understand, but it was no use. I was contemplating using a math app but decided to go to the restroom first. When I came back, the solution and explanation for the problem I couldn't solve were written on the whiteboard. Who could have solved and written it in these few minutes? First of all, I went to the teacher's lounge to thank them, but they were all puzzled, and no one knew who did it. Then, the social studies teacher casually mentioned it to me. By the way, Takayashiki just left a while ago. Takayashiki-san? Yeah, a boy from Kita, North, Junior High School. He's been staying late to study lately. Well, it's something he would do. What? Why do you say that? The other teachers nodded in agreement as if they understood. The social studies teacher said, "That kid is a real genius." I thought he meant it in the sense that he was good at studying. After that, I somehow became curious and started to watch that boy. He always seemed in a daze, sleepy and yawns a lot. I thought he lacked motivation, but while everyone was solving problems, he was the only one who had finished. After the summer course ended, do you remember sitting next to me once? I just had to confirm it for myself, whether he really was a genius or not. And then, I was truly surprised. He solved the problems fluently as if he were copying the answers and explanations. I couldn't keep up at all. Some time passed, and then it was the day I first spoke to Sakuto-kun. It took a lot of courage for me at that time. Excuse me. Yes? I'm Usami. Yes. I'm Takayashiki. You looked surprised when I suddenly spoke to you, didn't you? I still remember your expression from that time. Honestly, I was so nervous. My face felt hot. Yes. So, I asked you something I had always wanted to know. Why did you choose this cram school? It's far from Kita Junior High, isn't it? I thought there was a branch of this cram school near Kita Junior High. Well, that's true. Then, why? There's no particular reason. I wanted to study normally at a cram school just like everyone else. So far, I'm glad I came here. I feel at ease, and having someone serious and hardworking like Usami-san around is inspiring. Your words and expression at that time were impressive. You had a look of loneliness, resignation, and relief. But at that time, I felt happy and embarrassed that someone was noticing me, especially when you said I was an inspiration. I thought I could never catch up to you, Sakuto-kun. However, upon reflection later, I wondered if there was a reason Takayashiki-kun couldn't attend a local cram school. I read too much into it. What does Takayashiki-kun mean by normally? What does it mean to be like everyone else? I don't know anyone who yearns to be ordinary. As for whether you wrote the math problem's solution and explanation on the whiteboard. Oh? I don't know. Wasn't it a teacher? You dodged the question well. But I knew. Takayashiki-kun, you have a habit when you lie. Section. You solved that problem, didn't you, Sakuto-kun? It's about time you tell me. Chikage smiled at me, and I turned away, feeling shy. Well, maybe I did a bit too much. Why did you solve the problem for me? Well, it's just that I saw Usami-san struggling, and I just couldn't leave it be. Chikage chuckled. Sakuto-kun always says that and helps me out. No, honestly, I think you're overestimating me too much sometimes. No, really, I'm grateful. It's because of that. That's why I like Sakuto-kun. Despite saying it's too much, you're modest. I love that subtle kindness and how reliable you are. Chikage narrowed her eyes and her cheeks turned vermilion. Had Chikage been conscious of me since then? Talking about trivial things as if they were special memories, and now those such small things made her say she likes me? She's too good of a person. Being in a relationship with someone like her makes him feel a bit shy, but more than that, it makes him really happy. That's why I was disappointed after seeing the results of the recent midterm exams. Ah, so, that's why you were pouting, angry at that time? Chikage nodded. Yes. Looking remorseful. I thought Sakuto-kun was hiding his true abilities. You said I was an inspiration at gram school. Maybe it's selfish, but I've been working hard to catch up to you. Me? Yes. I'm not a genius, so all I can do is work hard. So, seeing those results, I felt betrayed. I've been working hard to catch up to you, so why didn't you give your best? Chikage had been competing on her own, or rather, she had been working hard to be an inspiration to Sakuto, leading her to become the top student in her grade. But she was upset because it seemed like he was hiding his true capabilities. I'm sorry for being rude that time, but I understand now. Sakuto-kun didn't want to stand out, didn't want to be the nail that sticks out, right? Yeah. Chikage's expression became even more serious. Is that because something happened before we met? Well, there are various things, he said while smiling to cover it up, but Chikage seemed to sense something and hung her head. I see. By the way, what's my habit when I lie? That is a secret. Huh? Why not? Because I need to know immediately if you ever cheat, right? If you fix your habit, I won't be able to tell if you're lying. Chikage said this with a joking smile, probably trying to lighten the mood that had become heavy. Ah, I won't cheat on you, no way. Besides, having both Chikage and Hikari as girlfriends is already beyond my capacity. Sakuto also responded with a joke-like smile. Section. After a light lunch, they enjoyed various attractions like the merry-go-round, haunted house, and teacups. The waiting times were longer than the rides themselves, but the trivial conversations made the waiting time bearable for them. Eventually, it turned to evening, and dusk colored the park. The streetlights were already on, and the park started to show its nighttime atmosphere. The arranged time was approaching. At the end, I want to ride that. Chikage pointed to the illuminated Ferris wheel. Then, they waited in line for 30 minutes and finally got their turn to enter the gondola. It's my first time on a Ferris wheel. The view is amazing. I'm looking forward for the top position view. The gondola slowly moved around what would be 9 o'clock on a clock face. The sea began to come into view from Sakuto's position. The sunset is shining on it and it's beautiful. Really? It's very scenic, isn't it? It's great. Can I sit next to you? Sure. Chikage sat next to Sakuto. And so, the two of them quietly watched the sea dyed by the setting sun for a while. It's beautiful. Yeah, it feels like the end of a day when we're like this. That's true. Sakuto-kun, did you enjoy our date today? Yeah, of course. For Sakuto, it was a precious day. He realized that Chikage had a calming, reassuring presence, different from the school environment. Being with Chikage makes me feel calm and at ease. When he honestly conveyed this, Chikage chuckled softly. I'm happy to hear that, but I was hoping for something more thrilling, heart-racing. Sorry, I didn't mean it that way. It's okay. Please wait a moment. Then, Chikage put her hand to her right ear and suddenly turned bright red, exclaiming, "What? Refuse? I refuse." "What's going on?" "Refuse." Sakuto waited in amazement while watching Chikage panic next to him. He felt like he was being left out of the conversation. After a while, Chikage closed her eyes while holding her cheeks. Roger. Sigh. What's wrong? It's nothing. It seemed like something was definitely up. Chikage was restlessly looking around, making even him anxious. Sakuto-kun, aren't you forgetting something? Forgetting? Yes. Like what? So, something you did for Hai-chan but haven't done for me yet. I see. But, is it really okay? Yes, please do. Suddenly, Chikage closed her eyes, appearing nervous. Sakuto gently reached out his hand. My ear. As he touched her left earlobe, Chikage jerked away, escaping from Sakuto's hand. What are you doing? No, I mean, like a charm? Something to prevent me from mistaking you for someone else. A charm? I see. So that's what yesterday's thing was about. Chikage seemed to have remembered something and nodded in understanding. Maybe she had heard something from Hikari too the day before. Sakuto, on the other hand, seemed to have understood as well. The charm that Hikari mentioned, even if they are sisters, even if they are twins, the softness of the earlobes is different. When he first met Hikari, being made to touch her earlobe might have been a hint to realize they were twins. No, as a hint, that seems a bit too much. A hint based on the premise of touching Chikage's earlobe can hardly be called a hint. She's just too mischievous. Anyway, that seems to be wrong. Then, if there's something he did with Hikari but not with Chikage, there's something else you haven't done to me, right? Eh? What are you talking about? Ah, that expression means you know, right? Your habit when you lie is showing. Ugh. Then, I'll say it. A kiss. I haven't received one yet. Chikage quietly stood up and straddled the sitting Sakuto's lower abdomen. She herself is in a position with her legs spread. He wonders if she realizes that her underwear is fully visible under her miniskirt. Then, she reached her hands past Sakuto's face and held the window behind him. In other words, Chikage's chest is now right in front of Sakuto's eyes. This is a problem. He can't stand up even if he wants to. Sakuto, struggling to find a place to rest his eyes, looked at Chikage's flushed face. Chikage-san? What's with this posture? It's an order from above. Above? Who's that? What kind of order did they give? To push you down. Wait a minute. Bring out the person responsible for this. Then, Chikage Usami, let's go. As Chikage moved her lips closer. Wait. This is definitely not okay. Sakuto stopped her before their lips could touch. Aren't you going to do it? No. I will, but not like this. Let's be more like Chikage. Saying this, he returned Chikage to her original position and touched her shoulder. Sakuto sighed in exasperation. Do you really need to try so hard to be aggressive? But, otherwise I'll lose to Hai-chan. It's not about winning or losing. I like both of you, and I don't intend to rank one over the other. Chikage, I'm happy with your feelings, but you should go at your own pace. Maybe save your competitive spirit for something else. Sakuto-kun. Sakuto smiled reassuringly at Chikage. I'll lead as your boyfriend, so, all right. Then, I'll leave it to you. Saying this, Chikage quietly wrapped her arms around Sakuto's neck. Then Sakuto gently pulled her closer. The gondola had passed 11 o'clock. The lights went out from below on the ground, making it dark, then suddenly lit up intensely. It seemed the parade had started. The lively music echoed up to the bottom of the gondola. Fireworks were launched. Red, blue, green, yellow, orange. The sky was enveloped in a fantastical world of color and sound, bursting one after another. As this magical time began, the two quietly shared a kiss. It was a long, soft, and gentle moment, quietly passing by. Before they knew it, the gondola had moved past the 3 o'clock position. As they slowly parted, they gazed at each other with flushed faces. I'll ask you again. Will you go out with me? Yes. From now on, please take care of me. And then, they kissed once more. Leaving the amusement park and walking towards the train, Sakuto and Chikage naturally linked arms. They were tired from walking around excitedly too. But the afterglow of the date was more significant for them. He felt that this day had greatly closed the distance between him and Chikage. During our date today, you didn't talk about Hai-chan, did you? I thought it was taboo to talk about other girls during a date. Who taught you that? It depends on the situation. Just common sense, I guess. Sakuto wondered whether to say he learned it from his aunt Mitsumi, but he was more curious about Chikage bringing up Hikari's name. Sakuto-kun, you're worried about Hai-chan, aren't you? Probably about her usual school matters, right? He had refrained from asking during the date, but it seemed she had seen through him. Well, I wasn't sure if I should ask, but I'm concerned about her being absent from school. Chikage suddenly dropped her gaze to her knees. She's been absent continuously recently, and actually, I spoke with Hai-chan's homeroom teacher the other day. They said at this rate, it's quite bad. What's the reason for her absence? I don't know. She won't talk about it with our parents either. I see. What about during junior high school or elementary school? She started missing school occasionally around the 4th grade of elementary school. It increased significantly when she entered junior high school. And even then, she didn't really talk about the reasons. Sounds like a case of school refusal. Sakuto felt a sense of understanding why the topic of Hikari never came up at school. It wasn't that it didn't come up, but rather everyone consciously avoided talking about it. School refusal is not uncommon these days. Even during Sakuto's junior high school days, there was at least one student like that in his class. Socially, there's a tendency for the number of students refusing school to increase from elementary to junior high school. The reasons vary, and in some cases, the students themselves don't understand why. Most cases stem from the students' lack of motivation and anxiety, but it can also overlap with other reasons like parent-child interactions or academic struggles. Therefore, it's difficult to pinpoint a single reason. As far as Sakuto knew, the approach of the homeroom teachers handling classes was to avoid touching on the topic of students with school refusal. However, it wasn't about ignoring the problem, it was more about deliberately not addressing it. If the topic came up in class, teachers would strictly regulate any slander and encourage empathy and understanding with a smile. Over the years, this formed a kind of rule among the students. Similar to the teachers, an unspoken rule emerged to avoid touching on the topic of classmates with school refusal as much as possible. It wasn't about ignoring them but not addressing the issue. Perhaps the students with school refusal themselves didn't want to be addressed, and the others didn't know how to handle it, eventually thinking it was best not to mention it. Sakuto realized that the reason he hadn't heard rumors about Hikari at school was probably due to this. What about your parents? Aren't they worried? No. The conclusion in the Usami family is that Hai-chan should do what she wants. Sakuto was troubled. Is that like a laissez-faire approach? It might be close to that. But I think it's because they trust Hai-chan. Trust her? With what? Chikage looked at Sakuto with even more seriousness. Actually, about Hai-chan. Please wait a moment. Chikage put her hand to her right ear and suddenly turned bright red again. The same pattern as before. Refusal. I refuse. Then, affirmative. Why did she suddenly become affirmative? After her soliloquy ended, Chikage suddenly relaxed and rested her head on Sakuto's shoulder. I'm really tired today, and it seems impossible to make it home. Is that so? What happened all of a sudden? I need to take a break of some sort before I can go home, so could we take a break? No. I think we should go straight home. I am hereby requesting a deviation to take a break, so please. Chikage rubbed her head against Sakuto's shoulder. Her way of speaking was odd, and it was hard to walk. Chikage. As he pushed Chikage's head back with his shoulder, something fell to the ground and rolled away. Earphones? Sakuto picked them up and tried them on his own ear. Stay over somewhere tonight. I'll come over later too, so find a place. Hikari? Sakuto looked around. Across the street, on the other side of the road, he caught eyes with a suspicious person wearing sunglasses and a mask, but he immediately recognized who it was. Realizing she had been spotted, the person on the other side raised her hand slightly. Hello? Were you the one giving weird instructions to Chikage? Have you been following us the whole time? That. Emergency escape. Farewell. With that, the suspicious person ran off towards the station. Sakuto, amused, took off the earphones and gently placed them in Chikage's hand. Well, how do I say this? Let's make sure to value our own identity and individuality, okay? Yes. Although Sakuto was completely dumbfounded, he also thought that Hikari was quite something. It might sound harsh, but he had never expected Chikage, who is supposed to be strict in a sense, to be manipulated to this extent. Truly an unbelievable sister. Still, this doesn't change the fact that Chikage is adorable. Chapter 9, Hikari Usami, a genius. The night after his date with Chikage, Sakuto found himself unable to sleep despite being tired. Rather than basking in the afterglow of the date, he was preoccupied with something Chikage had mentioned on the train ride home. Hikari is a genius. As he gazed at the dimly lit ceiling, Hikari's smile faintly appeared in his mind. On the train ride home today, he and Chikage had this conversation. Actually, Hai-chan is a genius. A genius? Does that mean she's good at studying? Well, she's incredibly talented in that regard too. According to Chikage, Hikari studies physical chemistry at home. During middle school, she won the Japan Junior High School Science Prize and was recognized in other contests operated by public foundations. She conducts her own research in various fields, and her knowledge is extensive. Incidentally, Hikari tied for first place in the National Unified Test for third-year junior high students. In other words, she was in the same rank as Sakuto. Whether or not she fits the definition of a genius, Hikari undoubtedly possesses exceptional talent. Her occasional sharpness and keen intuition made sense to him after Chikage's explanation. However, Sakuto doesn't consider himself on the same level as her. Their backgrounds make it clear, and he doesn't even think of himself as a genius. There's no comparison. I'm just a nobody with a good memory. Sakuto's academic achievements are based solely on his school grades and his ability to organize his memory. He had always thought that paper tests and national standardized exams could measure her academic ability, but not necessarily genius. On the other hand, Hikari has achieved various results. Undoubtedly, she is someone worthy of being called a genius. But why doesn't Hikari go to school? He couldn't reconcile her being a genius with not attending school. Was it because the level of study didn't match her? Or was there another reason? The pain of expectations, maybe. Hikari's carefree and innocent behavior, playing in the game center and living freely. If she's been burdened with excessive expectations from those around her, it's conceivable that she might be avoiding the pressure or even rebelling against it. Her absence from school started in the 4th grade. Maybe I should ask her about it tomorrow. With that thought, Sakuto quietly closed his eyes. The meeting time was 11 o'clock, and the place was the same as yesterday, Yukisugura Station. Arriving 15 minutes early, Sakuto stood in front of the Alice-chan statue, waiting for Hikari. The crowd was bigger than yesterday, probably because it was Sunday morning. The weather wasn't great, and the forecast indicated rain in the afternoon, so he figured today's date would likely be indoors. As he waited with these thoughts, he sensed someone sneaking up behind him. She's here. As Sakuto tried to turn around, suddenly hands reached from behind, covering his eyes. Guess who? Sakuto immediately knew. Was it Hikari's voice and Chikage's hands blocking my eyes? The hands released, and his view returned. Turning around, indeed, there stood the two, looking surprised. Amazing. How did you know? How did you figure it out? Well, maybe because I'm your boyfriend. The voices were slightly different, and it felt like the voice wasn't directly behind him but a bit distant. Upon calm reflection, it wasn't impossible to guess. You didn't even realize we were twins at first. Don't retort in stereo. Mono is one thing, but stereo makes his ears hurt even more. By the way, Chikage, you're dressed differently from yesterday, right? Is this your usual style? Yes. Well, yesterday's outfit was a bit, ahahaha. Chikage was wearing a black beret, a white long-sleeved blouse paired with a high-waisted pleated checkered skirt, and casual loafers. Her outfit not only accentuated her cuteness but also brought out Chikage's sophistication and grace. How about me? Hikari was dressed in a beige candy sleeve knit tucked into an A-line black miniskirt. She accessorized with a simple necklace and an Apple Watch. Wearing high-heeled leather boots, she appeared slightly taller than Chikage. Yeah, it suits you really well. He, but I guess it's a bit more reserved for today. Even so, the stares from around us are more piercing than yesterday. Sakuto had also noticed the gazes of men gathered on them since earlier. Even one of them alone was stylish and cute, but having both of them in front of him was something else. Perhaps the novelty of them being twins added to the attention. So, is Chikage joining us today? Well, I planned to go shopping, so I just accompanied Hai-chan here. I see, so I'm just along for the ride here. As Sakuto jokingly expressed disappointment, that's not it. I wanted to see Sakuto-kun too. No, what are you making me say? Chikage was flustered and retorted all by herself. Seeing a reaction he somewhat expected, Sakuto gave a slight chuckle. Embarrassed, Chikage muttered, come on, and fanned her flushed face with her hand. Remembering yesterday's incident on the Ferris wheel, he felt a bit embarrassed too. The instigator of that bold move, Chikage, was smiling innocently as if nothing had happened. "Chie-chan, it's my turn today, right? I know. Hee. Maybe I'll do lots of this and that with Sakuto-kun." Saying so, Hikari hugged Sakuto's left arm. She snuggled up to him, resting her head on his shoulder. "Awawawa. Wait. You should keep it pure and proper." "Yeah, we'll just be going to hang out and eat together, though?" Exclamation mark. Like steam rising from a kettle, Chikage's face turned bright red. "Anyway, Sakuto-kun, shall we get going?" "Oh, okay." Walking awkwardly, Sakuto was led by Hikari, who continued to hold his arm. With every step, he struggled to maintain his composure as he felt the sensation of Hikari's chest against his arm. "See you, Chie-chan." "Goodbye." Then, Chikage. "Take care." "Wait, where are we going?" With a flustered and bright red Chikage behind them, Sakuto followed Hikari, who was smiling brightly. After a quick lunch at a hamburger shop, the sky finally started to cry. "Ah, it's starting to rain." "Well, we're indoors, so it doesn't matter, right?" "Ah, no, I mean, indoors is indoors." "But this place is Hikari's room, located on the second floor of the Usami house." After a quick lunch at the hamburger shop, they ended up in a residential area instead of going to a movie theater, aquarium, or shopping mall. Sakuto, who hadn't expected to be brought straight to her house, was internally panicking while trying to appear calm. Hikari's room was surprisingly tidy and organized. It wasn't minimalist, but the lack of clutter made it feel spacious. However, the faintly sweet scent characteristic of a girl's room made him feel restless and uneasy. On the corkboard against the wall were photos taken with Chikage and awards from various competitions. "Sakuto-kun, are you nervous by any chance?" "Of course, I am. It's okay. I won't suddenly introduce you to my parents, and both of them won't be home until tonight, so you can relax, okay?" Is she saying this on purpose? Her words only makes him more nervous. Her parents aren't home, and Chikage has gone out too. So, it's just the two of them alone in Hikari's room. It would be absurd not to be nervous in this situation. Whoops. Suddenly, Hikari took off her candy sleeve knit, leaving her in a short sleeve top. "Sakuto-kun, you should take her off your jacket too. It'll get wrinkled." "No, it's okay, but you're sweating, aren't you?" This is, well, the tears of the heart. "What does that mean?" With a wry smile, Hikari urged him to take off his jacket, and Sakuto reluctantly switched to a t-shirt. Then Hikari, instead of hanging the jacket, brought her face close to it. Sniff sniff. It's Sakuto-kun's sweat scent." Hikari looked blissful. "Wait, that's embarrassing, is it? I like Sakuto-kun's smell though." Then Hikari finally hung the jacket on the hanger with a smile. "But what are we going to do now?" "Hikari plays games, so maybe we'll play games together." He can't think of anything other than games. "Well, there are things that couples do, but surely not that." "Sakuto-kun, please lie down on the bed." "What? Just do it. I'm going to go get ready." Section 15 minutes later, Sakuto and Hikari were lying on the bed. Hikari was using Sakuto's left arm as a pillow. In the dimly lit room with the curtains drawn, they both looked up at the ceiling. Apart from the music playing in the background, there were the sounds of the air conditioner, rain tapping on the windows and ceiling, and the faint breathing of Hikari sleeping on Sakuto's arm pillow. Also, the sound of a heartbeat, though it was unclear whose it was. "Sakuto-kun, should we start? Is that okay?" "Oh, okay." "Then switch on." With that, Hikari operated a remote control, and the ceiling turned into a star-filled sky. The ceiling glowed pale blue, twinkling like illumination lights. Slowly, the starry sky rotated. Eventually, stars connected with lines, forming shapes, and constellations emerged in the created night sky. "How is it?" "This home planetarium. Papa gave it to me as a present." "That's amazing. I like to watch the stars and fall asleep like this." "I see." Sakuto wanted to punch his 15-minute-ago self. "What kind of fantasies did I have?" While it might be natural for a normal young man to have such wild fantasies, He felt like he had sullied Hikari's pure innocence, considering what's usual for her and the rather bold instructions she gave to Chikage yesterday. Maybe it was inevitable to have expectations. So, why a planetarium? Don't you think it's fun to watch the stars? Besides, this way, we can spend time together slowly and stay close to each other. Well, that's true. Hikari began to fidget and then gently pressed her lips to Sakuto's cheek. What's going on all of a sudden? I just thought your cheek was cute. Don't you want to kiss the cheeks of cute little kids? It's something like that, I guess. No, I'm pretty big, so don't worry about it. No, I do worry. It's impossible not to. I'm not a monk. Ah, I see. Hey, as Sakuto panics, Hikari repeatedly presses her lips against him. It's too much. It's as if she's enjoying Sakuto's reactions. Then, she walks her index and middle fingers across Sakuto's chest. When they reach his heart, she softly places her hand there. And then, Hikari's head crawls closer, pressing even more intimately. How should he resist? Sakuto is terribly flustered, and sure enough, Hikari's ear is finally pressed firmly against Sakuto's heart. She is listening to his heartbeat. It's obviously racing. Even without listening, Sakuto realizes that Hikari did this on purpose. You're nervous. Your heart is beating so fast, huh? Hikari, aren't you nervous? No, me too. Want to check? Saying this, she gently takes Sakuto's hand and slowly pulls it towards her. If things continue this way, his hand will touch her chest. This isn't right, he thought. Just before his hand reaches her chest, Sakuto forcefully tenses up and sits up. He flips himself around on the bed, ending up on all fours. Now, Hikari is underneath Sakuto. In front of Sakuto's eyes is Hikari's face, flushed red and wide-eyed. Her beautiful, glass-like eyes hold a mix of tension and surprise. Perhaps seeing the excited Sakuto brought her some unease. The two of them gazed directly at each other, and then, Sakuto-kun? I'm going to the bathroom. Where is it? It's down on the first floor, at the end of the hallway. Got it. Sakuto quietly moves away from Hikari and heads towards the door. As he's about to leave the room, he catches a glimpse of Hikari. She's lying on the bed, hands on her heart, looking up at the ceiling. Section. That's not good. It's bad, but not so bad. No, it was definitely bad. While repeating this nonsensical self-questioning, Sakuto was heading downstairs to the bathroom. He didn't dislike Hikari's assertiveness, their closeness, or even their frequent physical contact. In fact, though it sometimes confused him, he liked it. But alone in a dimly lit room there might have been some playful mischief, but the level of closeness was higher than usual, and it seemed unstoppable. Thinking about what could have happened if he had let things flow, or maybe it would have been okay to let them, his mind was in turmoil. How should he face Hikari after this? He didn't know, but then he thought about Chikage. Would she be angry if she found out? Would she feel competitive because they had progressed further? He was dating both of them together, so maybe these things should also be. What am I even thinking? He was definitely confused. He needed to calm down first. Sakuto-kun. Sakuto looked towards the source of the voice. The door to the changing area of the bathroom was open, and there was Chikage. Their eyes meeting. No, he should have first considered why he was meeting eyes with Chikage in this situation. Because Chikage looked as if she had showered with her clothes on, drenched from head to toe. Right, it was raining outside, but he couldn't afford to think about that leisurely. Because she was just about to take off her clothes right now. Her skirt had already fallen to the floor, and she had just unbuttoned the last button of her white blouse, which had become see-through from the rain. Almost in her underwear, with the blouse barely hanging on, he couldn't afford to stare at her leisurely. Chikage crouched down as if trying to hide her whole body. She was bright red and almost crying. Sakuto hastily averted his gaze, but only after having seen her beautiful bare skin. I am sorry. Why are you here in our house? I was invited to the house by Hikari. Hi-chan. This was seriously troubling. He hadn't expected Chikage to be home. Chikage probably didn't know that Hikari and Sakuto were at the house either. Caught in the heavy rain, She might not have had the chance to notice the shoes at the entrance, but the accident had happened. Anyway, I'm sorry. Please turn around. I'm going to change. Oh, okay. I'll use the bathroom. Go ahead. Amidst the chaos, Sakuto somehow managed to dash into the bathroom. I messed up. He almost screamed out loud in the Usami household's bathroom. After a while, there was a knock on the door. Sakuto-kun. I've finished changing. Chikage's voice came through. Cautiously opening the door, he saw Chikage dressed in home clothes, shyly looking down. So, we can agree that what just happened was an accident, right? Why yeah, it wasn't intentional, but still, I'm sorry. He apologized sincerely, and Chikage awkwardly shifted her body, still embarrassed. I am not worried about it anymore, and I left the door open, so I'm sorry too. It was a relief that it didn't turn into a bigger issue, but he felt like the aftermath of this incident would linger for a while. I see, so Hai-chan plan a home date. When Sakuto explained the situation to Chikage, she puffed her cheeks in a not-so-amused manner. I'm sorry. It's like I barged into your house without permission. That's okay, but nothing weird happened, right? Sakuto groaned. But then remembered that they had narrowly avoided anything like that. Right, Hikari was. You tried to dodge the question, didn't you? No. I'm not dodging anything. Ahahaha. Laughing it off, Chikage initially looked sulky, but then her expression softened. Well, Sakuto-kun, you're not the type to be seduced by charms, are you? Well, maybe. He wasn't so sure about that. If Hai-chan tries something, make sure you run away. Oh, okay. He had already run away, though. The two talked about such things as they went upstairs. Right at the top of the staircase, there was a cute wooden sign reading Chiai's room, indicating Chikage's room. Next door, there was a sign for Hikari's room saying Hai's room. I'll be next door then. Got it. Don't worry, I won't eavesdrop. I didn't ask. Chikage went into her room, leaving Sakuto in the hallway with mixed feelings. A lot has happened just now. Facing Hikari felt somewhat awkward. However, about 10 minutes had passed since then, and it wouldn't be right to keep her waiting any longer. I might as well tell her Chikage is back too. With that thought, Sakuto opened the door. Welcome back. He couldn't finish his greeting because, as soon as he opened the door, an unbelievable scene met his eyes. The room was brightly lit with electric lights. Earlier, the blue-white light of the planetarium had dimly illuminated the room, but now, the ceiling light was dazzling. In that bright light, Hikari's pure white skin was visible. She wasn't wearing clothes, she was in her underwear. Why, how could Hikari greet him so calmly in that state? He understood that greetings were important, but was there a social norm that dictated greetings were essential even if one wasn't dressed? Sakuto was extremely confused. Hikari? ? Sorry, I was still in the middle of changing, Hikari said with a wry smile. Why didn't she try to cover up like Chikage did, or did she even intend to hide in the first place? Sakuto is even more confused and turns his back in a hurry. Just put on some clothes, please. Okay, I'll get dressed, just wait a bit but first. Hey. With that, she hugged him from behind just like that. What are you doing? I felt lonely, so a hug. No, you can do that after you're dressed, right? Because, Sakuto-kun, you ran away last time. I feel like running away even now. Then I guess I need to restrain you. Hey. Hikari hugged him exaggeratedly. Hikari, wait. In the next room, Chikage is there. Chiai-chan isn't supposed to be back until the evening. You won't escape from me that easily. No, really. She came back because the rain got worse. Hai-chan? What are you wearing? Chikage, who had just come out of her room, saw them. Needless to say, Hikari was harshly lectured afterward. After a while, the three of them were seated on the three-seater sofa in the Usami family's living room. Sakuto sat in the middle, with Hikari on one side and Chikage on the other. Hai-chan, you need to consider Sakuto-kun's feelings properly, okay? Maybe I should reflect on that a little. The twin sisters conversed across Sakuto. Hey, both of you. What? So, Why? Why a bunny girl? Sakuto's question and astonishment spilled out simultaneously. I thought it would make Sakuto-kun happy. Hikari smiled in her pure white bunny girl outfit. The top was a tube top, and the bottom was a short pants type, with the top and bottom being separate pieces. She also wore matching accessories like a headband, arm covers, and leg covers. The type was fluffy, and though he didn't dare touch it, it probably felt nice to touch. I just, kind of. Because Hai-chan wore it. Chikage, looking embarrassed, was in a classic black bunny girl outfit. Hers was a high leg type with fishnet stockings. She also wore white cuffs similar to those on a dress shirt's sleeves. Sakuto, sandwiched between the two bunny-eared girls, felt extremely awkward. It was like being in one of those themed cafes. By the way, why do you even have these? We bought them for Halloween last year. What? I didn't buy it because I said I wanted it. Sakuto nodded in understanding. If Hikari was the accelerator, then Chikage was the brake. Hikari on her own tended to speed up too much, so occasionally, Chikage had to apply the brakes. However, sometimes the brake malfunctions. That seemed to be the current situation. So, let's have a gaming competition now. In those outfits? Then I'll prepare some snacks. In those outfits? It seemed like the situation was beyond control now. Sakuto wanted to gradually increase the pace to match them, but he also decided in his heart to make sure the brake of reason within himself didn't break. Twin Talk 4, about tomorrow. Past 6, after Sakuto left. Hai-chan, didn't you go a bit overboard today? Chikage, now calm, crossed her arms while still dressed as a bunny girl in black. It was fun, but maybe it's true it was a bit much. Hikari pondered, looking up, still in her white bunny girl outfit. How much did you push Sakuto-kun? Let's see. Nishishi, stop laughing and tell me. Maybe not as much as Chie-chan yesterday. Probably. Chikage fumed while Hikari smiled brightly. They were polar opposites, but neither commented on their current attire. So, about tomorrow. What is it? Isn't Hai-chan going to school? I'm thinking of going, but still not feeling up for it. Hikari nodded earnestly. I think it'll be fun with Chie-chan and Sakuto-kun there. But what? Hikari said nothing more, smiling evasively. Watching her sister, Chikage sighed deeply. The attendance days are getting critical. Am I really going to repeat the year? Yeah, soon. Didn't you talk about that with Sakuto-kun today? No. I wonder if Sakuto-kun is worried about me? Yeah, we talked a bit yesterday, and he seemed concerned. When Chikage honestly said that, Hikari responded with a wry smile. I see. Is it because I'm his girlfriend? I think he'd worry even if you weren't. Sakuto-kun is that kind of person. I see, you're right. Sigh. I'm really glad we started dating. Hey, don't forget that I'm dating him too. Afterwards, the sisters decided to take a bath together for the first time in a while. By the way, Hai-chan, have you been using my shampoo and conditioner sometimes? Yeah, they smell really good. Sorry? No wonder it's been running out so fast. As Chikage began washing her hair, Hikari took over from behind. They used to bathe together often when they were younger, but it had become rare since they started junior high school. Any itchy spots? Avoid round the ears. That's a new request. Hikari, pretending to serve her, carefully washed Chikage's hair. After rinsing off in the shower, Hikari chuckled as if she just remembered something. By the way, Sakuto-kun's flustered look today was so cute. Of course, if a guy is approached so aggressively. No, wait. It's not okay to hug someone in your underwear. Chie-chan hugged him in your underwear too, right? No, I didn't hug him. Today was that force majeure. I wonder if Sakuto-kun likes those lucky pervert moments. Chikage was amazed at how they were worrying about entirely different things. Then they switched, and Chikage began washing Hikari's back. By the way, I'd like to hear your thoughts on yesterday's date. Well, thanks to Hai-chan, it went well, I think. Sakuto-kun seemed excited too, so that's good, right? I see. So as an Anit-chan, was I helpful? Yes. Thank you, Hai-chan. Please come to me for advice again, Chie-chan. Afterward, unable to sleep, The two sisters decided to lay out futons side by side in Chikage's room, a rare occurrence. The topic of conversation was Sakuto, the date, his usual demeanor, what had happened so far, and what would happen next, and before they knew it, they had fallen asleep with both sisters having feelings for the same person. It didn't lead to discord between them. Instead, their sisterly bond grew even stronger than before. Chapter 10. Is this fate? Since the week after his date with the twin sisters, Sakuto's mundane school life had completely changed. He went to the cafeteria as usual during lunch break, but Chikage was there too. Chikage, don't you have your own lunchbox? Is it wrong for me to want to eat with my boyfriend? It's not wrong, but didn't you previously worry about being misunderstood by others? Well, I didn't mind being misunderstood. I was testing Sakuto-kun's resolve. Chikage said this with a pout. She was irresistibly cute. It's like an anger without thorns, or rather, she wasn't angry, just embarrassed. But we have to be careful not to be noticed by others. Fufu, I have already taken measures. Like what? I won't do the feeding thing. I'll resist that. No. That's not what I meant, thought Sakuto as he looked around. Given Chikage Usami's name value, he realized that he too was becoming noticeable. We do stand out. It's fine. I haven't publicly declared that we're dating. You have a strong mentality. What if someone asks if we're dating? What will you say? In that case, I'll say, that's, well, a secret. Will be found out for sure. Are you actually planning to reveal it? It's not something to be said while blushing and fidgeting. Don't worry too much about it. As they say, a rumor lasts only 75 days. After 75 days, no one will be interested anymore. According to that logic, they would have to endure stares and rumors for about 2.5 months. However, after being told by Chikage that worrying too much is not good, Sakuto, half convinced, decided to just go with the flow. And then, after school, I was waiting for you, Sakuto-kun. It was Hikari who suddenly grabbed his arm at the station after school, looking up at him with upturned eyes. She was still absent from school frequently, unable to attend. However, Sakuto had heard from Chikage that if she was wearing her uniform, it meant she intended to go to school soon. Hikari, you know. Hey, are you hungry? Well, somewhat, but that's not it. So you see, I want something sweet. Now, let's start our after-school date. She was as cheerful and carefree as always, but Sakuto knew that this kind of behavior often troubled Chikage. Speaking of Chikage, wait a minute, Hai-chan. She had been nearby all along, but she seemed unhappy with Hikari clinging to Sakuto as if to show off. Isn't Hai-chan clinging too much to Sakuto-kun? Isn't Chie-chan clinging to him too at school? I'm not. If someone we know sees us this close, they'll think we're dating, right? If it's someone we know, we can just say it's a secret relationship. That's a surefire way to get caught. You're totally planning to spill it, aren't you? Sakuto wanted to throw Chikage's words right back at her as he held his head in his hands. However, Chikage had a point. Hikari was indeed clinging too much in public. Would others perceive them as just close friends of the opposite sex? So, maybe Chie-chan should cling to him too? It looks like we're dating because I'm the only one clinging. Oh, right. That would balance things. Hey, wait. Chikage, don't agree. And Hikari, don't lead things that way. In the end, Chikage also ended up grabbing Sakuto's right arm. However, what about this situation? Two close twin sisters and the average guy caught between them. Would this be seen as a friendly trio? Okay, now that we're all together, let's go plan our Saturday date for next week. Whoa. Hikari. Wait. Hai-chan. Pulled by Hikari, Chikage was also dragged along. They ended up at a nearby burger shop, where they planned a trip for the three of them for next Saturday. Wouldn't it be a bit unsatisfying just to go to a hot spring town and only use the foot bath? But if we stay overnight, that's not okay. Chikage? What are you fantasizing about? Probably Chie-chan imagining the three of us doing. Hikari, please be quiet for a second. Thus, Sakuto's ordinary life changed completely like this. It was chaotic, filled with moments of excitement and anxiety, but also soothing. If one had to describe it in a word, it might be fun. Of course, the fact that the three of them are dating was a secret, but the affection and behavior directed towards him by the two of them continue to escalate. Sakuto had no choice but to accept it. After all, these twin sisters, though seemingly adaptable, were actually quite stubborn, and together, they were a formidable pair. Hikari and Chikage were allies, but in a sense, rivals too, and their sparks mercilessly showered down on Sakuto, who was caught in the middle. But perhaps because they were twins even when walking arm in arm together, they attracted envious looks, but strangely, they weren't seen as lovers. They are seen more as close twin sisters and a boy, and nobody actually guesses that the three were actually dating. Pulled along by these twin sisters, Sakuto was enjoying these thrilling and heart-pounding days, but not everything was fun, and it's in such moments that incidents occur. Tuesday, June 7th. A few days into the rainy season. I'm sorry I can't make it to our date next Saturday. Dark clouds loomed. Section. The Hydrangea Festival at Harem Kindergarten. Is Chie-chan participating? On Tuesday, June 7th after school that day, they agreed to meet with Hikari at the Western-style dining canon to talk about it. Hikari seemed a bit bewildered as if this was unexpected news to her. Yeah. It seems like a joint event with kindergartens affiliated with Arashiyama Academy. Why Chie-chan? Takabana-sensei really insisted on me participating. Chikage gave a wry smile. But why Chikage? You're not in the student council or anything like that. Originally, this joint event was a collaborative project initiated by volunteers from various high schools. The student council only provided the budget, while the planning and operation were handled by a committee called the Hydrangea Festival Executive Committee. So, collaboration means planning and operating jointly with other high schools? Yes. It started as a project to establish horizontal connections. Ah, I see. It seemed like one of those high-minded initiatives. The fact that it started that way gave a hint about its current status. However, the scale gradually decreased, and it turned into helping out with kindergarten events. Well, more like volunteering, I guess. Originally, it was a collaborative event started by volunteers, those with a high-minded consciousness. However, as the years passed, the motivation dwindled. Eventually, it settled into just helping out at kindergarten events. It's a common story. Even if the motivation was high at the beginning, people change as years pass, and the original motivation gradually fades away. Unable to simply quit, it dragged on to this year, and the task fell to Chikage, known for her exemplary conduct and excellent grades. I get the reason, but it doesn't mean it has to be Chie-chan, right? But, Takabana-sensei seemed really troubled, and once I decide to do something, I give it my all. Maybe that's true for Chie-chan. Also, which other high schools are involved? It's Yuki Academy. The meetings will be held at Harashiyama Academy. Sakuto's expression changed at this. Yuki Academy. He thought it might be a coincidence, but he decided to ask about something that was on his mind. But why Chikage? Or rather, why our first year? What about the second and third years? At this time, the second and third years are busy with their studies. It's not something to say out loud, but the responsibility fell to Takabana-sensei, who's in charge of the first years. And well, that's how it turned out. Chikage seemed hesitant to speak, which indicated that Takabana might also have been pressured into taking the job by someone else. There had been some friction before, but Takabana clearly recognized Chikage's capabilities. Chikage seemed to understand Takabana's circumstances and agreed to help when asked. I see. Well, if you've already accepted, it can't be helped. That's why you two should go on a date without worrying about me. Instead, it would be nice if I could go out alone with Sakuto-kun some other day. That's fine, right? I'll make a reservation right now. Seeing Chikage joke and laugh about it, Sakuto had to resist the urge to sigh. Hikari seemed to feel the same way, and she and Sakuto exchanged a grim look. Section. The next day during lunch break, Sakuto looked for the person who had roped Chikage into this collaboration project. Takabana was in a quiet area beside the school building, leading to the staff parking lot. It was a place he rarely visited, but there were hydrangeas blooming in the corners of the path in shades of blue and purple. Tachibana was watering them. Tachibana-sensei, can I have a moment? Is this about Chikage Usami? I haven't said anything yet, though. Is it not about that? It is, but the conversation was quick, but it felt uncomfortable. Could it be that their relationship had been discovered? He felt as if his private life was being speculated upon. Ignoring Sakuto's discomfort, Tachibana continued watering the plants with a calm expression. When I invited Chikage Usami to this collaboration project, she accidentally mentioned your name. So I thought you had some plans together. Besides, I occasionally see you two together around the school. Sakuto felt a jolt of surprise. Are you planning to go out with her sometime soon? Well, it's not just with Chikage. After saying this as a precaution, Tachibana put a hand to her chin, deep in thought. Maybe I'm overthinking it. No, rather than that. What did you want to ask me? Oh, yes. Why did you invite Chikage? Tachibana smiled faintly, looking at the hydrangeas. She's serious, an honor student, top of her class, and she's a natural hard worker. Huh? Her grades in the spring of her third year of junior high school were quite good, but not as good as they are now. What are you talking about? Tachibana began watering again. Well, just listen to me. However, around the summer of her third year in junior high school, her grades suddenly improved significantly. She either attended a very good cram school or perhaps she met someone who sparked her motivation. People change through encounters with others. In her third year, she must have found a solid goal. Have you ever had such encounters? Caught off guard by Tachibana's sudden gaze at him, Sakuto looked away. Well, I think I have. That's why. The reason I invited Chikage Usami this time is to push her to the next level. She tends to become overly fixated on one thing. I want her to broaden her horizons, see different things, gain various experiences, and become more graceful and ambitious. That's what I thought. There was something in those words that inspired trust. Whether it was because she was a teacher, an adult, or perhaps the weight of her life experience lent gravity to her words, they had enough convincing power to satisfy Sakuto. For your own sake. So it's not just because Chikage is a serious and excellent student. There are other serious and excellent students as well, but yes, it's true that it's also for my own sake. To begin with, I was pushed into this by the teachers in the upper grades. Really? Tachibana said this nonchalantly, then chuckled and looked back at the hydrangeas. Sakuto realized it was a pretext. She figured that if she said it was pushed onto her by other teachers, Chikage would agree to do it, expecting her to say yes because of her kind nature. And there was personal interest involved, but it wasn't the bad kind. It felt like the typical teacher's sentiment of for the sake of the student, a sincere, adult kindness that watches over the growth of a child. Accepting this, Sakuto was about to leave when Yuzuki Kizunagi and Shun Matsuke's. When Tachibana suddenly mentioned those names, Sakuto's heart leapt as if he had a sudden heart attack. They are the representatives from Yuki Academy. Yes? I believe both of them were from your same junior high, Kita Junior High. Do you know them? Yes, well, they're my former classmates. Sakuto's response was vague, and his voice sounded choked. They're coming tomorrow. Sensei. Why are you telling me this? I don't know. Well, don't worry about it. Saying this, Tachibana exhaled with a few sound. Her expression seemed to say, I thought so. Section 2 days after the last conversation with Tachibana, Chikage, sitting across in the cafeteria, let out an unusually big sigh, seemingly lost in thought. What's wrong? No. Just a lot going on. A lot? About yesterday's meeting. But it's okay. Don't worry about it, Chikage said with a smile, but it seemed forced, not quite genuine. Sakuto had other concerns as well. Yuzuki Kizunagi and Shun Matsuke's his former middle school classmates. He wondered what they were like now. But he didn't want to stir up trouble unnecessarily. Even though Chikage insisted she was fine, Sakuto couldn't help but notice that she seemed more downcast than usual. Then Saturday arrived. It was supposed to rain for about a week, making people too lazy to go out. During this time, Sakuto received several messages from Hikari via Line. Chikage was apparently cooped up in her room at home, working on something related to the hydrangea festival. It seemed she was struggling more than expected, and Hikari's messages were filled with concern, wondering if it was okay to leave her alone. There were no messages from Chikage. Sakuto had sent a few messages, but the replies were slow, and any mention of the hydrangea festival was glossed over. Was Chikage really okay? Despite his worries, the names of the two from Yuki Academy kept coming to his mind. Yuzuki Kizunagi, Shun Matsuke's unpleasant memories began to resurface within him as the rain intensified, pounding on the roof and windows. Section. Monday, June 13th, the start of a new week. It was raining again this morning. Chikage had mentioned she had something to do during lunch break, so Sakuto found himself alone in the cafeteria. Today's daily special was a pork ginger set meal. It was delicious, but something was missing. Is it wrong for me to want to eat with my boyfriend? That's right. Sakuto felt a tinge of loneliness. He remembered the first day he invited her to the cafeteria. So you're saying that you, Takahashi-kun, do you want to be a couple with me? Chikage, who once said such things, is now his girlfriend. Originally, the desire to be a couple came from Chikage's side. While this made him happy, he now feels inadequate, unable to do anything for her as her boyfriend. And somehow, he could imagine Chikage working hard alone. I just hate to lose. Maybe it's also because I once heard that the nail that sticks out too much does not get hammered down. Chikage said that was her nature, but she also mentioned it was scary sometimes. Well, that's part of my inherent personality, but... He pictured Chikage stroking the ribbon tied in her side hair. Right now, there is someone I really want to see my efforts. Quietly, he put down my chopsticks. Is there something I can do for her? As her boyfriend, as a man, shouldn't I be there to see her efforts more closely? It might be too much to ask, but for Chikage's sake, I should face my past and find a way. Somehow, lost in thought, he realized that the cafeteria had nearly emptied out. Chapter 11, The Present and the Past. Tuesday, June 14th. It's been raining continuously since Saturday. Chikage had a meeting again today, so Sakuto came to the station alone. Hikari was already waiting, and when she saw Sakuto, she waved her hand and showed him where to go. Hikari's expression was a bit gloomy. Could something have happened to Chikage? He wondered. Yesterday, Chie-chan came home late, and she seemed different than usual. She looked gloomy or maybe angry. It might be because of the upcoming joint event. I see. I haven't seen her since yesterday. She seems busy even during breaks. So, did you hear anything? No, but that face she had, it looked like something unpleasant had happened. Sakuto said I see and looked down, but he had a rough idea. It's probably those two from Yuki Academy, but it's too early to conclude since Chikage hasn't said anything. Sakuto-kun, what should we do? Usually, when Chie-chan's like that, she tries to do everything by herself. Are you worried about Chikage? Yeah. Chie-chan has always been the type to keep her worries to herself. I just hope she doesn't get too overwhelmed. Hikari spoke with an unusually gloomy expression. Sakuto was also becoming increasingly worried. Hikari, how about we go to the arcade? I don't think it's a good idea. Hikari, you need a change of scenery. You're looking so gloomy too right now. Do I? I don't know. Maybe you're right. Sakuto smiled and took Hikari to the game center section. Having arrived at the game center, they didn't know what to do and wandered around the first and second floors. They didn't feel like playing Ansem today. Hikari didn't seem in the mood either. Eventually, they went down to the first floor, walked around the UFO catcher area, and looked at the plushies through the glass case. This is cute. The character Hikari muttered about was Usapiyoko, a rabbit character. Inside the case were keychain types, both a small white one and a black one. Sakuto vaguely remembered his visit to the Usami house last week. That day, it was a bunny girl. But does Hikari like rabbits? Do you like rabbits? Yeah. My family name and Chie-chan's is Usami, rabbit, so I've kind of liked them since I was little. Saying that, Hikari inserted a coin and started operating the arm. No good. Hikari laughed truthfully and gave up after one try, still seemingly not in high spirits. Which one were you aiming for, the white or the black? The black one. I thought of giving it to Chie-chan because she likes Usapyoko too. I see. You two really are close, huh? Yeah. We've hardly ever fought. He can somehow picture it. Even if Chikage gets angry about something, with Hikari's personality, they probably don't end up in big sisterly fights. Hikari, have you ever wanted to go to school with Chikage? Yeah, when I was in elementary school. Well, not every day. What? Hikari laughed like a child who had been caught in a prank. When I was in 4th grade, there were 2 girls in my class I was close with. Hikari suddenly started reminiscing about the past. Although she seemed to be reminiscing fondly, there was a hint of sadness in her expression. There were 2 of them. Probably means those 2 are no longer with her. But, for some reason, suddenly the 2 of them started fighting over me. Come play on this side. Hi-chan, come here, and so on. Were you caught in the middle? Yeah, it was really tough. I was wondering why they couldn't just get along. Hikari frowned with a bitter smile. So, I started thinking that the bad relationship between those 2 was my fault. I was really worried and consulted with sensei, but was just told, it's tough being popular and not taken seriously. At that time, I wondered if it would be better not to go to school. Is that the reason she stopped going to school? For the sake of mediating the fight? Well, he's not sure if it can be called mediation in this case, but at that time, maybe Hikari had no other choice but to do so to solve the problem. After taking 2 days off, when I went back to school, the 2 of them were together, worried about me. Hi-chan, are you okay? And then, I realized. Realized what? That it's better for me not to be there for them to get along. If them worrying about me is what connects them, then I need to stay away from school. Sakuto wanted to understand what Hikari was implying, but it didn't quite click. He had never thought of needing to stay away from school before. Even though there are various reasons and purposes for going to school. But, if I don't go to school, Chie-chan and Papa and Mama will worry, so I started studying on my own. Right now, I'm interested in physics and chemistry, but before that it was biology and ergonomics. How did you study that? There are books and the internet, but YouTube is amazing. People from all over the world are doing research in various fields, and there's a translation function. Though those subtitles can be funny sometimes. Sakuto chuckled. That's certainly true. Astronomy and rocket science too. I talked with the school counselor and thought clinical psychology seemed interesting. That might also be a form of escape. He thought she seemed somewhat like him, and he felt like he could understand her. So, Hikari, did you become afraid of going to school? Yeah, I'm probably scared. Scared of going to school. Scared of ruining the atmosphere because of me. Hikari curled up so small he thought she might disappear. Then she lightly grasped Sakuto's sleeve. He thought if he shook off this arm, Hikari might vanish right before his eyes. That's why Chie-chan is amazing. She keeps it straight even by herself. She's too dazzling for me. And even though I want to go to school with her, my legs just won't move. Hikari, can I tell you what I think? Yes? Sakuto pulled Hikari up. Chikage said she's scared too. She seems to think standing out isn't bad, but Chikage gets scared sometimes. So Hikari is no different from her. Everyone has something they're afraid of. But, it's not the same kind of fear. The quality, or should I say, the position and situation are different. Well, that's true. Everyone carries something different. Hikari tilted her head in puzzlement. But, maybe there comes a time when you have to face that fear and join forces with someone, right? Sure, it might be cool to face it alone like a protagonist, but even protagonists sometimes cooperate with their companions, right? After all, we are just ordinary people. Then Hikari seemed to understand something and said, I see. Sakuto-kun, you think of me as an ordinary person, right? Ah, was that rude? Would you prefer being called a genius? Genius. When Sakuto-kun says it, it sounds a bit sarcastic. Why? Hikari just smiled without replying. You know, after I met Sakuto-kun, fell in love with you, and was kissed by you, I finally found the answer. Answer? To what? After finding out we were twins, you said, I like both of you, right? Looking back, I think that was a terrible thing to say. No, for me, it was the best declaration. At that time, Sakuto-kan didn't say anything like let's cut off our relationship, right? That's because, well, I did like both of you, and even if we couldn't date, I wanted to stay friends. Is that thinking too low? Too convenient? Hikari smiled happily. No, it's the best. The words Sakuto-kan said back then were very positive. Really? Yeah, it wasn't ambiguous. And you properly said you liked us. On top of that, you considered both me and Chie-chan. You tried to stay friends with us. Those were exactly the words I couldn't say when I was in 4th grade. What? I love both of them, so I want them to stop fighting and get along with everyone. I finally understood that after hearing Sakuto-kan's words. Sakuto realized one more thing. That's where Hikari's past was linked. So that was it. So, when I rejected both of your confessions. Yes, I suggested. Why not make both twins your girlfriends? It felt like I found the best answer that I couldn't find back then. Sakuto was thoroughly convinced and impressed. Hikari, comparing herself to her past self, chose a new path in that situation. Even if it seemed nonsensical to others, it was a new path that brought together the feelings of all three of them. A path where no one would be sacrificed and no one would be saddened. Her decision not to go to school for the sake of her two conflicting friends, and through her truancy experience and meeting him, Hikari carved out this new path. Hikari, you really are a genius, aren't you? Yay. Watching her make a peace sign with a smile, Sakuto naturally smiled as well. But you know, it's thanks to you, Sakuto-kan, that I came up with this idea. You unraveled the answer to what I wanted to say, the answer I had been struggling with myself. He chuckled wryly. Ah well, I never thought that terrible declaration would lead to this. But it was the best confession I've ever heard. But it's not over yet. Hikari's fundamental problem hasn't been resolved. Hikari, let me try this. Sakuto inserted a coin and started operating the crane. Choosing only one of the two may seem obvious and correct in conventional thinking. But, thanks to Hikari, I finally understood. The crane grabbed both the white and black Usapiyoko at the same time. As it lifted them, it moved towards the drop zone. When Hikari exclaimed, "Ah!" a sound of congratulations played. Sakuto took out the prizes and handed them to Hikari, saying, I'm happy to have met and dated both Hikari and Chikage. Maybe it's not about choosing one over the other sometimes, but enjoying the happiness of both options. Every day is fun with the two of you, and I'm always in the best mood. Sakuto-kan. So, we can't be missing even one person. We're like pieces of a jigsaw puzzle. It's perfect because the three of us are together. Yes. Hikari narrowed her eyes happily. So, Hikari, I have a favor to ask. A favor? What is it? I'm the same as Hikari. Right now, I'm scared of going to school. For a moment, the scenes from his junior high school days almost resurfaced in his mind. But Sakuto held back. Sakuto-kan too? Right now? Right now. Those two from the other school are people I had various issues with in junior high school. But I still like Chikage and want to do something about it if Hikari is with me. I think I won't be scared. So, I want you to go to school with me. But, Hikari clenched her right hand tightly in front of her chest. She seemed to be hesitating. Sakuto's face tightened, but a smile appeared on his lips. If Hikari gets scared, I'll hold your hand. I won't let you feel scared because we'll be together. So, thinking back, it all started here with Hikari. What's wrong? Don't like handshakes. No, it's nothing. Back then, I was afraid that the same thing would happen again. But now, I won't hesitate. Sakuto extended his right hand towards Hikari. So, will you come with me, Hikari? To help Chikage? Section. And so, what could be the cause of Sakuto Takayashiki's fear? It traces back to a time before this world was colored. When he met a young girl, it was when Sakuto was still in the 4th grade of elementary school. In a corner of the classroom, he always spent time alone reading a vehicle encyclopedia. He was treated as a weird child by those around him, expressionless and reticent. He struggles with verbalizing abstract concepts and is insensitive to others' emotions. Some even mocked him, calling him a robot. The homeroom teacher felt something different about Sakuto, something foreign compared to other children. He was above average in studies and sports and not particularly clumsy with his hands. He just carried out tasks quietly and calmly. Compared to energetic children, he was well behaved and never caused trouble, even excelling to the point of being too competent, perhaps due to his lack of emotional expression. Others found him somewhat creepy. However, the boy himself didn't show signs of being troubled, and the teacher, seeing that he wasn't struggling, just watched over him. But he had a heart too. He couldn't express his emotions, but he understood that the adults were cautious around him, and he knew he was someone who couldn't fit in with others. But he didn't know what to do about it. He was above average in studies and sports and didn't particularly struggle, even when alone. When required to act as a group, just being in the same place or acting together was enough. His opinion wasn't sought after, and he could get by without influencing others, like air. So, at that time, Sakuto didn't even feel troubled. Then one day, a turning point came for Sakuto. "Hey, wanna play together?" During lunch break, while reading a book in the classroom, a girl from his class spoke to him. That girl was Yuzuki Kusanagi. He hadn't talked to her much but knew her name as a classmate. She extended her small white hand towards him. He was being invited to play. Seeing her carefree smile, Sakuto felt troubled for the first time. What kind of face should I make in this situation? From then on, Yuzuki often invited Sakuto. She shared various stories she had heard and seen, showing Sakuto many things. Sakuto wondered why Yuzuki was spending time with him. He couldn't particularly tell interesting stories or do anything fun. Yet, why? Feeling curious, Sakuto asked her one day. I just want to be friends with Sakuto-kun." Looking at her, tilting her head in wonder, Sakuto also felt puzzled. Why, I wonder. Because our houses are close. Then, he felt like he finally understood what he was lacking. So one day, Sakuto consulted his mother. "I want to be a normal person." Sakuto's definition of normal was to have friends like everyone else, express feelings normally, and live a normal life. Just ordinarily, like everyone else. His mother used her connections to meet with a pediatric psychiatrist. There, it was revealed that Sakuto had inherent traits with a higher IQ and memory than average and perceiving excessive information as painful. He was unable to express emotions due to this stress. Beginning to learn how to organize information under the doctor's guidance, he visited various specialized institutions with his mother, starting to gather the missing pieces for himself. What should be the correct response when others are happy or sad? What should be his correct response when he is happy or sad? However, his expressionless and reticent attitude did not change. A year into the training, Sakuto was now in 5th grade. He continued to spend time with Yuzuki, but a turning point came again for Sakuto. One day, Sakuto and Yuzuki witnessed a car accident. A car, for some unknown reason, veered off its lane and hit a telephone pole, which then fell onto the front of the car. He saw a woman remaining inside, slumped over. At that moment, Sakuto faintly heard a popping sound in his ears. Instantly, the structure of the car and images from TV news flashed through Sakuto's mind. Electrical wiring short circuit, fuel leakage, fire in the engine compartment. Approximately 4,000 vehicle fires annually in the country. Sakuto's mind formed a list of possible scenarios. Sakuto then calmly instructed Yuzuki to go call an adult. After Yuzuki left, Sakuto, alone, headed towards the smoking car. When Yuzuki returned with an adult male, smoke was rising from the car. Sakuto was dragging a limp woman on the asphalt, holding her from behind. The adult man took over from Sakuto and carried the woman away from the car. Suddenly, flames burst from the driver's seat. Someone said the woman might not have been saved if it were a little later, but no one noticed that the side window of the rear seat was unnaturally broken. Amazing. Just like a hero. Only Yuzuki was excited. She seemed to have seen Sakuto pulling the woman. "I didn't do anything special." Sakuto didn't disclose how the woman escaped from the car. No, if it weren't for Sakuto, that person. No, It's because Yuzuki called for an adult. After this exchange, Sakuto thought a little about what it means to be a hero. He just liked TV heroes. Even though it was in the name of justice, they resolved things with violence. What they did seemed no different from evil. Why is violence tolerated in the name of justice if there's a just cause? Sakuto didn't understand. But if being a hero meant saving people in trouble, he thought that was good. He had been aiming to be a normal person from a robot, but maybe changing his goal to becoming a hero was an option. Right, if he couldn't become a normal person, then he should aim to be a hero. To become a hero, daily effort is important. He decided to work hard to become a hero. Thus, Sakuto resolved to put in 3 times the effort from then on. Sakuto graduated from elementary school and entered junior high school. From around this time, Sakuto's relationship with Yuzuki gradually began to fade. Contrary to Sakuto's wish, moving from elementary to junior high school, the tests changed significantly. Wider test coverage, more questions, detailed scoring. What used to be perfect scores for others suddenly began to drop. Meanwhile, Sakuto always scored perfect marks in all subjects. He thought it was natural to score perfectly on tests, and he felt no discomfort hearing average scores or others' marks. He was proud of putting in 3 times the effort. However, Sakuto's intelligence was perceived by others as strange, weird, abnormal. Yuzuki, too, seemed to be on that side. She never mentioned it in front of Sakuto but praised him with a forced smile, saying that's amazing. Yet, Yuzuki's response was still better compared to others. One day after school, in the classroom, a classmate named Shun Matsukaze was talking with his friends. Takayashiki is kind of like a robot, huh? I get it. Like he's got AI or something. He's introverted, always alone, and just does what he's told. That's not normal, right? Robot-like, introverted, alone, not normal. That was the assessment of Sakuto. Yuzuki was also part of Matsukaze's group. She was timid and smiled dryly as she went along with the others. She did not deny what was said about Sakuto. Instead, she bore it silently with a bitter smile. Sakuto was worried about Yuzuki. Since entering junior high school, she had become more timid and seemed tired. Surely, being in such a group must be difficult. It was her decision to be in Matsukaze's group, and he did not oppose it. However, Sakuto perceived her wry smile as harboring words she wanted but couldn't say to defend him. That's why Sakuto was unaffected by what anyone said about him. As long as Yuzuki, who once called him a hero, understood him, that was enough. Believing there was someone who understood him, that was his belief. Even if he became a target, it didn't matter as long as he was understood by someone else. Believing there was someone who understood him, he never doubted it. During the days when he couldn't have proper conversations with Yuzuki, Sakuto decided to put more effort into his own endeavors. So, he resolved in his heart and continued his efforts quietly and calmly. However, reality turned out to be harsher than he expected, as he would learn later. In the small meeting room of Arashiyama Academy, Chikage was busily typing on her keyboard alone. Seriously thinking about all this stuff feels very youth-like, doesn't it? Ahahaha. Yeah, totally. Talking cheerfully in front of her were Shun Matsukaze and Yuzuki Kizunagi, laughing along. These two were first-year students from Yuki Academy and members participating in the joint event. Initially, Shun had said he was good at events like this. He seemed to have high communication skills, but even in the meeting room of another school, he dressed down his uniform and acted as if he owned the place. He was clearly the type of boy Chikage disliked. Yuzuki, on the other hand, was friendly with Shun since they came from the same junior high school. However, Chikage realized that it wasn't so much friendliness as Yuzuki just going along with him. She seemed to be a nice girl but maybe a bit timid. Facing these two, Chikage was holding back a sigh. The joint event was scheduled for Saturday, 4 days away. At first, Chikage proposed to do it as they had done last year because there's a limit to what can be done with a limited number of people. Building on last year's successes and challenges, it would be more constructive to proceed in the same manner this year. However, this boy, Shun Matsukaze, started saying that would be boring. He suggested that, since they were together, the three high school students should do something memorable for the kindergarteners. Reluctantly acknowledging his enthusiasm, Chikage agreed. Then she put forward ideas for the plan as he asked, but Shun only responded negatively to Chikage's ideas, saying they were boring. Moreover, since the meeting place was at Harem Academy, he acted as if it was natural for them to be entertained. The snacks and drinks they consumed were prepared by Chikage. Even if she could forgive that to some extent, she wondered where his confidence came from. This couldn't continue. Anxiety, urgency, and irritation were cornering Chikage. Finally, today, the plan had moved forward. But, can I say something? What? With such a short time to prepare, is Zarajuyama Academy going to provide all of this? The workload was obviously heavy. Moreover, they were all tasks difficult for one person to handle. Do you mean you don't want to do it? Chikage felt irritated by this kind of questioning from Shun. It's difficult for me alone. I can probably prepare the tools, but I would like you to handle the negotiations with the kindergarten and whatever else Yoki Academy can do. Then, Shun smirked slightly. But since this is a joint event and the meeting is being held here at Harajuyama Academy, it's only natural that you handle the overall preparation, right? It's a joint event. There's a lot for us to do on the day, so we can't cover everything like this. Isn't that a matter of motivation? Motivation? Being burdened with an obviously unreasonable amount of work. Motivation wasn't even the issue. I mean, we joined this joint event because it sounded fun. We came here as two, while you're just by yourself. Well, I don't think it's Usami-san's fault, but you need to show some more enthusiasm. His argument was logical, but essentially, it meant that it wasn't their fault for lacking enthusiasm, and the lack of motivation was due to Harajuyama Academy, so they should show some more spirit. For Chikage, being told she lacked motivation in this situation was unacceptable. While the two of them were idly chatting, she had been busily preparing the project plan and materials well. More accurately, she had been forced to. But still, they were telling her to show more enthusiasm. While Yuzuki looked on worriedly, Chikage struggled to contain her rising frustration. So, we'll come up with the ideas, and you just do as we say, okay? Just as Chikage was reaching her limit, Yuzuki timidly interjected. Shun-kun, doesn't that defeat the purpose of doing a joint project? It's fine. In the end, someone has to take the lead. It's only natural to follow us since we're the larger group, right? Why yeah, maybe. But Yuzuki said something to go along with Shun, forcing a wry smile. What? Is Usami-san going to take the lead? If you can do it now, we'd be happy to follow you. It was a statement made knowing it was impossible, not a provocation, but a demand for submission. Considering the remaining days and the current unprepared situation, Chikage had no choice but to swallow the words that almost came to her throat. Why is it so different from the case with Sakuto and Hikari, even though they are the same three people? If she had known it would be like this from the start, she would have refused when Takebeno asked her. Gradually, frustration started to build up. It stemmed from a sense of inadequacy. It is not because things are not going the way she wants them to. Even now, she found herself weak enough to wish she was with Sakuto and Hikari instead. That was the source of her frustration, her own inadequacy. I'm such a weak person. Just when she thought that, something unbelievable happened. The door was knocked on suddenly, then slowly swung open. Chikage's eyes widened. The person who appeared was the one she most wanted to be here right now. Tears started to well up. Excuse me. Chikage? Are you okay? Chapter 12. What if you turn the nail upside down? Sakuto-kun. Why? As Sakuto opened the door to the meeting room, Chikage was visibly shocked. There seemed to be tears in her eyes. Sensing her situation, his heart ached, but he smiled to reassure her. Can I come in for now? Before Chikage could respond with please do. What? Takayashiki? Sakuto, Shun and Yuzuki were both surprised to see Sakuto. It had been a while since he had met them, but Sakuto merely nodded in acknowledgement and then went over to Chikage, who whispered something in his ear. Why did you come? I thought it was time to get serious. Chikage, you're in trouble. right? That's why I came. Sorry for being late, okay? Sakuto said this with an untroubled smile directed at Chikage. That's. I'm glad you're here, but, Chikage tried to hide her face, now flushed red, but couldn't completely cover it. She was overwhelmed with surprise and joy, showing an indescribable expression. But it was too early to rejoice. And I brought another helper. Who? Peeking through the open door was. Hey, Chie-chan. It was Hikari, wearing an awkward smile like a child caught after making trouble. Hi-chan? Why? I've come to help Chie-chan. Or something like that? Can I come in too? Saying this, Hikari approached Chikage. Right, I have a souvenir for Chie-chan. Taking out two Usapioka from his pocket, Sakuto placed the black one in Chikage's hand. Usapioka, we match well. Sorry for worrying you all this time. I've caused a lot of trouble. So now it's my turn to work hard for Chie-chan. Tears flooded out of Chikage's eyes. She must have been incredibly happy that Hikari came to school for her. Long time no see, Takayashiki. What's an outsider doing here? Shun smirked at Sakuto. Weren't you the study robot? We don't need you now, so go home. Chikage's demeanor suddenly changed. What do you mean by that comment just now? Chikage, I'll explain later. Let's leave that aside for now. Matsuke's, sorry, but Hikari and I aren't outsiders. We've just officially joined as volunteers, as we discussed with Takabena-sensei. Huh? Really? Shun scowled, clearly displeased. And that girl is? He. I'm Hikari, Chie-chan's Ani-chan. Nice to meet you. Matsuda-kun. It's Matsuke's. Right, sorry. Hikari said without a trace of apology. She definitely did that on purpose. By the way, Matsuke's-kun. What do you mean by study robot? Hikari was angry. Although her face was smiling, anger was radiating from her entire being. As far as Sakuto knew, this was the first time he had seen Hikari angry. Probably, she was angry for Sakuto and Chikage's sake. So you see, that guy is just a robot who can only study. Right, Yuzuki? As Yuzuki stumbled over her words, Hikari smiled as if she understood. I see, so it's jealousy, right? Huh? What did you just say? I said your emotion is jealousy. Shun glared fiercely, and Hikari's face turned serious. You're the type who wants to feel secure by putting down someone who's clearly above you, right? You need to be immersed in a sense of superiority, so you want people around you who are weaker or timid. You're not satisfied unless they're equal or lower than you, right? What? Sakuto-kun is a perfect example. Calling him a study robot is ironic. You're literally admitting that you're a useless piece of garbage who can't even study. I don't know, maybe you should realize that. Hikari, wait. That's too much. Sakuto hastily tried to stop Hikari. There was no need to say so much to someone they were going to be working with for the joint event. What's wrong with you? And why are you talking so much since a while ago? We went to the same junior high school as Takayashiki. We've known him longer than you, so don't butt into our relationship. Of course, I will. We're in a deeper relationship with him now, but even so, you're from the same school and don't understand Sakuto-kun at all. Huh? No. Are you afraid to understand? Wait, no, you already do. You're hitting him because you're scared, right? But why? What's the reason for wanting to dominate Sakuto-kun? Hikari looked at Shun and Yuzuki with a probing gaze. The two of them looked uncomfortably embarrassed. Sakuto even felt a chill at her usual sharp insight. Really? How far can Hikari see? Hikari, that's enough. Well, if Sakuto-kun says so. After a while, when things had calmed down a bit, Sakuto received an explanation from Chikage about the progress so far. So, that's what we have decided so far. So basically, everything has been dumped on our precious Chie-chan. Huh? Hikari smiled, and Shun and Yuzuki seemed intimidated. Hikari, no need to get angry. Shun was still the same as ever, exerting half-hearted leadership and imposing various tasks on others. Nothing had changed since junior high school. But really, this plan? Seriously? Sakuto was astounded. You got a problem with it? We thought the kids would be happy. I'm not saying it's bad. The problem is the limit on the number of people available. If it was like last year's hydrangea festival, 3 people should have been enough. but with puppet shows, game tournaments, and all that thrown in, what you want to do and what you can do are different, right? We can make it work if we try hard enough. That's if we had 5 people. What were you planning to do with just 3? Don't tell me you were going to dump everything on Chikage. Shun flinched momentarily under Sakuto's glare, then glared back. What's up with you? Since when could you talk back to me like that? For a moment, Sakuto was taken aback. He hadn't expected Shun to speak to him like that so directly. When Shun always looked down on Sakuto, there was never a need for him to verbalize it before. Maybe Shun, too, was losing his composure. HMPH. Getting carried away because those twins like you? For a robot. Sakuto momentarily felt a twinge of fear at those words. But there was no need to be daunted. Things were different now. He had the 2 of them. So, with confidence, Sakuto declared. In any case, I'm not a robot that does what you want me to do. What's with that all of a sudden? Chikage and Hikari feel the same. Speaking in a low voice, the twins who were about to stand up seemed to lose their energy. Now, Arashiyama Academy is only participating with 1 person, so we should follow what the 2 from Yuki Academy say, right? Now we're 3. According to your logic, Yuki Academy should be the one to follow, right? That's not what I meant. Even with that silly logic, if it's about minority and majority opinions, indeed, the majority has more power, right? And you said it's okay if Chikage takes the lead, didn't you? Fine, we'll take the lead. Arashiyama Academy's opinions will be followed, okay? Shun, unable to retort, clenched his back teeth in frustration. Are you flustered? Just kidding. It's a joint event after all, and there's no point in vying for such low-level dominance. We'll lead, but the burden will be equally shared between both schools. How about that? Then, Yuzuki tugged on Shun's sleeve. Shun-kun, we should go along with Sakuto and his friends. If Yuzuki says so, then well. Shun agreed, albeit reluctantly. He must have wanted to click his tongue. However, he didn't go for the uninteresting option of just leaving. He wasn't that selfish. So, our side with Chikage and Hikari will take the lead. Chikage will give instructions to us. Hikari will move freely. Matsuke's and Yuzuki will follow my and Chikage's instructions. Is that okay? Understood. Yeah, leave it to us. Chikage and Hikari agreed with smiles, and, all right. Shun seemed to have no choice but to agree. But then Yuzuki raised her hand with a slight frown, saying, but, I can agree with that, but are you sure it's okay? Leaving it to those 2. Sakuto nodded confidently. Yes, you can trust them. If it doesn't work out, you can blame it all on me. Sakuto-kun. Both of them blushed and looked at him. Additionally, they secretly held his hand under the table. Sakuto wanted to tell them to stop because it was too obvious. You better not forget what you just said, okay? If it fails, you're taking responsibility. Of course. Shun snorted disinterestedly, and Yuzuki also looked down, seemingly uncomfortable. You really trust those 2 a lot? Never mind. It's nothing. Sakuto smiled, sensing what Yuzuki was about to say. These 2 are amazing. That's why I trust them more than anyone, as a boyfriend. But he decided not to say that outright. All right, let's get started. When Sakuto said that, Chikage stood up and went to the front of the blackboard while Hikari quickly opened the laptop in front of her. From there, things moved at a surprisingly high speed. Chikage directed everything with precise instructions, Hikari advanced the administrative work with overwhelming speed, and Sakuto supported them while sharing tasks with the 2 from Yuki Academy. Sakuto saw a new side of the twin sisters. Chikage showed leadership skills that she normally didn't, taking charge efficiently. She seemed well suited for this kind of task. Hikari, on the other hand, was always thinking a few steps ahead and acting proactively. Her anticipatory actions were a great help to everyone. As a result of participating in this joint event, Hikari started attending school from the morning. Chikage also seemed more lively than usual. As the twin sisters started going to and from school together and spending time harmoniously, the perceptions of those around them seemed to change for the better. Sakuto was enjoying his time sandwiched between the 2 of them. There were moments in the cafeteria or after school that made his heart pounding, but generally, They just seemed like close sisters playfully teasing each other, at least to onlookers. Meanwhile, Shun and Yuzuki, who had been attending Arashiyama Academy after school, also began to recognize the twins' capabilities and personalities. However, Shun still seemed reluctant to fully accept things, behaving unenthusiastically unless he was talking with Yuzuki. Occasionally he would try to slightly make trouble, but Chikage and Hikari would explain thoroughly, in other words, completely shut down his objections until he couldn't argue anymore. Still, Shun didn't exhibit any slacking attitude, which somewhat relieved Sakuto. "I'm going to the staff room for a bit." After Sakuto left for the staff room, the remaining four started this conversation. "Hey, Chikage-san, Hikari-san," Yuzuki hesitantly began. "Didn't you think Sakuto-kun was a bit strange at first?" Because during junior high school, he was kind of an outsider." There was no hint of contempt in her tone. It was more of a concern, as if she wanted to confirm something. "Didn't you think Sakuto-kun was a bit strange at first?" Because during junior high school, he was kind of an outsider." There was no hint of contempt in her tone. It was more of a concern, as if she wanted to confirm something. "Strange? I've always thought of him as amazing from the beginning. More than strange. Like someone who could change the world. Like a hero." "A hero?" Yuzuki reacted to that word. But before she could ponder further, Chikage spoke up. "Sakuto-kun takes good care of us. So, we trust him and feel safe with him. That's why he's our hero, right?" "Yeah." The twins smiled and spoke as if talking about someone very dear to them. Yuzuki realized just how close these twins and Sakuto were. "What's different between me?" Her murmured words didn't reach the twins, but Shun, who was nearby, dropped his gaze with a complex expression. Afterward, Hikari took care of the administrative work, and Sakuto handled the finer details. Shun and Yuzuki followed Chikage's instructions, helping around, and the preparations progressed rapidly. Sakuto noticed Yuzuki's gaze but didn't particularly engage her in conversation, simply focusing on his tasks methodically. Surprisingly, it turned out that being together as three made it less obvious that they were dating, and Sakuto was also confronting his own past. "Sakuto." During the preparations the day before, Yuzuki softly spoke to him. "I couldn't say it when we first met, but were you doing okay?" "Well, as you can see," Sakuto responded with a smile. "Well, do you need something from me?" I've been thinking. I want to apologize to you." "Yes?" "Sorry. I was kind of mean when we first met, and also, during junior high school." "Back then." "No, that's enough." Sakuto cut her off with a smile, indicating not to dredge up the past. "By the way, how's your school?" "Fun?" Yeah, it's all right." Yuzuki's expression softened a bit. "I'm enjoying my time at this school, too." "Really? Is that because of those twin girls?" "Yes." He could say that with confidence. Hikari and Chikage meeting those two and spending time together like now, he probably would have boasted about enjoying his mob life if it hadn't been for them. The day of the Hydrangea festival arrived. Sakuto was managing the traffic of people and guiding them along with Shun. There were surprisingly many guardians, and it would have been tough to handle alone. The three girls were entertaining the kindergarteners along with the kindergarten teachers. "Ani-chan, over here." "Come with us." "Hikari and Ani-chan, over here too." "Ahaha, everyone, please wait a moment." Not surprisingly, Hikari was quite popular. Wearing an apron and smiling, she looked quite fitting to take care of the children. She seemed like she would make a good kindergarten teacher. Chikage, on the other hand, was popular with the boys. "Okay, line up properly. We have to follow the order, okay?" "Yes." Chikage, too, was showing leadership with her precise instructions. She looked as fitting in an apron as Hikari. Alone, Yuzuki was talking to a boy in a corner of the room, engaging with a child who couldn't join the other's circle. He thought to himself that she was still the same in that regard. While watching the three of them, "I never thought the girl at the arcade was Hikari Usami." Takebano approached and started the conversation. "The Usami sisters are really popular, and Kizunagi is also good at taking care of others. That's why the kindergarten teachers were asking them to come again next time." Of course, they appreciated your and Matsuke's hard work as well. As the person in charge, I'm proud. Is that so? That's great. Huh? Then, what are you grinning about? I am not grinning. Takabana let out a soft smile. I see. Well, it's all right. Anyway, you've been a big help. Thank you again. Takayashiki. Ah. No. It's not over yet. Sakuto felt somewhat embarrassed and scratched the tip of his nose. By the way, I heard from the younger Usami. Not only did you help with this event, but you also managed to bring the elder Usami sister, who had been absent from school for a long time. What happened to you? Who doesn't like to stand out? What kind of change of heart did you have? It's not so much a change of heart. I just found myself doing something like that before I knew it. I see. You mean you followed your feelings? Your heart? Takabana chuckled in amusement. Is that strange? No. It's a normal reaction for you. But your normal seems to be a bit different from my normal. What? Takabana smiled warmly. No. It's nothing. More importantly, have you properly talked with Matsuke's and Kusanagi? About what? Since you're from the same junior high school, I thought you might have a lot to talk about. Well, if you're not that close to them, there might not be much to say. Sakuto exhaled softly and shoved his hands in his pockets. He felt the touch of paper. Section. After Hikari, Chikage, and Yuzuki's puppet show ended successfully and they watched the kindergartners leave with their guardians. The high school students also had to leave, but the twin sisters were caught up talking with the kindergarten teachers. It was gratifying for Sakuto to see their efforts being appreciated, but it seemed like it would take a while longer. Sakuto headed towards the gate first. However, as he exited the kindergarten, Sakuto, Yuzuki called out to him. That? What's wrong? In front of a hesitating Yuzuki, Sakuto kept his hand in his pocket. He was contemplating giving her a letter he had been unsure about. Should he give it to her now? It seemed like the only opportunity, but then Yuzuki spoke up first. Yuzuki. Takayashiki? Just as Yuzuki was about to say something, Shun arrived. What are you two talking about? Yuzuki hurriedly lowered her face. Nothing. Yeah, nothing in particular. Anyway, Takayashiki, did you make a high school debut or something? What? Why, you've changed a lot. Different from junior high school. Facing Shun, who spoke as if something was stuck in his back teeth, Sakuto let out a wry smile. If you think so, it's probably thanks to Yuzuki or Matsuke's, I guess. Huh? No, it's nothing. Anyway, this time was quite fun despite everything. Thanks. Shun snorted dismissively. Yuzuki, let's head back soon. Yeah. The two started walking towards the station, but Yuzuki stopped. She turned around, looking earnestly at Sakuto. Sakuto, will we meet again? Sakuto smiled warmly. If there's a chance. Along the way, Yuzuki kept looking back at Sakuto, seeming concerned, thinking this might be the last time he spoke to her. Sakuto pushed the letter deeper into his pocket. Suddenly, he felt a gaze from behind, and Hikari and Chikage were looking at him with a puzzled expression. Gee, good work today? What? What's wrong? Something seems suspicious with you and Yuzuki-chan. Huh? Could it be that Yuzuki-chan is Sakuto-kun's ex-girlfriend? No, that's not it. Yuzuki and I are neighbors and childhood friends. Also, what do you mean by ex-girlfriend? Then Hikari and Chikage looked at each other. Childhood friends? Yeah, neighbors. We went to the same elementary and junior high schools, but we first really talked around 4th grade. So you weren't that close? Not really. Well, we were close back then, and the person I am now is thanks to Yuzuki. What do you mean by that? Not wanting any misunderstandings, Sakuto decided to tell them about Yuzuki. Let's talk while walking back. So, the three of them walked side by side as usual, taking a slight detour on their way home. In a park near the station, sitting on a bench, the three of them lined up. And so, Sakuto began to tell the twin sisters about his life and what had happened to him. Section. And so, when Sakuto was in his 3rd year of junior high school, he had become estranged from Yuzuki, but he was still striving to become a hero. Of course, he knew that hero wasn't an actual profession. Instead, he wanted to find something similar. A job where he could help people: police officer, firefighter, lawyer, doctor. He thought about pursuing such a career. Would Yuzuki be happy for him? Her words from back then had inspired him to change and to strive for that change. No, it had started even before that. The day she first reached out to him. He was confused by her smile, but now, he knew how to respond with an expression. By the way, Yuzuki's birthday was coming up soon. What should I give her this year? While he was thinking about this, she approached him at school. It was mid-July, just a week before summer vacation. I have something to talk to you about after school, Sakuto. She looked awkward, carrying a sense of unease. Sensing something, Sakuto headed to the back of the school building after class. Yuzuki was already waiting there, speaking hesitantly with an embarrassed look. I've liked you for a long time, Sakuto. What? Would you go out with me? Why are you asking this all of a sudden? At that moment, his heart unexpectedly raced. Did she really like him? No, that wasn't it. He had always known. She had long found a different place for herself, a place unlike his. So the fluttering in his heart was just a surprise. It's not a convenient misunderstanding. That is. At that moment, Sakuto faintly heard the sound of someone stepping on gravel. It wasn't Yuzuki or himself, someone else was nearby, stepping on the gravel. Indeed, he rapidly understood. There had been a word frequently mentioned in his class lately. Did someone tell you to confess your feelings? So, it's a penalty game confession? Exclamation mark. Yuzuki's eyes widened in shock, and her body began to tremble. Sakuto couldn't understand. What was she afraid of? Perhaps it was part of a game among friends, done as a light-hearted joke. Or was she coerced? If that was the case, he needed to warn those who forced her. He didn't intend to blame Yuzuki, and he was confident that he could forgive her because it was her. She was his important childhood friend who had shown him the way. But why did his heart feel so heavy? The face he should show her at a time like this. Yes. When someone feels anxious, he knows what face to make. The face he couldn't make on the day Yuzuki first spoke to him. Just like her, naturally. For the first time as far as he knew, Sakuto genuinely smiled, a smile full of empathy, forgiveness, and encouragement, expressing his gratitude for everything until now. That gentle, carefree smile resonated with Yuzuki. Sakuto, I'm really, really sorry. A pale Yuzuki turned and ran away from the spot, and from behind the wall, the voices of several boys and girls could be heard. Some sounded confused, while others laughed. Left alone, Sakuto remained smiling, looking at the spot where Yuzuki had just been. Suddenly, his vision blurred, and drops of water fell onto the tips of Sakuto's shoes. Even though he was smiling, tears began to fall. Why? How could this happen? Had the robot broken? No, that wasn't it. I see. I understand now. Once he realized this, he felt a tremendous sense of relief. And as he relaxed, his face contorted. I am no longer a robot, he thought. This was the normal person he had always wanted to become. Then, there was no longer any reason to aspire to be a hero. He had finally become what he wanted to be, a perfectly normal person, someone whose emotions could overflow and bring tears. He had finally become what he had wanted to be for her. After Sakuto finished telling his story, the twin sisters looked pained, furrowing their brows. Such a thing. That's just too sad. Too painful. Sakuto had a calm expression. But I don't harbor any resentment towards Yuzuki. That event was the catalyst for me being able to express my emotions like this. It might sound strange, but that penalty game confession finally made me feel like a normal human being. Sakuto spoke in a gentle tone as if it were a fond memory. My heart was broken, but realizing that I had a heart to break was reassuring. Saying this, his expression turned awkward. Also, the penalty game confession from Yuzuki was my fault. Why do you think that? It's the fault of those who made her do the dare. Sakuto shook his head. I was seen as a robot by those around me. So it was probably inevitable that they thought to tease me. I was a loner. Looking back, it seemed almost natural that he was chosen as a target. He hadn't expected Yuzuki to be sent to him, though. However, in Sakuto's mind, Yuzuki was more of a victim than a perpetrator. She was timid by nature and probably had no choice but to obey what others commanded her to do. Sakuto made sure to convey this clearly to the twin sisters, then pulled out the letter from his pocket. "This is the letter I wrote to Yuzuki. I didn't get to give it to her, but maybe it's better that way. What does it say? It's about recent events and my gratitude. If it weren't for Yuzuki, I wouldn't be here now." But giving her this would only trouble her, and it seems unnecessary now. As he was about to tear up the letter, "Let me hold on to that letter." Hikari suddenly snatched it away. "Hikari, what are you going to do with it?" "I'll keep it safe." "Why?" "Because it's filled with Sakuto-kun's important feelings, right? I won't let it be destroyed until the day comes when Sakuto-kun decides to give it." Unable to argue with Hikari's unusually assertive tone, Sakuto didn't ask for it back. "Well, having Hikari hold on to it might be a good idea, though I probably won't ever give it in the future." Then, Sakuto turned to Chikage with a calm expression. "I started going to the same tutoring school as Chikage after that. I chose a place a bit far from Yuzuki so she wouldn't feel guilty seeing me." "That's so." "Well, it turned out for the best in the end. I met Chikage there and was fortunate enough to be liked by her, and now we're dating." Tears fell from Chikage's eyes. "So, the reason you didn't try to stand out was the nail that sticks out gets hammered down. I always thought that those who were hit by that hammer were always the people who matter. I don't want to cause pain to others because of me, like what happened with Yuzuki." Thinking about the people underneath the sharp end of the nail, he realized he couldn't burden them. His mother and Aunt Mitsumi, who had guided and worried about him, Yuzuki, and now Hikari and Chikage, were all important to him. He couldn't inconvenience anyone because of his different actions. That's why he decided to be normal. He had been constantly on edge, suppressing his heart and actions all this time. Finding comfort in not standing out, he had taken the easier path. He realized he had been running away ever since the day of that dare confession. "After meeting Chikage and then Hikari, my way of thinking changed." "No, I wanted to change." "How so?" Hikari asked with tearful eyes. "Just flip the nail over, like a reversal of thought, you know? If you flip the nail, the sharp part ends up on top. Maybe no one can hammer you down if you're sharp enough." "In other words, what does that mean?" Hikari wiped her eyes. She probably understood what he was trying to say. She was incredibly sharp. Although that sharpness sometimes gave him chills, there was no longer any need to hide anything. He had to face Hikari and Chikage squarely. "I want to be a boyfriend that Hikari and Chikage can be proud of. I'm scared of being alone. So I want to stay together with you two from now on. Is that okay?" As Sakuto said this with a smile, tears flooded from Hikari and Chikage's eyes. "Wow!" And then they both hugged him from either side. "Hey, wait, what's wrong? Both of you?" He didn't understand why they were crying. Moreover, as they continued sobbing, he couldn't even ask them why. He was truly at a loss. In moments like this, what kind of face should I make? When someone is crying, I know the kind of face to make for such a time. It was a face he had learned from Yuzuki, but it was also a face he learned later from Hikari and Chikage. Sakuto smiled. It was a smile from the bottom of his heart, filled with empathy, encouragement, affection, expressing his gratitude for the past and his wishes for the future. "Thank you, both of you. Let's keep supporting each other, okay?" With that gentle, carefree smile, he continued to stroke their heads and stay with them until they stopped crying. Epilogue. Will you love us? Tuesday, June 28th. During today's lunch break, the ranking list for the recent school proficiency test was about to be posted. This time, the test covered 3 subjects: mathematics, Japanese, and English. Each subject was worth 100 points, for a total of 300 points. Of course, no photography is allowed, and uploading to social media is also prohibited. Really, especially this time, be especially mindful about it. As usual, the student guidance teacher Takabana gave these instructions to everyone, mumbling something incoherently at the end. The students looked at Takabana, who had a complex expression with confusion. Finally, the ranking list was revealed. 50th place, 49th place, 48th place. The ranks were announced from the bottom up, as usual, progressing towards the first place. The murmuring among the students echoed down the hallway. However, when it came to announcing the top 3, the murmuring suddenly quieted down. First place, Class 1, Chikage Usami, 300 points. First place, Class 3, Sakuto Takayashiki, 300 points. First place, Class 5, Hikari Usami, 300 points. Fourth place, Class 2. There were no second or third places. Instead, there were 3 students tied for first place. For a moment, the students thought there was a mistake and simultaneously turned to look at the student guidance teacher, Takebana. It's unusual, but don't take any photos, that's all. The moment she said that, the gazes of those around turned towards the 3 students who tied for first place. Even if it's a tie, my name doesn't come before yours, huh? It seems to be in class order, so it can't be helped. But hey, Sakuto-kun is in the middle, and we're on either side. Just like our current situation, right? I don't think that's a point to be happy about. Anyway, shall we go to the cafeteria now? Yeah. Amidst the stunned students, the 3 casually walked through. As they turned the corner of the hallway, a sudden uproar of commotion erupted behind them. Section. Yum. This is so delicious. Don't just casually eat someone else's fried chicken, Hikari. I asked about the recipe, but it seems to be a trade secret. Moreover, you challenged me to guess it. What could be the secret behind this deliciousness? Chikage, I appreciate your enthusiasm for research, but that's my fried chicken. Hey, are you listening? Sakuto tried to guard his fried chicken, but the twins easily snatched it away, leaving only 3 pieces out of 5. Even if it's his girlfriend, taking food from her boyfriend without permission is a definite no-no. Then, I'll give you my hamburger steak in exchange. Thank you. Chikage always resorts to her usual bartering tactics, but it still doesn't quite compare to 2 pieces of his fried chicken. Then, as for me, here, and Hikari hugged Sakuto's arm. Hey, don't hug me like that. Hey, take this. Ha ha ha. It's exchanged for 2 meat buns with Hikari. It can't be helped but to exchange it. Even so, our relationship isn't getting discovered at all. I wonder why. Well, because you 2 are smart and cute and, what's with that all of a sudden? Calm down. Don't both turn bright red like that in stereo. Sakuto thought he should be more careful with his choice of words, but he didn't know any other way to express cute other than cute. No one would expect that the 3 of us are dating, right? Really? Even though I'm clinging to you this much? That's because people think you just have a lively character. But I only do this with Sakuto-kun, you know? Sakuto turned red at Hikari's destructive way of speaking and clinging. But Hai-chan, you need to restrain yourself a bit, or we'll get caught eventually. Nishishishi, want to switch places? Well, if that's the case, I won't hold back. Chikage, don't get carried away. And no, you don't have to stand up. While they were having this exchange, Takebana, who seemed to have finished supervising the hallway, came over looking exhausted. She didn't have a tray in hand, just a cup of hojicha tea. Sigh. Really? After quenching her thirst, Takebana let out a big sigh. Why are you so stressed, sensei? Guessing the general situation, Sakuto asked Takebana with a puzzled expression. My stomach hurts. About your recent achievement test. It became a topic of discussion in the staff room, and it was even brought up in yesterday's faculty meeting. It's unprecedented. What's the problem with that? Chikage tilted her head in confusion. Well, it's not so much a problem as it is extra work. Honestly, it's the junior high school students who will be affected. Junior high? Why is that? The fact that 3 external students achieved good results has led to a faculty meeting about nurturing internal students. The high school teachers will apparently be working more closely with the junior high. Oh boy. It was unclear what the problem was with that. I've become the representative for the high school, which means I'm the main teacher in charge of this new junior-senior high school academic collaboration project. Do you understand what this means? I see, it means more work for you. Yes. I now have to mainly handle weekly class observations and meetings, along with creating documents and various other tasks. So, you're a promising mid-career teacher. Congratulations. I'm still considered young, you know. I'm not yet in my 30s. Well, almost. Sakuto just learned about this boundary between being a young and mid-career teacher. Ahem. Anyway, that's why I've come up with a brilliant idea. Since this whole thing started with you three, I would really appreciate your help. Specifically, I was thinking, wait, where did the three of you go? Hey, don't hide. Come out. Hey, don't ignore me. I'll even offer you a carrot now. Section. After school, as the three of them were about to head home together, they noticed the rain had lessened to a cloudy sky. The end of the rainy season was still a bit away, but the forecast said it would be sunny from today until tomorrow. Now that our test results are out, how about we go on that long trip we couldn't do last Saturday? That sounds great. I agree. I'm totally in. I want to go. The twin sisters' eyes sparkled as they each clung to Sakuto's arms. A 2-day, 1-night trip, perhaps? Chikage's cheeks flushed slightly. She seemed to be drifting into her fantasy world. No, I think a day trip would be better. Definitely, Sakuto said with a resigned tone as the weight on his other arm increased. I don't mind a day trip, but I'd like to go around and see lots of places. Then, how about we stop by Cannon on our way home for a meeting? Agreed. With both arms captured by the twins, Sakuto looked up at the sky. Sunlight streamed through the gaps in the clouds, and a rainbow appeared in the distant sky. It was a strange feeling. Even the occasional rainbows, when viewed together with these two, somehow felt more special. When he looked back at them, both were smiling. Were they plotting something? Sakuto-kun. With that being said, me and Chie-chan, as twins together, Hikari and Chikage put more strength into their grip on my arms. Will you love us? While he thought, here we go again, a smile naturally found its way onto his face. It wasn't a forced smile, nor one concocted in his mind, but a genuine, carefree smile from his heart. End of Volume 1.